It's Saturday. It's Saturday. You guys already knows what is on the C, aka Dot, is in the building.
Peace and love, everyone. It's Dulcinea.
Peace and love. Happy Saturday. Sister Freedom, Big Mama in the house.
And y'all, Nisha is actually coming through. She's going to be a little late, but she is on the way, so she'll be joining us shortly.
So, hi Niambi, hi LTK. You guys are the two person in the building. I am excited. We are excited. This comes at a great time. The guest that we have on, I've known for a few years, I would say, right? She's going to introduce herself. We're going to call her Kofi. I don't really think she needs much of an introduction because when she starts going, right? And so long and short of it all, I would love for you to introduce yourself, right? And we'll start there.
All right. So greetings, everyone. I'm going by Kofi Kwatamani Cult Education. I created a channel on YouTube some years ago just to document my personal experience with a cult, a Black cult, with some family members. At the time that I put some videos out, I felt obligated to share the information because I didn't want people to follow behind me as and we'll talk about it more. Usually people that are in cults, especially who have credibility in their community, they use to draw other people in. So I had a direct experience with a cult, along with some family members, and I'm not 19 or 20. I'm not a stupid woman. I was able to, I'm a working woman. I paid my own way. I gave lots of money. So I think perhaps I have another perspective and another experience as a parent, as someone who has experienced a cult directly. And I have witnessed and observed a lot from the background, as I've seen so much has transpired in these years. There's one major cult right now where there's a lot of drama going on, but I think it's a different time. Many people, especially the Black community, although we've had cults for years, many currently are not familiar with the pattern of cults. So now it seems it's just been a matter of time for us to get educated. And it's been an uncomfortable, but I think a necessary lesson. So in any event, there's a channel that I made years ago with a list of cults, Black cults, white cults, international cults, that I left there for anyone that would take the time to research for themselves, whether they're parents or young people. I know I researched the cult I came in contact with, and I couldn't find anything quote unquote negative about them. But I have since have a different set of eyes and a frame of reference. So I thought I would share that in a way that I think is valuable. I will also say that my first priority is my safety and my family's safety. I'm not really necessarily interested in a whole bunch of drama. My main intention for putting on a channel was for education.
Yes. And so this is very timely, and apologize for the cam down. It's storming really bad where I am in New York. It's really cold, and when it keeps on freezing. So I'll be camming up, but just to put it out there, that's the reason why. Okay. So when I was introduced to Kofi, this is probably, I don't even know how long ago this was, years ago.
I can't even keep up because now when I look back at I think it's been almost 10 years.
It's been a while. Yeah.
In Central America. And I've seen numerous people come and go, several cults as well come and go. So I've seen a lot that I can't even unsee.
Right.
As well.
That's right.
10 years. So this has been quite a while.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute. And for those of you who don't know, I used to do some kind of content creation and have a YouTube channel. And it was reporting on carbonation. And that's in the news now, you know, with Nature Boy getting a life sentence plus 10 years plus extra years, right, for the rape charge. Which is that's another conversation. But that's how she and I sort of became introduced online, right? And I remember when she had first hit my link and she began to explain the pathology, right? And the thinking of how people are, you know, why it's like, it's the reasons why, like, why are people attracted to a cult, right? Or what would become cult-like thinking or this group think, you know? And she was able to share her experience, and she just began, you know, sharing her story and her experience. And what I really was impressed by was the fact that you know, she's very articulate, as you guys can see, but she was able to express it in a way that wasn't messy. And she was able to express it in a way where she would always talk about the thinking, right? Like, how does one get caught up in a group that you think the intentions are pure, the intentions are good, and then you get caught up, and here you are, and you realize that you're into something that is not going to serve you in the long run. And we have many examples, of that over time, right? So if you can, Kofi, can you just start the basic introduction of your, like, you know, your background, right? And how you even became aware of the Kwatamani cult. What did that look like, feel like? You know, how did you get into it, if you can?
Well, I'm a person I'm a professional chef. I'm trained classically as a professional chef. I have African American and Caribbean background, so my people can cook. I also have a lot of obesity, diabetes, heart disease, you know, the comorbidities run in my family. So from a young woman, I became very interested in health and holistic health because I was wondering if that would be my trajectory. So my eye has always been to the ground in terms of health. Getting into health around high school or the end of high school led me into dance, African dance and culture. That led me on a path to finding out about Sacred Woman years ago when it wasn't even a thing. And then working at Heal Thyself, Queen Afua was one of my first mentors many years ago. So that was a trajectory and a path that I've been on for many years. In addition to, I'm very passionate about African dance, culture, Kemet. Again, they didn't call it the conscious community years ago when I was coming up. It was just like the cultural community. It was just culture. I was celebrating Kwanzaa 30-something years ago. So it's interesting to see this resurgence of these new personalities in a quote unquote conscious community. But in any event, I was into fruits and vegetables and working out. I mean, for years, that's my lifestyle. And I got introduced to quote unquote raw veganism at Heal Thyself, working in about 1992. And so I'm a big reader. I'm a big advocate of books, and I'm a collector of books and libraries. And I would go to the African Street Festival in New York, right? The East used to be called the East Carnival. And I've been going for years. So now my child is older now. So it's like the next generation's turn to go to the street festival. So every year usually I would go with my homie, my bestie. But, you know, some years I was like, I'm not really interested, you know. But every year I'd wind up going anyway. And when I would go, I usually look to see what's going on in terms of health, who's selling what new raw food is, what's healthy food. I go to see what arts and crafts are there. And one year, this particular group was there selling their food. And they had their own little garb on. They had a picture on the table of a little infant, a newborn infant in the rainforest. And I also used to travel for the travel industry. So since living out of a suitcase for 4.5 years, I didn't really have a desire to travel. But they had this picture of a little baby in the rainforest, and the two women seemed very just chilled and relaxed. And I was like, wow, these seem like some really interesting sisters. I would love to have a cup of tea or something with them, sit down and, you know, find out more about them. So I was eating their food. I had already been eating raw foods and working out. But their food had a lot more water content in it. So I was like, okay, this is cool. It's healthy. It may not have been as, quote unquote, as attractive as other people's food, but the food felt good in my body. So when I find something that's good, like many women, you share it. You think something's valuable, whether that's religion or health, you bring it back to your community and your family and share it. So I brought other friends and my homies to support their table and to buy food from them. And as a chef that has a lot of cooking equipment and sprouting and health equipment, I asked them if I could make a donation. So I went to make a donation to them. They had a satellite and have a satellite in Atlanta, Georgia. So I made a donation. And before they left, I bought their books, you know, because I'm usually just about supporting. So I bought their books. I was interested in food. I'm always taking food prep classes. I was interested in their food prep class. But I'm trying to remember what, at some point they made a comment. Maybe it was later on. I bought their food. I bought some of their books, and they left. And I was like, I'll keep in contact whenever they're coming to New York because I really enjoyed their food and wanted to make some connections. I looked on their website. I saw they had a rites of passage program. So my oldest son, he was getting ready to graduate. So I was thinking for his graduation gift, I would get him a trip outside of the States and a bicycle. So you didn't have to ask for car fare. And again, I was looking to see, they seem like they're very positive. I'm into community gardening. They seem like they're raw food, a safe space. They had a program for young people. So I was like, cool. You know, I visited them first, but later we'll talk about it. Visiting is not the same thing as living somewhere. Two totally different things. I started to.
Oh, wait, hold on, real quickly, Kofi, real quickly. All right. So, talking about the pathology of how somebody becomes attracted to something, right? So she already is mentioning healthy food, right? Spirituality,
Correct.
Connecting with women, right?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, my love.
Accurate. And I will also say, I'm an observer of patterns, which I think is really, really important for people, especially women, especially more than ever at this current time, this climate on the planet. It is so critical for us to cultivate discernment, right? I got a lot of hard butt kicking lessons out inside of the bush. And so I like to get to the root of something, because we can all assume that we're saying the same thing, but the context is very different. And one of the things perhaps we've learned from these lessons of these cults is that usually someone else is controlling the context. You assume you mean the same thing, but you have totally different frames of reference. So I think my eyes are have a different frame of reference, right? Because I see quite often in the comments and online, everybody saying people should do this or why they can do that, but they don't have a frame of reference. And when I tell you that will blindside you, that is an understatement. So as you mentioned, Dots, there are certain core values that I have, right, that I was resonating with. And the climate was one where there were a lot of young Black men constantly being killed, right? In New York, it was getting like one after another. It was like really exhausting. And if you are an involved parent and you're putting all kinds of money into extracurricular activities, and it's just a lot of time it takes to really, if you're really making the effort to raise, I have a cat outside, to raise your children a certain kind of way. That's a great undertaking, right? No. So I'm constantly on the lookout and programs. So these are the things that I was resonating with, drew me in. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So those are the things that initiate rites of passage, the women, core values, health is a huge one. I had traveled already. Oh, here's some other people that appear to be African American that are living outside of the United States. That's also a big one because I sought to give myself and to give my son different types of experiences. Those things are really, really important to me. So
I just want to ask you, when you went into this, you willingly went into it because you seen everything seemed so positive. So you didn't realize and look at it like it was a cult, like something negative. You went into this looking at it like it was something positive, that you was getting into it like a sisterhood, brotherhood type thing.
Exactly. And more so the sisterhood, brotherhood, actually, again, I'll just mention several things that I will call distinctions, distinct patterns, because again, for example, many of the things that are very, very positive, even a lot of your positive, good intentions will be manipulated and exploited in the cult in ways that you maybe can't. And it happens with men and with women. So let's say, for example, you are in earnest thinking like, oh, what can I do for the children? You look at this, we have to do something for the children. So you're willing to volunteer. You're willing to do so you're holding so steadfastly to your values, which is not wrong, but you're assuming that the person of the cult that you're dealing with is operating on the same set of principles, right? You don't really, women, we have a tendency to suspend our vetting process if things kind of like, if somebody's attractive.
Whoa. Slow walk that. Repeat that one more time. Rewind that back. Say that one more time.
A vetting process, right? When I was a younger woman, I didn't know what a vetting process was. So if there are any younger flowers, any younger women or girls out there, a vetting process basically means it's like when you do a background check. It's a check and balance. So that's like literally you doing research and you cross-referencing who it is you're talking to at any point. That could be a potential mate, lover, pastor. Before you start giving someone access to your panties, your psyche, your pocketbook, you do a thorough investigation. And that is something we have not been raised with. Some of us maybe perhaps superficially, but once someone says something that soothes us, or it says the words that we like, or that gives us compliments or strokes our ego, we let our defenses down and we'll say, oh, we'll assume it's almost like we did the vetting process already, or you didn't wait for the background check to come back. You gave them a pass and you gave them access because they said trigger words. For example, brother and sister. Those are deep trigger words. And I would also say, when you step outside of the United States, the United States is a bit more savvy. We have so much systems in place, the train system. We have so many conveniences and amenities built in. When you step outside the United States, things can be sometimes more primal, primitive, not as savvy, and also a lot of the behaviors we have are more concentrated when you step outside of the United States. We may not be aware of some of the ways that we move, right? Different cultures, we move a different way, but it's more prominent when we step outside the United States. May I give an example? Right? An example, right? When we travel, you see somebody from the United States or Jamaica or your country, you be like, hey, sis, oh, we went to the same school. You be like, oh, you start bonding immediately. It makes sense. You're in a different part of the world. You start looking for each other.
Right.
But in terms of vetting, you're assuming and you suspend your vetting process, and you kind of in your subconsciously think this person's okay or that they're safe because you're connecting, because it's something that's familiar. So you're assuming because you're both Jamaican or Bajan or you're both raw foodists that you have the same set of values. That is an error.
Oh my God. Are we in church or are we? I mean,
does that make sense?
Oh Lord, you just keep on dropping. You give us so much game. I'm gonna be quiet. And at any time, Dosey Freedom, jump in if you have questions.
Yes, let her. I'm letting her hear her.
I already told my sisters, but I'm telling you guys. This is why I wanted her to start out.
I want to hear her.
Take notes, y'all. Listen closely, because when she start cooking,
better.
See how you don't even need to ask a question. She's just gonna start cooking. Okay, yes. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I promise.
Thank you.
No, because I just want to pace myself, because initially when I came out to share, very quickly I started to realize that I'm speaking from my experience. I do realize that my experience is not everybody's experience. I don't think that I know it all, but I can only share authentically from my experience. And I'm not meaning to be insulting, but I would say quite honestly, there's a difference between stupidity and ignorance, right? In ignorance, you're not aware, you're blindsided. So there have been cults around, even Black cults, for years, even if we didn't have a vocabulary for them. Some of them, some beloved icons, though, because we like someone or their personality, we suspend a vetting process. I don't care if that's your favorite pop star, your favorite religious icon, whether they're Muslim, Hebrew, pick your religion. We have a tendency to give a pass because it's like a lock and key. They're saying the words that have us drop our defense systems. And so we wind up, our alert system goes off. We turn off the security system, and then we give access to our children, to our wounds, to our bank accounts, because someone is hitting on trigger words. It could be brother, it could be sister, it could be the touch of your back, it could be, as these folks said to my sister by another mother, who doesn't trust men in general from her experiences, said to the high priest said for you to call him pops. Now that may seem like such a small thing, but for somebody that never had her father, right? That was a powerful thing to start to, this was the one man she ever trusted. And when I tell you, when I say context, you think that, wow, this man is such a great father figure, is such a great listener. Distinction. You don't realize that you're being audited. I don't know if you all know what auditing is. You may hear the term in Scientology. With auditing, it means that you are sharing with someone you think is a good listener, but you don't understand, maybe perhaps 2 years later, that they were actually collecting information, and not just any information. It is some of your deepest fears, your insecurities, things that you may not be a big deal. Maybe you stole change out of your mother's pocketbook when you were 5 years old. Maybe you were molested. Maybe you participated in something that you feel really guilty about. So you're looking to offload all of this stuff that's weighing you down, and you usually have no clue at how that is going to be used to exploit and to manipulate you. So in the process of auditing, there have been a lot of people, and one example is in Scientology, where they recorded these sessions, right? They didn't call it auditing, but this process is called auditing. So they're recording all of this stuff, and they say then later it is just used as leverage against people. Does this make sense? Everybody got so quiet.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I want you to also go back to when you were talking about, that whole vetting process, and you throwing it out the window, and how eventually you came to meet up with them.
Yeah. So when I met up with these people, you're thinking, wow, they're vegan and vegetarian. Let me go visit them, right? I hadn't traveled in a while, but I thought, let me go visit my grandma in Barbados. And I hadn't been using my vacation time. Let me go make a stop off and check them out, their community. So I went to visit in Belize. And, it's a tropical environment. I mean, we're coming from the fast-paced city. I stayed in a little teeny tiny house, like a teeny tiny, barely like a mini, smaller than a tiny house, like a fraction of a tiny house. But I was so excited to be in this area where they have about approximately 99 acres of land. So it's way out. And I'm thinking I'm in a paradise, again, context, which it was a quote unquote garden paradise. But years later, I realized you're isolated. You see the difference? I'm thinking I'm in a paradise. We don't have to lock our doors. And then later, you can't go anywhere unless you have a truck to get out. I was isolated, right? So many people are looking for an experience, and especially today with a lot of young people, and again, the climate that we're in, they're looking to escape a lot of situations. Very, it makes sense. Even before this time period, in the age of like when you're graduating high school, young people don't know, do I get a job? Do I go into the military? Do I go into college? It's a very, it's a scary time for a lot of young people. It's a vulnerable time. So cults will usually approach you from where your vulnerabilities are. And everybody, you can have 2-3 degrees. Everyone has insecurities and vulnerabilities. Male, female, degreed, non-degreed, rich, poor. We all have areas of insecurity and vulnerabilities. and those are the things that you're sharing because we have a desire to fit in, be accepted, and to share. Those are the things that are exploited. So it usually will take people quite a long time, if ever, to
I
have
want
a
to ask you something when you're done.
to have a frame of reference for what's happening. And you may not ever, because the cult leader will usually tap into your heart's desire. If that is for family, if that is you always wanted to have a child, or your man cheated on you and you want to be married or validated, or you weren't seen as pretty, or if you were overweight, any kind of little insecurity that you may have, that is what is going to be exploited, manipulated. And a lot of these patterns are consistent. You'll see distinct patterns in all of the different cults.
I see that in the everyday with people.
Mm-hmm.
Really, honest with you, I see that in general with people.
Mm-hmm.
I see that even in uh you could be a person talking to me, and if me and you could be cool because we resonate with things that are familiar in our lives. You understand what I'm saying? But what I wanted to ask you is, in these situations that you're calling cults, they have to be rules and regulations in anything, right?
Yes.
Right. So when people are getting into these situations and they are making rules and regulations, they're first thinking that they're doing something good, right? They're thinking that what they're doing is protecting you. Um, they're keeping you away from something that's bad, right? When they're doing this, when do you realize that it's something bad? When do you, because it seems like people stay into these things for years
Well,
and
see, and
they go into them willingly. So a
this,
lot of times I be sometime wondering why people get in trouble, the leaders, because people willingly go into these situations.
well, the thing is that no one thinks they're going into a cult. No one thinks they're going into, as that gentleman, and I don't want to give that
Right,
man
I understand.
credit, but no one ever thinks they're going into a cult. You think you're going into something positive. So you're not thinking rules and regulations. You're thinking these are values that I resonate with. You think you're changing the world. You think you're doing something positive for the Black community. You're thinking
Mhm.
you're supporting Black female relationships. As a matter of fact, you're thinking of a Black utopia. And that's
Do the leader think that too?
say that again.
Do the leader that's putting it together, do they think that they're doing something? Do they think that what they're putting together is a cult? Or do they think that what they're putting together is something good for the, for the organization that they're putting together?
Well, I would say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Later on, again, context. You assume, right? Let's say for example, it was, ate raw foods, which I still eat, or whole living foods, unprocessed food. That makes sense to me. There's nothing wrong. Gardening, cooperative work, pooling money. That's common sense to me. Those are principles. That's principles of
Right.
cooperative. I can resonate with that.
Mm-hmm.
The blind spot, the part that you hadn't figured on or that you hadn't factored in, is that you're not aware that there's another set of values that are operating that you hadn't bargained for. For example, you hadn't bargained on control. You hadn't bargained on what you would give up. And even if you're thinking of what you're giving up, especially as a young person, you think this has got to be a million times. If I came from, hypothetically, an environment of abuse, and when nobody got along, when there's fighting, and I was doing drugs, then you're thinking this got to be a million times better
Mm-hmm.
than what I came from. So you're not thinking rules and regulations. And eventually, what's going to be reinforced from the cult leader and reinforced by the members is, come on, this is you'll just get looked, this is a million times better than how you was living before. For example, I would hear people publicly shamed. Again, that's a pattern within the community, right? Whether it's grown adults or grown men shamed. Now, you was a big old butterball, or you were so fat, like shaming you in front of other people, or you was broke, you didn't have no money, or now you got a mate. You was never gonna get no mate out there. right? So there are other factors of control that you had not figured out, you hadn't factored in. And it's usually not until, and it's a spectrum, right? It's usually not until you have surrendered your money, you have become dependent, you've put yourself into your money into the collective pot, right? You came with money, or most people come with money. If you don't come with money, you're going to pay in another kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
Until you surrendered your money, or until you formed emotional attachments, maybe eventually progressing to physical attachments if you were looking for a mate and you were lonely, or until you have surrendered your assets, right? There are women that have surrendered their cars and their properties to the co-owner, right? And there are professionals in there. I've experienced lawyers, librarians, physical therapists, double degreed people, women, intelligent people, skilled people, master builders inside of a cult, right?
So Kofi, real quickly.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that with your experience and what happened with you, right? Like, how did you get to the point where you
But that's, I want her to finish this because I really want to know.
Cheers.
What?
With like, just in terms of how that happened for you.
It's a slow,
it's
a slow drip. Again, principle, distinction. I like this. Distinctions make the difference, right? And when I say distinctions make the difference, because you're assuming one thing, but you don't see that somebody has a different perspective, and that perspective is critical. You're not banking on the point. Let's say, for example, right before I exited, I was to surrender, and my sister to surrender the very last of what I was in our bank accounts. Right? So we would have been surrendering everything. Now you're in a whole nother position. And if by this time you've likely been alienated and alienated yourself from family members, and it's like they don't think the same, they don't eat the same, we're totally different. By that time, eventually over time, it's a slow drip. You become your language starts to change. All cults have their own little vocabulary or language, and it will start making sense to you, right? The books that I was reading, eventually you start only listening to their music and all the music from this group, and they've changed their name. All of the music was actually offbeat, and I knew it was offbeat. Now, I didn't think it was the best music. Though, when I compared it to all the music in terms of the values of the music, I'm a big music lover. I love music. But the music I thought was trash, and I thought it was very destructive to my community. And I'm concerned about my son and the young people around me. So I was like, their music may be offbeat, but the principles of it make sense. So I started to listen only to their music. Again, initially, the first time I listened to music, I didn't think it was great. But I was taking my money and I was supporting what I thought was beneficial to my child, to myself. Do you understand? I thought because the meaning was more important to me than the music being offbeat.
Yes, I do understand. I appreciate you answering that for me. Almost sound like everything, religion, everything sounds like cults to me, the way you're explaining.
It is. And I'm glad there's several things that you mentioned. I'm glad you're mentioning that, because another distinction or pattern is word salad. This is where we men, but definitely women, we get so tripped up in the word salad. And if someone seems like it seems like sometimes like a cesspool, or apparently what's shown to us is a cesspool of what's available, that when we become desperate because we yearn to be in relationship, that's not bad. That's not wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's not wrong, but it is exploited. And we become so desperate that we like, this seems a million times better. This person doesn't smoke, they don't drink, they're vegan, and it starts becoming bragging rights for the community or the man that you got, or the people, the community that you are a part of, that you're actually being hazed, to be quite honest, to become a part of. You would do anything to be a part of this family that is idealistic of the values that you want to live by. You desperately, it's the same thing. It happens in churches, but again, distinction. A church, you can get up and go home. You can switch your church. It's different when you are isolated and you have become economically dependent on the cult, and then you're also being pressured by other cult members to stay within, and your geographical location in Central America I can't just jump on a bus and go back to the States. So it's a different
The
dynamic.
way, the way you're explaining it, Kofi, it's easy to get into a cult. It's very easy. All a person have to do is have the same values that you have, and boom, you actually go against your own brother and sister.
Like,
The way you're explaining it, I it's like you're.
so
I actually see it happening in my life right now, and not even just with what you're explaining. I actually am foreseeing that happening right now, and somebody becoming an enemy with somebody just because that person has some things in common.
correct. And you're looking to bond again. I like to be a realist, right?
Yeah.
Being so idealistic can get you in trouble again for men, but definitely for women, right? When we if you ever heard the term sapiosexual, right? When you're attracted to someone based on their intellect, right? That's a father figure, intelligent, has values, manners. People like, people start competing. Let me get him. Let me get him. Let me get him. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we desire. But then we suspend the vetting process. The vetting process is their actual character. So, for example, I remember there was one point where we're in the cult now, and I have been sending them money, and now I did a 3 month stay. I stayed for 2 weeks. Then I came, stayed a little longer. Then I stayed for 3 months. And then I was like, okay, now I'm going to start. I got my eye on the door, leaving New York. Now I've been in this family community, whatever, for a while. I don't know if it was almost 2 years or something like that. And I remember once I was sitting, because we would have to sit on the floor in front of the high priest. Right? I didn't even care that he called himself a high priest. Now that's a red flag to me. Anybody designating themselves with the term priest, that's a humongous, gigantic red neon flag. Because
I have a question about that once you're
yeah.
done.
So let me just say one thing before I lose my thought. Well, I'm sitting on the floor in front of the high priest, and he starts. I think this is about the time. This is about the time where it's getting, down to the wire. It's time for us to surrender the last of what's in those bank accounts. Let's step it up, because, we're cash cows. Me and my sis, we're not teeny boppers, right? So we're more cash cows, He don't necessarily need our womb, but the young people, he needs their womb and their reproductive organs. A whole nother story. So time for us to surrender the bank accounts. So our visas and our immigration wasn't done. And I'm like, certain things need to be in order, right? To make certain things are in order. So as I'm having meetings of like, okay, what is taking so long with our immigration? We've done everything by the book. Our paperwork is in order. I paid whatever the money. What's the holdup? And I noticed a pattern. Ladies, women, folks, anytime distinction, you hear yourself saying, that's weird. I wonder how. Store that in your mental Rolodex. Anytime, because looking back, I had a whole series of, that's weird. I wonder how come that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because there's a little piece of information that's missing, so you don't connect the dots. But something is a little interesting. It seems weird. That was a distinct pattern with these folks, right? But usually, because you haven't been with something long enough, you're passing through, or you don't get access to certain information until you've gone to another level of the hazing or demonstrated your loyalty. You'll be allowed to, for example, you'll be allowed to eat with the royal family. So you're constantly trying to get closer to the royal. It could be something as simple as that. They get to sit on this side and you have to be sit on this side as an initiate. All of this stuff is dripped in very slowly. So one time this man, he was saying something and I said, wait a minute. I was like, what is this guy talking about? I'm asking him about immigration. And he asked me, I'm not going to give you everything today, but he said to me, so what age did it happen to you? I'm like, what age I'm talking to him about immigration. I'm like, what age did what happen to me? What age did it first happen to you? And I'm thinking, and the timing, the way I'm sitting on the floor, the rest of the community is around in the quote unquote royal hall of the community area. Some of the wives are sitting on this way. He would say things when certain people around in a certain context, because if you had a reaction, it would make you look away in front of the community, right? Very extremely strategic. These folks are very, very savvy. So I said, is this guy trying to give me problems I don't have? So he went on to say whatever. Basically, he was asking me at what age was I mishandled, right? Because, you know, many women have been mishandled when they're younger. But I'm thinking, I don't have that's not my issue. That's not my problem. But I could check the mental mathematics because I'm not 20. I'm not 30. I'm a mature woman. I've traveled. I've done some things on my own. So I could peep. And I said, and he went out his little mini dialogue. And then he said, and what do you think about that? I said to him, respectfully, I said, you sound like a pimp. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is this the same man that was a father figure? And I was like, no, I could not wrap my mind around it. That all of a sudden, and I'm not going to mention the person's name, but right now there's an example. There's several examples. One right now where this person that seemed so loving and so not flipped. That meant you did not see. You were not aware of that other side. So this quite often happens to women. You could be in a cult of one. With one person. I've seen that too in New York. You can be in a cult of one. So
yes, I hear you saying that. I don't mean to interrupt you, but yes, I do hear you saying that.
Yeah. So but I said to him, I'm not a disrespectful person. I don't disrespect elders, but I'm gonna be honest, because I already came all this way with my family members. I put I saved my money. I was downsizing for years. So I'm like, if I came all this way, any questions that I need to ask, I'm gonna be respectful, but I'm gonna ask all questions. And the more questions I ask, the more issues it caused, right? I'm asking about immigration. He's talking about some other stuff out of nowhere. And sometimes what he was saying was incoherent. I'm like, what is he talking about? And he would say, I'm being very clear. Get a crash course, master class in gaslighting, as we have all been witnessing. If you didn't know gaslighting, we should know gaslighting by now. And the gaslighting is on 1,000. 1,000. As a matter of fact, I'm clear that we are constantly being gaslit and triggered our emotions and our fears. And it makes you crazy. And it can make you look like you're crazy when you react to something that is off. And you know something is off, but because you don't have the frame of reference or the language to express it, if you even go outside the cult and try to explain to people, you'll wind up looking crazy. Right? And people that you're talking to, I realized at some point that, and even me sharing some of the videos I was sharing, and I'm just going to be real and respectful, responses I was getting definitely from men and definitely from women. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I'm out here sharing information so that they don't come this way. And I felt like the men were defending it. And if I look back, I was defending this man too, because he seemed like such a father figure, so committed. He seemed like all these, but the context is everything. And quite often, you are the one that's not aware of the context. You are not aware of the context. These people have their own agenda. You are not aware of it. You likely don't really know the legal names of anybody that you're speaking to. You don't need, after a while, you realize, oh my gosh, I don't even know these people's legal names. I couldn't hold them accountable in a court of law. I don't have any written verbal agreements. You'll be sitting there gagging in the bush, thinking a paradise, and you're isolated.
Wow. And that's what I wanted to get in on, as far as, because I think definitely, even to what Sister Freedom was saying, it's sad that you even have to go and say, I'm not a youth or anything, because there is this unspoken, I don't feel sorry for an adult. I don't feel sorry for someone that's 18, no matter how they've been manipulated. Even though we understand manipulation is real, we understand that all of us has been manipulated in different ways, but us, especially women, sometimes we feel like there should be an age bracket of how you're manipulated or the things that you fall for. But I would definitely want to ask you, when you're getting those red flags, like you mentioned, like, oh, you're saying you're a high priest, and now you're asking me what year I've been through something, or you see these people that are transitioning from, oh, I'm indigenous to now I'm a god, worship me. What is it for the actual cult member that feels the red flag, and what do you think it is for the ones that just still keep staying, or say transition with that person and say, well, they are a god? What do you think is happening in their mind?
Again, it is a slow drip. So the person outside almost cannot comprehend to a certain degree. It's almost you can't. It is something to be experienced. You're looking at it like, I don't get it. Like, that's so obvious. Or like, you hear a lot of people put down this younger crew that's been in these cults. But I think, I'm gonna be honest, we say a lot intellectually, but there is a huge disconnect. We're just mouthing off words without the experience. And if we were to step outside of ourselves, which is hard to do, that's not how our ego is wired. It's almost like we can't see ourselves. We know some of the intellectually now, Dr. Joyce DeGruy, post-traumatic slave disorder, right? But culturally, even within our own community, a lot of our trauma has been dismissed and not acknowledged with men and women. So even within these cults, which again, it's just so much, but this is one thing that you don't bank on that is actually heartbreaking. You don't expect that a Black man, a Black elder, a raw vegan elder with locks, with children, no way he's going to exhibit the same behaviors that they're talking about in Willie Lynch. No way. No way the Queen Mother. No way the sisterhood. There's no way that they knew what was going on with other young girls. No way. You can't wrap your mind around it because you've pedestalized people. Because that is something in our culture that is, and part of it that comes from drama, but I think in order for us to process this, and I don't think it's easy, but I think for each individual, I think this is bigger than therapy is useful. I recommend people go to therapy because therapy is not religion, and many of us need therapy. But I think there's something even bigger. There's something beyond therapy that we need, that at this point, realistically, is kind of like a journey that we have to go on individually. Because when you stop pedestalizing people or even religions, you have to then accept responsibility. And a lot of this is psychologically, right? For example, it's like for some women may not get married. Some women may not have children, right? Or to accept that your father is never coming back, or your partner or somebody that you love is a drug addict, right? There's so much trauma that we go into an escapism. And these cult leaders, these narcissists, they come to you in a language and a package that you like. There's a cult leader for everybody. There's a cult for every religion, every race. There's so many of them. It's the pattern of cults is very prevalent on the planet right now, right? As people are scrambling, right? As we are becoming so emotionally unhinged and isolated, right? And it's so much mistreatment where like people are arrogant online about their mistreatment of each other, and we brag about being alone. I get alone time, but something is off right now in the pattern that has us glorifying not being able to relate to each other, right? So we're not seeing this something. It's like it takes a lot of courage and honesty to be 110% responsible for yourself. And this may sound so simple, but it means dealing with some of the quote unquote harsh realities of life. It's like many of us don't like to talk about wills and death, but not being able to contend with some of these facts of life is what makes us vulnerable to cults, because the basic human fears are being exploited, right? The basic human fears being fear of loss of love and never finding love, fear of death, fear of poverty, fear of old age, fear of illness, and fear of criticism, aka fear of failure, not being enough. Those are primal fears. They're primal fears across the playing field. And these are the basic fears they're constantly being triggered. They're reinforced when we are mishandled. It's dismissed in society. We're moving at such a pace of survival that we don't have time to process these things. But these fears are driving a lot of our autopilot behaviors that have us put ourselves in harm's way. It paralyzes our critical thinking, and it renders us almost unable to be discerning and critically thinking, because you're coming, there's no thought process anymore, because you're coming from a place of fear. And this is not exclusive to a white man, a black man, a predator in the street, or a politician. They understand these principles of the human psyche, right? So we're assuming that everybody's coming from a set of values that they love and they care for you. But how do you vet that? You could only vet that based on character, and you being able to see, for example, when you tell somebody no, when resources are scarce, when you're in disagreement. That's so you can see who people really are, if that makes sense. It's just so much. We've been pretty much prepped for cults, right? Not to say there are elements of truth in all religions, but we're looking, many of us, for that father. We're looking for that father, and that's a big part of what is being exploited constantly. And so we're so almost like driven crazy from being deprived of these healthy relationships, that we're putting ourselves in harm's way of straight up pimps, because we're so desiring that that attention and that safety. But it's twisted. It's twisted. That's actually not what we're getting. We're going only by words, and we're not enacting a vetting process. It's like arrested development from trauma, if that makes sense.
Dulcie, you had another question before I ask a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay. You said a mouthful. I told you when she gets going, you know, and I wanted to jump on that. I want you to talk about the PikMe Syndrome, right? Because it's not even just, it's not even just women in cults. It's just you know, on a day to day, right?
It's
Friend to
right
friend, minor. Yeah. Well, how does that show up? The PikMe. Can you explain what that is? The PikMe Syndrome.
I think we hear the term a lot right now. Again, this is just from my perspective. I think if I look at it, I was a pick-me, in the sense of, you want to be picked by community. You're hazing. You're doing everything to prove that you align with these values, whether that's your church, in this case of a cult. You know, I eat the foods. I eat the raw foods 100% of the time. You know, I'm not slipping with that. That's what I serve to my family. That's what I serve to my community. I'm living by these principles, right? I don't wear any chemicals. I mean, a lot of these things I was doing on my own anyway. So they were already core values, right? But the pick me, you'll do anything. You wind up turning a blind eye to certain things, and that's on a spectrum too. Because I will say, by the end of my stay with this cult, there were certain things that were popping up on my radar that I was like, I'm a respectful person. I'll come and ask for meetings. Perhaps I'm not understanding this, right? Because some of y'all folks grew up in this. I didn't. So I want to understand why this and that is being done, because this is not making sense to me, right? And that created more issues, because there's certain things I could not ignore. And we have a tendency, and it's not exclusive to Black people, we have a tendency towards groupthink. And it makes sense. Why? Because if we don't go with the group, no one wants to be ostracized. So to be ostracized, really, in the most primal sense, means that you don't receive the protection of the group. Whether that's in cults or in society, you don't receive protection, you don't receive love, you don't get resources, nobody cares for you. So it makes sense why we go with the group. We don't want to be ostracized, teased, beat up, deprived of love, right? It makes sense that so you become a pick-me. And again, if you look at, in this case, as a Black woman, as an African American woman with and Caribbean, if we look at as a collective how we are valued or not valued or protected on a socioeconomic scale, there is a desperation that sometimes we don't want to acknowledge, and safety. So that would have us, when we think of the prevalence of cults right now, that's at a high, I think, again, on the planet and definitely within our community, we are seeking provision, the sharing of resources, and protection. And it's definitely not all, but from many individuals who have never demonstrated. They're not actually qualified. So we have a tendency to project because they got gift of gab, or they got an outfit, or we like their locks, or they hang out with a posse that, you know, is very brazen and they can articulate a certain kind of way. We're assigning values to them that they have not demonstrated. They haven't demonstrated consistency in health, fatherhood, character. I mean, come on, we do this with hip hop artists every day, right? And we want to be pick-me's because we want to be in these relationships that we're not looking. They're not demonstrating character. They're not demonstrating that they're qualified or willing to be a father. And we are choosing every day. So this is not just cults. It's just more intensified in the cult. So in this particular case, this man who seemed like such an esteemed elder and he's so committed to his children. I'm like, wow, this guy is a father. Why wouldn't I want this as an additional mentor for my son? So you become a pick-me in the sense that I might not have thought it then, but I'm going to sell his books to my white clients as a top trainer at Equinox. Wasn't interested in this high priest in the rainforest, but why not? They could break up some of their money. I'll sell his books and tapes, and I'll give that money to the community. We'll sell the books and tapes and whatever I need to do to make sure that I'm making sure this community is secured. I'm coordinating events for them in New York. And I'm doing all kinds of things. We might not think that's big pick-me energy. Black women, we do that every day. We're supporting everyone because it's a desperation to be chosen and protected. But if you look at it, it doesn't pan out. It hasn't panned. Is this making sense what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes, it does.
It
does. I'm waiting till you get to the part about why it doesn't pan out.
Yeah.
Why it doesn't pan out. It doesn't pan out. Even no offense, but for us to ask that, we're kind of blinded because.
But no, not that I don't see what you're saying. I want you to say because people.
What I want to say is because we would have to pause and not look at what we want it to be, but what it is. We would have to accept the fact that that's not what's being demonstrated. We're projecting and we're so attached to the vision of who we want somebody to be, individuals or collective. And it's not based on what they're demonstrating consistently on a consistent basis. That's not what for example, a lot of men folk that we are ascribing to be leaders or all this polygamy and all this stuff, they don't have character. They don't have communication skills. They don't have sexual discipline. They don't have health. They don't have money management skills.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I want you to do.
Basic communication skills. So you have to, if we look in for a moment and if we're just self-reflective, it takes a lot of courage to sit with yourself and to seek your counsel, or it may even seem insurmountable, but to really get to the bottom and allow it to come up, because there is an internal compass in there. We are all born with a connection to divine innate intelligence. All of us have it, but it's been arrested development. It's been compromised due to trauma. We are assigning leadership to people who don't demonstrate it on a basic, they don't have communication skills. So we hear all the time, women are emotional. I have never seen all these podcasts of men with gossip channels. It's astronomical. I can't wrap my mind around it.
You better say it. And I'm also going to say that's what I was saying to you earlier, that most things that you're saying, I agree with you when you say you can do it just with one person. What you're saying is what I see in life all day long. People are getting in cults and don't even realize it, because even in a relationship that can happen, you acting like that, or like I trust you because I'm getting in this relationship with you. I sit with you to get into an Islamic marriage. Right? And then when we get home, you're doing everything except what you're supposed to do in this Islamic marriage.
So pause. Let's pause now. Let's pause, because see, this is a season that we're in. This is an opportunity for everybody, white, black, male, female. This is an opportunity for growth, but it takes courage to be self-reflective, especially when you consider that our pace of life is not one that lends itself to self-reflection. You could call it Christian, Muslim. When I turn down the volume
all the behavior looks exactly the same. Raw food, meat eater, carnivore, the behavior and the character is the same. But we keep romanticizing. We want to be, we are romanticized. We have been programmed to romanticize. We've been programmed to not inflict the consequence and to dismiss anger when that's a natural emotion when somebody's violating you.
And what about the relationship though between the woman? Because right, like when you first started and you were talking about what resonated to me was like I see these, these sisters sitting down. I think you said one was holding a baby. They just look serene. They look hell. But yet, when you guys are in the real of the thick of it, is it really like that?
Let me tell you something. It's people. It's humans. All humans have the capacity for deviancy. Raw foodists, Muslims, Christians, Jewish, any label you want to put on yourself. That's at this point, I don't really care what you call yourself. Your religion is what you do, not what you say. It has nothing, it's not what you do. This is the age of talk, intellect. All you got to do is step back as a woman, as an observer. Your body is wired to patterns of observation. Your cycle, 9 months for your period, certain amount of days for you to have a baby. If you just turn down the volume and observe behavior, that's the ticket, is consistent behavior. And also understand most people are not showing you their behavior.
You know what?
Not in the beginning, at least. Right. Not at the selling point, not the beginning.
The women had their own jealousies in there. Again, there was some and you got to be careful with this, right? Because these people are gaslight you with, there must have been some positive things in the clinic. There's positive stuff anyway. It's like there's negative stuff everywhere. Excuse me. But it's not, that's how you get roped back in. And I've even had people to try to get me to talk about focus on the positive. I'm like, oh, no. For me to sit and espouse the positive, I will be leading people to the cult. I'm not doing that. That's another level of gaslighting. You experience, this is so much more positive. No, I'm peeping. This is how that's a deflection. That is a deflection. We are so gaslit. I invite you to consider people, but I'm going to say we as Black women, and I'm not into the victim thing. I'm not into being a victim. But I think we have been so gaslit that we are plumb crazy. That's part of what's making us desperate and compromises our ability to be discerning and to understand who you're talking to at any given moment. You know how many new quote unquote a resurgence of leaders right now? Almost every single platform, every single one, in a matter of time of years, you watch all of their behavior become the lowest of the low, almost without exception, almost across the board. And I'm going to say this also with women, because it's easy to only blame the men. It's easy. That's too easy. I'm not interested, and this is my perspective, at trading off a white version of oppression for a Black version. Okay. I'm to trade off a male version for a female version, because I'm going to go, what I have learned is to go for the principles over the personalities. That, because I'm like, it has to be something so I can get clear on who I'm talking to, because I can't go through this anymore. So I have litmus tests. I like to keep things really simple. I'm going to go for the principles over the label, over what you call yourself, over what you're eating. I'm going to go for the principle over the personality. That way I can discern. I don't care if it's Pastor so-and-so, Imam so-and-so. I don't care if it's my mother, my brother. I'm going for the principles only. That's the only way I can navigate, especially at this time where everybody is on their best behavior. And then you see later, after you've invested too much, that you can't pull back. That's only when you're going to see what you're actually dealing with. So it is critical. So you can save your womb, your vagina, prevent some STDs. Because right now, the rate we're going, everybody's going to have an STD. Or something, because there's a lack of discernment. Like, we're following celebrities like it's cult-like. It's cult-like. It's a pattern. It's a mentality. It's a habitual pattern. And people selling you makeup know it. People selling you diet pills know it. Politicians understand it. Pimps in the hood understand it. The only ones that in the pulpit they understand. The only people that are not getting it, they keep trading one personality or for another is the usually the lay person. And then there are moments we get glimpses that we decide to turn a blind eye because it's scary to accept 100% responsibility and realize, heck, this pastor's in the same space I am. He's got appetites, vices. He might as well be right over here with me. But we keep wanting to ascribe, to pedestalize people because it lets us off the hook from accepting responsibility. If the person's not qualified, they're not qualified. How are we rendering these strangers qualified? You don't know their character. We're giving them our money. We're giving them access to our children. We're giving them access to our psyche. We're putting them in political position because if you accept responsibility, that means that you are likely going to have to change something. Each one of us.
And then later on, they tell you, well, it's your fault because you chose me. You didn't know me. You chose me. You thought I was this person. You didn't know me.
And a lot of times we thought was based on your presentation and the word salad and the gift of gab.
Mm-hmm. Right. Facts. I've been through it.
We all have. So I'm not interested in remaining a victim because something I experienced, that's just a chapter. That's not all of who I am. Right. I'm not going to identify. That's just one chapter in my book. That's another pattern. That's another way we get played. Right. And to keep affirming, I am a drug addict. I am this. I am what happened to me. No. That's
right.
Wow.
Not all of who you are. Right. That's like saying somebody's worthless because they're 300 pounds. Bull crap. That's just their physical weight. It's like saying somebody doesn't have value just because of what they look like. That's not true. All of these things are feeding fears, and the fears has us acting out of desperation. It has us moving in desperation, giving credibility and quote unquote leadership positions to people who haven't qualified. It's astounding just how much, to me, it is shocking how much we don't think. It's shocking. It's frightening.
Wow.
It's frightening. So I'm humbled. I am humbled by just how easily it is for us to be conditioned. And people will sit on in the line in the chat and say, "No, we're not. We're this." With the person that thinks they can't be scammed is probably the likely person to be scammed.
Be scared.
Yep.
Wow.
With double, triple degrees, with lots of intellectualism.
So okay, so I have a question. So you're at the point now where a person's at the point now where they're like, okay, you know what? I think how you said it was like, thinking I'm going to paradise, but finding out I'm isolated. You know what I mean? And so now you're at this point where you're like, okay, what did I get myself into? The blinkers now on, right? Now you're starting to realize like, oops. But like you said, you done given everything, you done given your mind, your body, your soul, especially the dynamic of a woman when they are in that kind of cult, it can become really unsafe very fast, how
nothing but a word. I could have got jumped by the whole
yes family. Talk about it. That's what
I asked for my passport. When I asked for when I asked for my passport, no, we can't give back the passport because when we were in Africa, we were all divided. So the Queen Mother, I have to hold on to the passport. So I was like, okay. So I have to proceed very carefully to get out of here. As one young lady, I don't believe everything she says, but when you're in something and you're going to have to proceed very carefully. Also keep in mind, I have family members. I had to proceed very carefully. That's your life you're playing with in there. And sometimes this is where also as a community, people are very insensitive. Again, that's a blind spot. That's where being judgmental. I think this judgmental is good in terms of discernment, but judgmental thinking that you know all of this person, no. We cut ourselves off from other women and people who can be very valuable because again, as a Black woman in society, where you going with our allies? Where you going? Where we going? Because what allies do we have? Sometimes we can't count on ourselves as allies because our trauma has us throw each other under the bus. Right now, there are channels There are channels of Black women berating other Black women, and they're not even saying vet the man. Like, there's some channels that I can't even listen to, that are constantly attacking Black women for having standards. Again, I'm not anti-male, because to me, if you have piss poor character, that goes across the board, whatever your package or whatever the gender you identified by. But the thing that levels the playing field is the character. You never notice, you don't hear people talking about the character. Always caught up in the people's looks, or they didn't choose me and we angry at them. So we allow ourselves to be pandered to, really. We're constantly being pandered to. But part of us craves it. It's craving the attention. Because people have great talking points, but then you overlook the character. And I'm not saying people have to be perfect, but I do think we can discern some standards of behavior. And we see something that's off, we don't question it. He's my pastor. He's my leader.
You wouldn't even know what to question because they talk so good.
But it's not only them. It's something within us. If we're really honest, it's something. Why are we giving a pass? It's not just that they have talking points. There's something within us. If we are, to me, when we can be honest about that, that's part of the vaccine to keep you out of cults. It takes like it takes courage to be honest. Like, we want the attention, but from what? From who? But there's something in us that's crazy. If we could sit with it, it's uncomfortable. Some of it comes from, again, maybe perhaps trauma, or the male figures in our lives, or the fear, the loss of love, and not being, or never having love. That's real. There are many women in their 30s that like, I want to be a mother, but that might not happen for many women today. What do you do with that? That's part of what's being exploited.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Dulcinea, you have any questions?
I do. I'm going to ask her a question now. Since you have experienced all that you have experienced with different situations with Colson, what you have learned from it thus far, now that you go on, it makes you cautious of everybody, right? And everything because of what you have experienced. Does it make you cautious that when you're dealing with people, you're cautious? And this is a weird question, but what's your sign?
My sign technically is Taurus.
I knew you was. I knew it. I knew you was going to say that. I'm a Taurus too. That's why I relate. I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew you was a Taurus.
I'm just very wary, even when it comes to, again, these are all principles, and I'm not saying they don't have any relevance, but I am cautious of people that use astrology as an excuse for bad behavior and not being responsible. So we have
just saying, I'm analytical, like
yes.
you are. That's why I'm saying I knew you was going to say you was a Taurus. I'm April 30th.
That's funny.
Right.
Yeah, so I would say, I think there will become a period where you're very sensitive, because when you've gotten your butt burned so bad, you can't unsee what you have seen. But I think eventually, over time, you come to terms with, you can see, and you can move around. You can work with people knowing that they don't have to be. And I think I was always this way for myself, where I've always felt like I could learn something if you have a different religion. I always felt like you could be white, you could be in the KKK, you could be totally different than me. And I think I also found that in the different occupations I've worked in. Once as a flight attendant, many years ago as a personal trainer. I've been in different occupations where I've worked with people that, let's say, were conservative Jewish and Indian and Korean. And I got a lot of time to see that we're just people. We have a lot of the same fears. I remember talking to a Jewish mother, and I was like, wow, we have a lot of the same concerns about our children, being safe. She used to say, oh, you'll be a mushpia. You'll be a mushpia. David said, I got to tell David you're a mushpia. And I was like, I don't know what mushpia is. She's like, it's a spiritual person. So whatever this woman saw in me, she saw some principles in me that she resonated with, or maybe just the way I dressed or I carried myself. So there are a lot of things that experiences that I've had, the simple experiences that I was like, oh, these are just people. They're just people. Even sometimes when we can be very divided, or we could think we're, superior to others. But no offense to anyone, but if we're so melanated, why we can't get our behavior together? I'm not here to be I'm melanated, but I mistreat my own people. Okay, then obviously we're not using the benefit of the melanin. If we can't figure out simple stuff on how not to abuse our children, abuse each other, then what the hell is the point of being melanated? I mean, call me super simple. If we can't stop killing ourselves and killing each other, then what's the benefit of intellectualizing about melanin? Call me simple.
And yeah, and I had a question about that. So knowing that, and a lot of us do go to have community, have culture together, we seek out these different places, but it ends up being the breeding grounds of different types of cults, like you've been saying. How is it therapy that's going to fix this, where we end up building the kind of communities we actually want to see, or where do you see the fix as far as all this breeding ground for cults in our community?
I would say that I think we have all been prepped for cults. I think it just is.
Yeah,
right?
it's just natural. But
I think that just the society, our cultural history, but I do think we have more access to therapy than ever before. So on the channel, years ago, I put together several playlists of cults, black and white. Every time I learned them, every time I'll get another piece of information, I would just put it in. I said, maybe one day somebody's going to do research and I'll just leave it there. But there are also several really excellent resources for therapy, right? For example, if you look at a lot of the people, whether they're adults or need somebody to talk about relationships, or especially when I think of people in their 20s and their 30s, right? Let me give some examples that I don't think people talk about, but I was just going to say it. A lot of people, one of the reasons, and this again may seem so super simple, one of the things I've observed with young people, and this could be older people too, going to cults is from a lot of shame from having been mishandled and or having STDs, right? So let's say there are numerous people in one of the popular cults that's out right now that have a lot herpes, right? And there's a stigma because it's a virus that stays with you, right? Now, instead of them getting more educated, there's a lot more resources to get educated, how to prevent it, what to do dietarily. The shame leaves them open to being manipulated. So there was an individual that's telling them it's in your mind or what disease. None of it was grounded in reality. All right, in reality, I'm going to tell you astrology. Your astrology is not going to cure that. You know what I'm saying? So we are very fantastical in our thinking. We're not practical. So I also made some lists of therapy channels. There are some excellent therapy channels to help individuals in their own time unpack a lot of your trauma. For example, Crappy Childhood Fairy is one. There's several excellent Black psychologists, not just therapists, psychologists. Dr. Tracy Marks is one. And there's another woman. I'm pretty sure I added her in the list. But there are several channels that are therapy to help you understand and unpack your trauma. Not that you make it disappear, you pray and it disappears, but then you're able to put it into perspective so that you have less of a chance of not only being triggered, but when you put it into perspective, it's like a chapter of your book that you put on a shelf, and now that you put it on a shelf, you can pull another book down that's empty and write new pages for a new chapter, right? And then you only pull the old chapter down to be like, what happened to me? Let me go back and read that for reference. Or I'm talking to this. You understand? You can put it into perspective. So in practical application, when this elder, the so-called high priest, was saying, I'm coming to talk to him about immigration. And he's trying to talk to me about something that he perceived happened to me. But because as a young woman, being an avid reader at the library and seeking self-help books as a very young person, as a very young woman, saying, let me just buy some therapy. I got great medical care at this corporate company I'm working for. Those were things I did as a young woman on my own. So because I had done that, I was like, this man is trying to give me problems that I don't have. He's deflecting from what I'm talking about. But somebody else that doesn't have those tools will be manipulated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Let me say this to you. Who do you blame when you recognize that the person is not continuously acting the way you expect a person to act, and you continuously stay in it after you notice the change in the person. How can you blame the person?
Here's what I would say. I would, in contrast to blame, I think what is most beneficial for me is responsibility. My life is my responsibility.
Right.
So my responsibility is to remove my principle. I keep things simple. My principle: remove yourself from harm's way. If it is causing you pain, that's what I can do. Even if something happened, whatever, I can't control them. But it's my, now that I know, that was very uncomfortable. I invested money. I had been there for years. My family, we invested. I started to bond with people and children. I had to keep thinking about that. Wow, I can't. And they would keep saying, it's the community. You came so far. Keep pushing, sister. Keep pushing the love supreme. You came so far, sister. And always, you're going to be part. Once you become the total part of the family, blah, blah, blah. Once you welcome them to become a total part of the family, blah, blah, blah. Yes,
but you didn't notice something was wrong? Because we do that often, and I'm a Taurus like you.
Wrong. So something was off. Something I couldn't rationalize, and it didn't resonate. So what I had to do, I was like, I chose to walk away from my investment because it was so bothersome, and I was asking questions, and I wasn't getting answers that resonated with my internal moral compass. That I did have some level of grounding because of all the quote unquote little things I had done for myself over years. That's what grounded me. Even my grandma Lou, who's a simple Bayesian woman. This woman had plaits in her hair, no makeup. She always had her own hair. She used to take pennies and put them inside the bank account. That's one of my greatest spiritual teachers, and she was walking around in the flesh. So because my grandmother said, you're welcome here, but don't bring foolishness around me. Because she was so grounded, she's one of the reasons I was able to get up and remove myself. Because my grandmother did not tolerate disrespect. She never raised her voice. That's the most pleasant human being I ever met. But because I got to see how she handled herself in the flesh, I had an example. I felt grounded. I didn't know everything, but I did have a grounding that was mine. He did not make me. This person did not make me. So I had to get up and I had to face, well, I'm going to lose the money I invested. Well, the land that we were supposed to buy, we're not going to have it. Well, I'm not 25. This is all my savings. So I had to contend with that. This is what I'm going to lose. Some people stay because of their investment. Emotional, financial. So I had to choose and again, my first priority is the safety of myself and my family. I had to leave a family member in there.
Mm-hmm. So, I know how stubborn we are that we will.
Let me tell you, that was so painful. That was so painful. There's not words enough to describe how painful that was. And I was a big catalyst for encouraging people to get out the States and to leave and to come this way. That's why I felt obligated to go online and make a video saying, no, don't come this way. It's not what you think it is. So what I could save face, but for what? No, that's my now I'm not a martyr, but that's my responsibility because I shared his books and I told people to come. Again, there's nothing wrong with raw foods, fruits, and vegetables, but the manipulation, no, I can't. In integrity, I cannot endorse this man. And many of us endorse people that we don't even know, and that gives the stamp of approval to the people look and say, well, dots don't do stuff like that. You know, if Dots over there must be good. If Sister Freedom over there, that brother must be on point. So this is one of the ways that women and children are usually used as a beard to lure other people in.
Right. Mm-hmm. So now you feel like you've learned. Well, I don't know. It just seems like it the way you're explaining it, it could just easily happen to anybody at any time about anything.
It could, but I would say like this: I'm humble enough to. This is me, because many people say that would never be me. No. I'm humble enough to know anything can happen. So what that does, it keeps me more, I don't want to say alert and humble. Mm-hmm. And then I also realize that the principles of cults are all around us more than ever because people are more isolated than ever. And as much as people say, oh, I love being alone, we all want to be in relationship. As much as women are catty and this and that, we still desire love. And these are things we desire human relationships. We just got a lot of dysfunction. And it takes a lot of courage to sit with self and to address those things that come up within us. That's uncomfortable. That's not pretty.
I'm gonna say this. My mom used to say, "Nip it in the bud," right? Like if you feel as though that you can't, if from the beginning, if you can't deal with something, you know that you just winging it. You know what I'm saying? Like you already know, like nah, man. But you know, well, you go maybe, you know what I'm saying? But you already, and it happened again or whatever, and you go.
But there's some of these things
you went into dealing with it, like.
Some of this is not intellectual. It's not. This is, I think, again, that's where we get ourselves in trouble because we think we can. I think we intellectualize more than we feel, and then we say all the time, women, we have intuition. We don't trust our intuition. Okay, then to trust your intuition, if you trust your intuition, that means likely. Let's say if Dots, Miss Freedom, and Kofi all going this way, that takes a lot of courage to be like, I can't go with y'all, sister, because something don't feel right. That's what I'm saying. In the moment,
right.
To go with your own feelings, it takes a lot of courage. And the groupthink today is so strong. That's why everybody looks the same. Everybody's doing. We are all affected to a certain degree by groupthink. It takes courage to not follow the group.
But it takes strength to stay in it too. Because if you don't fight for something, you'll fall. I mean, it just like if you don't, some things, let me see how I could say that. Some things it's worth fighting to stay in. And some things best to just say, man, I ain't with this. Like, you know.
To me, see, I would say it's not the same.
My nerves on. I'm a Taurus like you. It's gonna get on my nerves. I mean, I'm already saying that I'm similar because I'm listening to you.
I would say this. More so than staying in something, it's not the end. It's the principles. And if those are principles that you're staying in alignment with, now if we can discern, let's say I'm in a group, right? With, let's say there's a very dynamic pastor that I was listening to the other day. I could listen to almost anybody, but this is just me. I can hear where this man is saying so much that's right. And this is so classic. He's saying so much that's right. So much you just see piss poor behavior. But I can also see where he's gaslighting people with fear. And I can hear myself saying, oh, heck to no. I don't care how good of a pastor you are. It's two prominent pastors I can think of that they are really manipulating people with fear.
But let's be honest about a Taurus, though. We love sisterhood, but we really loners. To be honest, we are introverted. We are loners by nature. We love sisterhood. We love being, we can do it, but in our reality, we are loner people. We could be.
No, I don't tend to make so much generalizations. Like
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can be in a whole house, and you could be in another room, and I'm good.
I think it depends on the individual. Again, it's like I think to listen to, like, there are times I love people. I think about all the time what they who are the children are going to be around me when I'm old. I want children around me. What sisters am I going to be sitting around sharing a cup of tea with, sharing some mint julep on the porch, and we got our hands in the dirt, And then there's also times where you're going to do things by yourself. So I think it's really about listening into. I think it takes courage to listen to what your needs are, because we're not conditioned to. We say it, but we're not really conditioned to listen. Because if you listen, your onboard divine innate intelligence is telling you what to eat. If you had too much to eat, you don't need to be laying in the bed next to this individual. You need to be going to get some sleep. You need to be exercising. That intelligence is speaking to us all the time, but it's so much noise out here that you almost can't really hear, like, these different radio stations at the same time. Right. So it actually takes a concerted effort. It's like almost like a tidal wave that's pulling our attention outside. and to listen to the inside. We're so conditioned to listen to the outside that that's how another way we're manipulated, because somebody comes along and they say these principles. Wow, what he said is, but these are things that you could know just listening to yourself. For example, listen, how many more people with locks and kufis do you need to tell you to eat fruits and vegetables? Come on, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? How many more? If not, if you don't eat, that's on you. But do you really need another individual to tell you to eat fruits and vegetables? Real? Do you? I don't care. Do you need somebody to tell you to do that? Do you need a savior to tell you to eat? You need Jesus.
That's what I was going to say. Somebody going to say, do you really need that Bible? Do you really need that Quran, right? To tell you to do X, Y, and Z? You should know.
You don't. You should have common sense.
Right.
You know right from wrong.
But
you know right from wrong.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Core values. Yeah.
And you know right from wrong.
People send me some videos of yet another personality. I'm like, yo, you didn't get enough of the last couple of people that's now just convicted of fraud and mishandling children. We need 2-3 more personalities now to tell you some stuff, stroke your ego, to tell you some stuff, like, yeah, man, I'm gonna get down with that polygamist. Yo, sign me up. Really? We haven't learned that lesson yet?
My whole thing is I've got to this point in my life is do to others that you expect somebody to do unto you. Period. I don't need no books. I don't need all that other extra stuff. Just respect me the same way you expect me to respect you. It's simple as that.
I'm going to go one step further. I'm not waiting for nobody to respect me. I'm going to respect me, and that sets the tone. So
I got you. I'm with you.
I leave when you're not being served what resonates with your stomach. If it's giving you the bubble guts, leave. If it's causing you pain, break out. You don't have to have so much conversation. That's a lot of energy. Remove yourself from harm's way. I am going to remove myself from harm's way. That's food. That's people. That's anybody. I know what verbal abuse is.
Sister. That's brother.
That's right. Daughters. Sons. Anybody.
Locks, raw vegan. Hebrew. I don't care what you say. Your religion is only what you do on a consistent basis, especially when nobody's watching. That's the simplest thing for me. I cannot go by what you say. For example, when I was exiting the El Culto, and they got on the walkie-talkies, because I actually decided I'm in another country now. So they're having, me and my sister's a cash cow to help them build this latest pyramid. Hint, hint. The pattern of the pyramids being built. And I said, okay,
we're building pyramids.
I can't have, if they stage this, I said, they're going to put this on. I said, they're going to draw more people in. I was like, what am I going to do? I said, you know what? I'm going to get a little MiFi, a little thing to get a tethering device. And I'm going to put the cult clothes back on. My sister was like, I'm not putting that back on. I said, I'm going to put mine on. And I'm going to stand in front of that pyramid, and I'm going to go live, and I'm going to tell people not to come here. Now, my heart was racing. Did I have to do that? I felt I needed to do that. I got somebody to drive me there. I turned on a tethering device. And we was like, we sorry, don't come this way. We made it seem like utopia, but it's not. Did I have to do that? And I got on the video on the live, and I did that so much so that as we were on the live, the people from the cult, the Queen Mother and one of her daughters, walked up on us as we're on the live, as it's streaming. And she's thinking, because I had the cult clothes on, that we came to beg our way back into the cult. And she said, oh, okay, the high priest is going to be expecting you. And she said, what are y'all doing? And I didn't even, this thing with not lying. I don't like to lie. I said something like, we're coming to life or something like that. She said, okay, very good. The high priest, when you're ready, just come back up. And so they walked off, and we kept streaming. Then they came back because they realized we wasn't coming up to be part of the ceremony, and they got the rest of the crew and the tribe on us. So there's a lot of stuff that I didn't even post, over there. And she got on the walkie-talkie.
And you had that up on your archive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And she got on the walkie-talkie and said to the high priest, Sister K is not calling me sister. And this is the Queen Mother. And I said, your name, because I knew their legal names. Why did I know their legal names? because I was making their bank deposits in the States.
Okay.
So I said, your name is so-and-so, so-and-so, and I know how a sister treats a sister. Period. And then the other one was like, one of the young said, I'm going to call the cops. I said, please call the cops. I want you to call the cops. That's going to speed this process up. I wasn't letting them intimidate because I knew I was standing on the principle. Bring the cops. I still had a family member in there. So all is to say,
Wow.
This is not a joke. Many people don't take it. Maybe perhaps they can't because they don't have a frame of reference. This is just online entertainment. We are so busy being entertained. These are people's lives. These are people's lives, and we are messy to a fault. We have the messiness could get some people killed. You know, it really could get people hurt or to get people killed.
I was waiting for you to say that word. Liars. That's what people are. And they lie to their own selves about
themselves. Understand that being that we understand that humans have the capacity to lie and to do things, perhaps the best thing that we could do, I don't tell grown folks what to do, but I'll say a couple of simple things. Get your health on point. All women, get your self-defense on point. Period. Standard. Get your self-defense so we're not sitting there and you are sitting duck. So you can't move, run, jump, kick. Standard. You don't need no savior to tell you to eat no fruits and vegetables. Because a lot of times they do go after women who they perceive to have low self-esteem. Or not even in terms of your appearance with trauma. There have been women, grown women, not just in these little itty-bitty cults. I've witnessed women that was supposed to be with other men that this so-called high priest was with their women. And I'm just going to leave it right there because I'm not going to tell all that stuff, but I think I am going to come out with something. And I thought of I don't want to just put more mishmash out there, but again, in terms of principles of things for people to look at, right? To cultivate discernment. That's the kicker. It's the discernment. With the discernment, you can vet anybody, male or female, because cults use women and children to draw women in. And Jim Jones, by the way, many people don't know, he used basketball to draw young men in. Many people probably don't even know that. He used basketball. His son later came out and spoke out against him. And the cult leader I dealt with, guess what he uses to draw young men in with? Basketball.
Yep.
And the other thing they bank on, if you're having any kind of problems with your parents, if you're a young person, late teens, early 20s, they know how to get you at a certain age. Over in Central America, outside of the United States, legal age for dealing with young women is much younger. The laws are different. And they know how to come at men and young men who may be on the outs with their father, or it's coming to that time where they have to decide if they're going to work or get a corporate job or go into the military. These very vulnerable times in your life, or if you're a woman that's going through a divorce, they definitely know how to interject if you're having problems with your mate or your husband. That's a big one.
I was going to ask you, how do they treat their woman, or what is the dynamic between, the couples, or if they're practicing polygamy, between the man and
this man manipulates people's relationships. And I'm the research and the book person, I had bought a lot of their books and stuff that was out of print. Because I researched as I was leaving, I noticed a lot of those books was in the trash. And I was like, why would they being books are so expensive? I was like, why did they put those books in the trash? I saved some of them. Some of them I had to let go a lot of stuff so I could leave. Because when it's time to go, it's a lot of stuff you can't carry with you. But there are many things that I archived and I put them in a safe place, just in case. Right? And I really feel for the parents of adult children in cults, because people have no idea how painful that is. Have no idea how painful that is if you're a parent of an adult child in a cult. Oh my gosh, that is so excruciating. I've spoken to, when I got out, I said, as soon as I get out of this sucker, I'm calling and speaking to a lot of people. I've spoken to numerous parents. I've had people call me after I did, my video of talking about their partners were inside that cult or had been affected by the cult that I was in. So when people come out and tell their story, you don't know who's going to reach out. And by the same token, we have so much dysfunction. I can't believe we have some people like they have made it their job to go and drag random people's name through the mud in a cult-like fashion around if they're not giving them an interview or not saying the things they want. That's nuts. That's nuts. We have dysfunction within our community. It's been a lot of things that I've had to wrap my mind around that I might have not wanted to accept. There have been many harsh lessons, though I would say this season, this 2024, I think they will continue throughout this rest of this year. There are patterns, and I said this a long time ago on my early videos, because I guess the timing wasn't there. Because I was like, I didn't come out to be a martyr to be attacked by men or women. I'm sharing my experience. It's my experience is not up for debate. I'm not asking for permission. This was my experience, period. And many of us say, oh, you're going to hurt the Black community. This was my experience. It does not feel good to have to say that an elder Black man is manipulative. And because I held so much to principle, it's the reason why I had access to so much information. And even now, my goal is not to have some people go banging on them and hurt their family. But there are some lessons for us to learn, right? In terms of discernment and accepting responsibility and not continually placing responsibility for our lives and our vetting and our thinking and reasoning process in the hands of random humans with their own vices and foibles, with their own appetites. We keep doing this as women. I understand where it comes from, but it has not been, it's not what it is given what it's supposed to have gave. Our results are speaking for itself. It takes courage for us to be responsible for our own lives. We can make decisions for ourselves. This allowing all these people access to our children is coming from trauma. But we
there
are
a lot of young kids there.
Say again?
There were a lot of young kids there, right?
Oh yeah, but most of them children, it is his children. It's a lot of different wives up in there. It's only one legal wife.
Yeah, most of the men that are these cult leaders are polygamists, right?
The ones I've experienced and aware of, yes.
Yeah,
but again, they need the women. They need the women's resources. Gaslighting. They talk all of this. So this one said he was a millionaire. Now I don't know everything, but again, I'm not a teeny bopper, and I paid my own way. So I was like, for somebody that was a millionaire, he seemed kind of chintzy to me. And I know how to be. I like nice things, and I also know how to be frugal. Again, I'm not a child. You know, it's my grandma's principles of frugality that have opened the door for me to have a lot of rich experiences. Right? So I like very nice things. I know what it's like to, my first money, my first good job, to spend, and to go into debt and to pay that off. I've had those life experiences already on my own. Right? And there's certain things that now I value land more than I like nice things, but I'll take the land and my time. That's what I value more now. Right? But I didn't need a cult leader to give me that experience. Right? So I'm not going to credit him, because I was already on a certain trajectory before I came in contact with him. I didn't plan to be manipulated, but you don't realize that's part of the cost. That's part of the hidden cost. When you don't vet people and when you just trust blindly. I don't think we should trust the rate of congenital syphilis, which was almost eradicated at the turn of the century. This is just an example, has gone up 755%.
A super gonorrhea strain, but then we were talking. Didn't somebody who mentioned that?
The super gonorrhea going around.
I'm talking about the super gonorrhea. Was it?
Because it's not the regular one.
But check the demographic. Check the demographic. The demographic is going up across the board, but in particular, they said in Indigenous Americans, Native Alaskans, and the two most prevalent groups, Black and Hispanic parents. Now, if that's 755%, wouldn't that say that somebody's lying out here? Right. So that means, and the rates of women catching HIV in married relationships is through the roof. So what does that tell you about the vetting process? The vetting principles, that's not anti-hate. Just like to be for yourself doesn't mean you're against anybody. The principle is I will not put myself in harm's way. So it's uncomfortable, just like in a cult to get up and walk out. It's uncomfortable to have a conversation with their female condoms. So I'm not, no, nobody gets caught blood with that, because these next generation are not going to make it if they don't be willing to be uncomfortable and have uncomfortable conversations. That's why another reason why people stay in cults. All you're obligated to do is be respectful. And sometimes you don't need to be respectful when somebody's violating you. If you got all of these women, you're trying to be nice and Molly manners, and that's why so many women have STDs and getting beat up. There was one young woman that I know, one of the most stellar, black-looking, beautiful couples with children I ever seen. Oh my gosh, just stunned her children. And I'm over here in Central America. I find out that she was being beaten down. I would have never imagined by her man and being spit on.
Oh wow, that's the ultimate disrespect for somebody.
This is like a star couple. This would be like looking at Viola Davis and her man. You would never think in a million. I cannot unsee what my eyes have seen. And again, it's not about hating anyone, but the principle is I will not put myself in harm's way. Nobody's that fine. Nobody's got that much muscle. Nobody's that religious. Nobody's that spiritual. Nobody's that Taurus or Pisces. I will not put myself in harm's way. It takes courage to go against, to be uncomfortable, say, nah, dude, we get no background checks. Have you violated children? Everybody, vet everybody, male and female, vet people. It's uncomfortable. Ask the uncomfortable questions. We're dying because we won't have the uncomfortable conversations.
Wow. Do you got ladies? Are you open to questions? Do you ladies want to drop the link to see if anybody want to come up? Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay. You want me to drop the link, or you'll drop the link, Dulcinea or Freedom?
I'm dropping it.
Okay. Yeah. So if you guys have questions or what have you,
conversation is my intention. This evening when I spoke to Dots, I was like, because I just have been laid back in the cut, because I was like, it's just going to take time. And so it's been a period of time as a community lesson for all the stuff to come forth, so we could see the patterns, so we could see, we like, why, but now there's enough so we can see the patterns. But you can see the patterns and still go do some of this crazy stuff and put yourself in harm's way. It takes courage. It takes courage to not put yourself in harm's way.
I agree with that 100%. It does. It really does.
Yes. And it takes courage to still, share and be vulnerable. Put yourself out there,
Yeah. Stop being
a lot of courage.
Stop being so trusting, because you can't trust it. I learned my lesson. And you have to actually go through something. Sometimes you learn by experience.
Mm-hmm.
Went through.
I would say this. It's unfortunate, but this generation, and I'm not one to succumb to a victim mentality or to be pessimistic, but I don't think that the way, if you look at that's just one stat, 755%. I don't think this generation has the wiggle room for certain kinds of mistakes, or to continue to follow things and people blindly, because a lot of the decisions are being made are going to alter the trajectory of their lives, of their children's lives, right? Not vetting these people, like women, for example, and I get it. If I didn't have a child, I might be one of those women like, I want to have a baby, and make a foolish decision to find any old body. But now we know that there's information stored in your DNA. So even if you can pay the money, you don't know somebody's genetics. You don't know what's in their genetic memory, their trauma. If everybody, no offense to anybody drinking smoke, but if you are constantly drunk and high, you overuse your reproductive organs, your mindset, that's coming out in the next generation. And if, let's say, for example, we have daughters, we give birth to daughters and sons. So if we're not thinking about what are these little humans going to need so that they can flourish, be also beyond me, so they can be, how are they going to mature and have other examples of them if everything is we hate them, or if we don't set it up so they have examples of themselves. We need to see women. They need to see men also that are healthy. We're not thinking long term. We're just thinking about what I want. I want this, but not thinking about what these little humans are going to need so that they can be emotionally and mentally stable, not just nice clothes. What are they going to need? So it is critical that we choose very carefully who we're going to bond to, because maybe a lot of the anger we're seeing in this next generation is like, yo, screw y'all. You didn't take the time to choose. Who's going to be now I don't have another parent. I don't have another parent. I don't have no protection. I don't have no examples of me, and I'm a man. They need us to choose better. Men and women, we both need to choose better from a place of critical thinking and information. And sometimes that means like, okay, you want to have the experience, but what about the other people that are included in this experience? What about them? We're setting a lot of children up for failure. We're setting them up that we're responsible. We're all equally responsible. We're bringing forth children. We're calling forth spirits in confusion and anger. We're both parents. I don't want them. You want them? I didn't want to bring them. Did we really want to be parents? Did we just wanted to get a screw on? We're calling forth spirits. We're not taking this. We're not taking it serious. We're not taking it serious how we are casting spells. You can't just push these humans back up in your womb. We have a responsibility. So it's not, I don't think blame serves us. I think accepting responsibility, you cannot control what happens to you, but you can put things into perspective. You can reframe your narrative, and you can say, okay, all right, I did this. I didn't plan on this. Okay, from this point on, my health is my responsibility. My mental health is my responsibility. My physical health is my responsibility. I don't want some mean people. I don't want to be at their beck and call in my 60s and my 70s. I need to be able to defend myself. I want to enjoy. That's my responsibility. Not Jesus. Nobody's coming to save you. Not Muhammad, not your spouse. That's your responsibility. We're also affecting our children when they have to see us walking around sad and depressed. That's also traumatizing to children. And guess who's going to exploit that? Hint, hint, a cult. You got some women serving their children up on a platter, knowingly and unknowingly, to these cult leaders, because you think you're getting a mentor for your children. Ask me how I know. Are you ladies?
Yeah, we're here. That's so true. We're just taking everything in, and I have a question about that. So, what would you say, knowing that so many people, though we want to say we're okay with being alone, we're not, and we are looking to invest this time, whether it be like a relationship, a father figure for our children, or a friendship, a sisterhood, someone to actually enjoy different things with. What are the top boundaries you've learned to have going forward, whether it's looking for a man or looking for a sisterhood?
I would say, and first, begin things by yourself. Be willing to go out and do things by yourself, whether that's going to a show, gardening, fitness. Like, have the courage to go do things by yourself, because a lot of times you'll meet people and have new experiences there. So a lot of times we're trying to drag people along with us, and certain things are your calling. I think that confidence will help us not to be so needy. Predators can sniff out your neediness. Neediness makes us, and I don't mean in terms of interdependence, right? Because all of us are going to get old at some point and need somebody to help us wipe our backside, right? But the interdependence I think is different. The neediness and the desperation, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water. And makeup is not going to hide it. And the nail's not going to hide it. You can smell it. They can smell it. So I think really in having the courage to spend time with yourself, to give yourself, there's so many things we could be doing that don't cost as much, even in today's economy. The things you pay your taxes for. I absolutely adore Prospect Park. and there's a zoo in there. And I remember my son used to take me to there's like 6 waterfalls in Prospect Park, and the libraries and roller skating and double dutch, because I'm in my 50s, I jumped on double dutch, and just new I'm big on physical experiences because it's so therapeutic. That's dance. I think we should all be dancing, double dutch, African dance, singing classes. I think that mothers, we are big on taking our children to extracurricular activities. I think all mothers should be doing some type of physical creative dance, movement, fitness. Not because you're trying to look cute, but because it has a chemical effect on your brain. And it is a foundation of unshakable esteem, the ability to be able to move within your body. You're letting and shaking off so much stress and to create something. Just sometimes for the sake of creating. I don't care. Quilting, crocheting, some caps and some cute little socks. My godfather told me years ago to take sexual energy and transmit it, but I wasn't trying to hear it at a young age. I was like, that's not what everybody else is doing. Listen, you ain't missing out when it comes to FOMO. All you missing out today on some unwanted pregnancy and some diseases. But mothers should all be doing some fun stuff. Roller skating, double dutch, jump rope in your house, exercise. If you have enough space in your house for a mat, you have enough space to administer therapy to yourself through movement daily. Because it is therapy. If we could just rearrange it in your mind, don't think of it as exercise. It is that we need therapy. All the therapy is not just about going to a therapist. It's the therapy that you can administer to yourself. To me, that's your garden / nature. That's the park, garden. If you don't have, join a community garden. You could do that for free or share a plot, share the work, right? Your movement practice, and it's fruits and vegetables, period. Those are leveraged lifestyle activities that will serve you until your hair is silver. And they are a foundation of esteem. You don't need nobody to tell you to come do that. You could do that. We could do that. That has so much leverage. We don't need no surgery. You don't need none of that. I've been a personal trainer in the business and done fitness competition. If your ass is flat, you sitting down on it too much, all you got to do is exercise and eat real food. That's it. We're underestimating the leverage on this. And so this is what makes us more vulnerable to listen to these folks that they're so stuck in antiquity. We're women. When we got stuff to do now, today. Our bodies are on a schedule. We have stuff to do. It's only but so much I can sit talking about antiquity. I got clothes to wash. I have seeds to put in the garden. I got stuff to do. Even sometimes, a lot of the culture, sometimes it becomes escapism. Women, our bodies are wired into time. Planting with the moon, when you put stuff, it's just practical. That's what we could do. I'm big on those leverage activities, and I'll tell you why. Everything is built into it. The movement, I call it your movement practice, right? Dance, exercise, cardio, flexibility, the garden, and fruits and everything is cooperation is built in there. Stress relief is built in there. I feel like if women only knew movement daily, garden. Some people are moving to other countries for a garden. You think that those countries, half people don't even know what the earning, the minimum wage of the countries. You think you're coming to take some jobs away from people that don't have nothing to eat?
They said they're going home. You know that. The slogan, come home, brother and sister, come home. They go that trigger word, those trigger words.
But I'm just saying, to fantasy, to watch these, every time I hear these folks, again, I'm not going to call these people names, but every time I hear this term, the knowledge, I'm like, wow, we so remedial. That's not an insult. We're remedial. What knowledge? If you're not established in the States, what you think you're going over to somebody else's country to do? That doesn't make not one iota sense. People over there trying to eat and don't have jobs. Where you going? Are you kidding me? People are taking pictures across the street from an alley in front of a banana tree. Don't we all have friends in the Caribbean?
That's right. Well, yeah, my kinfolk is from Barbados. Yeah.
Come on.
St. Joseph.
You can get a ticket from now. JetBlue flies in for $249 from New York.
Yeah, Brent Lee Adams, yes.
There's work abroad programs. Even women, there's a large movement of women that are choosing to take sabbaticals and do house sitting. There's so many other resources if you want to go overseas and to travel safely. But I don't see numerous older women come over here in more cults. It hasn't stopped.
Right. Right.
I'm just saying there are so many ways to travel. There's so much fun to be, even with all these crackpots in office. There's so much fun to be had. There's so much health to be had. There's so much new experiences. People are going to these cults for adventures. You don't need them to do that. You don't need nobody to do that. But because it shows sometimes, just like with a young lady or a young person that's inexperienced, their eyes don't have a frame of reference. They know you green. That's why they go after a certain demographic that doesn't have certain life experience, or they're trying to run away from life, or they have troubled homes, or women that might be in a health crisis or a vulnerable situation or a divorce. They go after a specific people that are in a specific life phase or life crises. That's who's exploited. But if
Can I
we,
ask you why you keep saying they go after them? It seems like they go after them. It
well,
seems like these people
both. It's
go
both.
to them.
It's both, because the person is seeking something which is not wrong, right? But I'm just saying you're in a vulnerable position. For example, Scientology opens up spots across the street from hospitals, right? Most hospitals have a chaplain, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was this one, I was doing some research, and the Scientology, when you looked outside the chaplain, the way they had it set up, when you look outside the window where the little church was in the hospital, and you're probably praying for your family member to stay alive, you look outside the church across the street of Scientology. See, that's what I'm saying. Other people are specific. They're very strategic. You may not be thinking like that, but they're thinking about that. They're thinking about recruits and how to use family members and other people to bring other people. Family members and friends and coworkers bring people into cults all the time. So it's a match of vulnerabilities in a space of desperate. Remember, there's a lot of people. Some people, where are their parents? Not everybody has active parents today. Why do we act like we don't understand it as a community? Or we expect when children or young people are 18, okay, they turn 18, now they should know better. How does that work? We have a tendency to adultify young people too quick. Like they just pop out at 18 with maturity. That's not, why do we do that? Or you have people adultifying 16-year-olds or 14-year-olds. That happens in particular in the chocolate community. We adultify people, and when we know a lot of our community is actually arrested development.
And I think we underestimate the struggle too of just like how easy is it to manipulate people when you're telling them no rent, no worries, carefree, grow your food,
Enticing.
eat.
It's enticing.
Yeah, like you don't have to worry about taxes, all the other worries that we have that we're trying to grow.
It sounds nice, right? It sounds so
It
nice.
sounds good.
Yeah, but honey, you don't have a clue of what you had in bargain for. So when it sounds too good to be true, and because you haven't vetted the individual, that's where you about to learn. That's where you about to get hazed. You're gonna get that tropical rainforest, but you gonna get it with some stuff it didn't even cross your mind because it's not on your radar. You don't have a frame of reference. Be careful when people are selling, because they're selling you your fantasy, your heart's desire, but that you're not getting the whole picture of what the true cost is. You're not being told. It's what's being left out. It's the fine print that you hadn't banked on. And it is not until you're fully immersed or until you have rendered yourself vulnerable with your money in a certain situation, that's when the mask is going to fall off and you're going to see what you're dealing with. By then, it's going to be late.
I got a question. Do you think that it's people that make these people, okay, let me make sure I say this correctly. The people that come into these organizations make the people great. They make, at first, the person that's starting the organization maybe don't feel that powerful at first. But then after people try to come into, because I ain't going to say no names because I know you don't want to mention no names, okay? At first, when you see this person sitting on somebody's couch, they don't seem like they just a regular person with jeans and sneakers on. And then later on, you see this person and they got a whole bunch of people around them. Is it the people around the person that's making them feel like they God or like they so powerful?
To a certain degree, yes. Again,
Yeah, because I'm like,
I'll give you a perfect example. I'll give you an example. I remember one of the older sons of this cult that I experienced said to the high priest, right, said, Papa, how come you spend so much time with the sisters, with the women? He said, you always got to work on the women first.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because women and children lend credibility. So if anybody was to see this so-called man walking around, people would not even pay him no mind. But and once people see him walking around with a whole bunch of women following him, educated women follow him, slim, fit, they all got hairstyles and they dress nice. It paints a picture, and we're enticed by the picture. You don't know what's going on inside, but it lends the credibility. So then it starts to look like power. Right? When you can get people to follow and to comply, right? So it's one thing if it's one person just, going off by themselves, but then when you've demonstrated that people will follow you, many people of different ages and educated people, beautiful people, it gives you credibility so that it resonates as power. That's how it reads. It reads as power. Nobody usually will take them serious until they have a following. So these cult leaders are very well aware that they, for example, they need beautiful women around them. They need beautiful women. That lends credibility.
But if people start glorifying that person, how is it that person's fault that people are glorifying that person? And then other people are saying people glorify that person in their situation, what they're talking about. It seems they talking metaphysics and all this here kind of talk. You know what I mean?
It's because it's both people's responsibility because the manipulator orchestrated it that way. Even if the people in it didn't plan on it that being that way, eventually they buy in, right, to the concept of the context. They're being sold a context. But the master manipulator or the cult leader is the one that set the context. They initially don't know what that is. But they buy into the concept. And they're being told, well, you're doing this because it means that, oh, wow, we're doing such a great thing for our people. Yeah, but they're not the mastermind. Nobody's thinking like the mastermind. A narcissist, a true narcissist is on a whole nother level. Because what kind of defense do you have against somebody that has no remorse? That's a whole nother thing. Somebody that doesn't have a conscience. That's next level. When you really realize a person has no remorse. And again, if you look around on social media, turn on the volume, watch people's language, look what they're saying. If you can discern in somebody's character that they don't care, that's what I'm saying. You could be male. How are you turned on by somebody that don't care? That's nuts.
Yeah, you need to start thinking about yourself and your mental state of mind.
That's men and women. For men, why are you sleeping with somebody that demonstrates no character or care? People are overlooked in character, which is a part of mental health. Why are men doing it? Why are women doing it? Again, somebody can have a nice body, but you get to a certain, somebody got a nice body, you come out HIV and your genitals are falling off. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Is it really worth it?
No, that ain't worth it.
You ate all of those. I used to be a junk food addict. You ate all those Kit Kats, all those potato chips. Okay, now somebody has to cut your chest open and put a stent in your heart and pull atherosclerosis out. Was it really worth it? Was it worth it?
No, but I'd have seen unattractive people with gift of gab. You know what I'm saying?
It's an overcompensation. It's an overcompensation, but they wouldn't use it. It's because it works. Because it is going to those primal fears again. Fear of loss of love or never finding love. Fear of poverty. Fear of death. Fear of old age. Fear of illness. Fear of criticism, aka fear of failure or not being enough. Those are primal human fears. They are a distinct pattern. And so a lot of times the commercials and the entertainment, we're laughing, we're being entertained, but the lyrics, the comprehension in your subconscious is actually triggering your fears. So you have to have what the celebrity is buying. Even if you have a whole army, you got to get more clothes. You need more stuff, more. And all of this stuff becomes a prison because it's never enough. There's never enough surgery, never enough clothes. It's getting to a point where we have a disdain for what we really look like. Where people not even looking forward to enjoying their wisdom years. That was never our problem. We had issues, but that before wasn't our issue. That was in our culture. That part right there was not our culture. That's some recent stuff. It's a lie. It takes courage. It takes courage. It's not that it's not it takes courage to sit with yourself and to be discerning. And I like to get things down to the simplest common denominator because it goes beyond what package or label you put on yourself. To make a decision, I will not put myself in harm's way. That means your genitals, your reproductive organs. That means your body with certain foods. It makes things so simple to organize your brain. I'm not going to put myself, nobody's that fine. Nobody got that much gift of gab. You know, so I found just to arrange things, that's my principle. So I don't need necessarily religion with that. I'm not putting myself in harm's way. It doesn't matter if it's the pastor or the imam. That sounds great. But that's what helped me get up and walk out. I'm not putting myself in harm's way. This is harmful. I know verbal abuse. I can feel it. It doesn't matter what you're saying. I don't need to stick around. I don't care if you Black. I don't care if you created Kwanzaa. I don't need to take your verbal abuse. No. I don't care if it's Black culture and this is how I don't need to take anybody's abuse. So I'll just have to skedaddle on by myself, because if everybody else is, I'm not going to even make you wrong for it. But that does not work for me. I can see it work for me.
But yeah, I can definitely see too, you know, I can use a name, because sometimes we kind of see it as it's just our community, but this is definitely an aspect of human nature that we have to be aware of and do our own work, like you're saying. So, you know, there's the Jeffrey Warren, and that's exactly like the whole setup of anybody that knows the Pilgrim women or talk about the Mormons or different things like that. That's how they do. They bring in the women. They distribute the women. The higher ranking men get the best pick of women's, unless the leader, Jeffrey Warren, wants the woman. Then it's, oh, you can get completely excommunicated out of this organization because he wants to take your wife.
That's
and
great.
Unless you're just going to give her up, then, you know, it's like, okay, you're not going to give her up. Then we're going to take the children away. We're going to take your woman away, all this other stuff, because we're giving you the resources. We're distributing them. We're choosing.
Do you see how we are co-signing? And this is where I think we're getting, because it's like we've become today a society of, because it's too inconvenient or nobody ever wants to step up and say anything. Now we're being put in a box. We're getting to a point now where you're getting position where you can't say anything, right? You got to think of even like Hitler, Nazi Germany. When you let somebody get to a point, people are co-signing on giving this person power because it's uncomfortable to speak up. It's uncomfortable. But because we're not speaking up, it's like the wild, wild west out here. Again, a young person is going to be lucky to make it out of following all this piss poor advice online and the lyrics, the trashy lyrics. They're going to be lucky to make it out of their 20s without a life-altering STD, which is going to contribute to mental illness and their earning potential, as well as their mental, emotional stability. The shame but misery does love company. These people don't have no problem sharing their misery and bad advice with you. You have to watch when people are offering you bad advice. If somebody's offering me bad advice and say, yo, man, he's fine, go sleep with him over there. I'm like, yo, he don't have no, you're not my friend. You are not my friend. Somebody telling me to accept advice, I don't care if you're the pastor. You are not my friend. I got to get away from you. But some of this stuff is so basic. Every hip hop artist now, how much more alcohol we need? That's not even created. Everybody got a new alcohol. Really? It's like nobody's exhausted. At some point, you just got to walk away. Again, I'm not a prude. I love music, but it's gotten to a point where it's just like, it's beyond bananas. So to me, your only option really, and this is again where part of where the cults can become appealing, and where a lot of young people are thinking like, I'm going to walk away to this new way of life, and these people are living like this. They're making an assumption. They really don't know how these people are living because they haven't vetted them. They haven't seen how they're living. They're going by the gift of gab. That's an error. That's an error. That's a gross error.
I definitely agree.
That was a lot.
Exactly.
I agree.
So I'm going to stop there.
Yes, listen. If you have any questions, guys, again, drop the link, hit the link, come up, ask.
Dots, I hope that was helpful, because I told Dots that I was thinking about not even coming on because I was like,
yeah,
It's so messy. So many of the channels that were supposed to be advocating for this stuff, it's so much messiness, and it's not helping us. We come away from these interactions, for many of them, maybe there are very few exceptions, but I think sometimes when you leave social media, well, again, litmus test, right? I think when I come away from an interaction, my litmus, am I inspired to get into action around something I say that's a core value? Right. So if I'm inspired to work out or make healthy food or change or look at some self-help or change, that to me is a litmus test. Right. But if I'm just like triggered to just go eat, a whole pound of raw cashews with some nice spicy curry on it or something like that, that's like, I just have to feel the tone. Am I inspired to get into action, or am I inspired to just go online for 3 more hours blaming people? That doesn't do it. It doesn't do anything. There's no transformation in blame. Accountability feels more like it's an action attached. There's more possibility with accountability. Blame, it doesn't empower. It's a language. It doesn't empower. It's a disempowering language. I'm not saying to be dismissive of what we've experienced by any means, but the blame, I can put accountability for where it lie with the cult. I can also look at what were my vulnerabilities that rendered me vulnerable to the cult I interacted with. Right? There's more possibilities for me to change and be less likely to be drawn into a cult. If I can see the principles, if I can see exactly where I was vulnerable and understand myself and my own psyche and my own vulnerabilities. Right? That's a strength. That's not a weakness.
Yeah.
Was a mouth.
I definitely agree with that, because I tend to say, it's hard. We can try to eradicate all manipulators, all sociopaths, all bad people from this earth. But the likelihood of us being able to do that as a preventative measure is just highly unlikely. So we really have to educate our youth, of how to not fall for these things, how to go past, how to say, them look around and say, I do want a community that is better, that's not just what everyone else is doing, but they understand the boundaries and vetting that community, like you're saying.
Bingo. Because your community, wherever you are, starts with you.
Right.
It might not be a whole bunch of people. It might be you and your immediate family, might be you and your homegirls. Hey, there might be some women that as they get older, y'all likely was gonna be looking in on each other, make sure you're all right when you get older. This is what I'm saying, looking at things as they are. I remember I had a homegirl before I left the States. I'm like, yo, she was like, sis, if anything happens to me, she's the only child. Anything happens to me in the future, would you be willing to make sure these are my final wishes? I was like, sure, sis. So I got a couple of sisters. We do that for each other in our wills. These are things that we can be doing to ensure our future. There's so much real conversation stuff for us to have, but we feel so scared. It's paralyzing us from seeing possibilities for practical stuff we can do. I don't need you to necessarily call me sister. The treatment is fine, is good enough for me. Let me just deal with the treatment, how you treat me. If you respect me and you share resources, support me, that's enough. That's enough sisterhood. That's all I need. I don't need the poetry, but how you treat me, that says it all. If I can count on you, you checking for me when we checking for each other when we're old. Do we see that as a value? Do we check on each other? Hey sis, you gonna join me in this 5 a.m. workout? No sis, we're gonna talk on the phone. Let's chop up some vegetables. These are things that are doable. That's good enough for me. I'll take that simple sisterhood. That'll work for me. Uh-oh, did we get disconnected?
No, I'm agreeing too.
But y'all don't all have to agree with me. I don't have the only perspective.
No, it's fine. I'm just
leave me if I ain't agree. I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, we're just letting you. I wanted to let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
When you were leaving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even during your time there, did you have any contact with any of the members with Carbonation? Were they there during that same time?
Ooh, child.
Because I remember being in Belize, and I do, and then I know it.
Yeah, so I don't want to focus on them, but I will see this. I'll say this is all I will say on them, because I'm just not feeling that whole situation.
Not me either.
Not at all. But what I will say is I've seen them here in Central America. not even 10 minutes from here. There was one person that I spoke to early back in the day. There was a member that I did speak to. And again, I just give thanks that I've had some life experience. And again, I encourage you to see patterns. Patterns are more of a efficient, more kind of like a shortcut. It's to see the patterns rather than get caught up in the gift of gab. The gift of gab will get you tripped up. To see and know when to hold back and just when to be like more discerning. Because things are going to play themselves out. Because there was one sister that handled in a matter of minutes what it took people years that they couldn't do with Mr. Man. A sister on the ground right here in Belize, handled in a matter of minutes. Said you and you out, unapologetically out. She handled in a matter of minutes when nobody else was able to do. Why? Because she stood on a set of principles. She didn't care about trying to impress what everybody thought about. She did not care. That, I see that. I don't want that here. I don't want that in my space. Out. Period. No conversation. That took a lot of courage. But she had the kind of courage. Her priority is not trying to people please everybody and be on everybody's whatever social media. Because she stands on business. And she will hem you up. Unapologetically. She could get down. She could rumble. Her and all her children can handle themselves. And handle themselves. That's her standard as a woman, as a mother. That's how she was moving. Handle a matter of minutes. You hear me? Minutes. What everybody else could not handle. She took care of it in a matter of minutes.
Real talk. That's what I'm talking about.
So did anyone on your way out? Like when you were, after you made that decision or what have you, and then you left, like did you get any kind of support or help?
From who?
From the ladies that still were there, or the men that were still there. Like, did you bond with any of them?
None.
Okay.
Not only did I not get none, and again, there's so much I'm not saying. I worked as a personal trainer, nutrition consultant for years, right? At one of the top gyms in New York. And so on my salary, I broke off a piece here. I broke off a piece here. Me and my sister paid for a whole family of 5. Such a wonderful mother. Yeah, get you and your children out of here, out of the States. It's a personal trainer. That was my savings. You know what I'm saying? I paid my own way. And the devices that happened in that cult, when those folks reached the other side, it was like they didn't even know us. Like, I seen people turn to each other. I was like, what? I seen so much. So the cult leader would say, even with some of the new people that are brought in, he would say, no, that's not me. Like, you got to worry about the sisterhood, not me. But the cult leader runs that. Make no mistake. The cult leader runs that. Every time you see one of these groups and they got their head honchos, they put them in positions, because that's another tactic they use, is to give you a position of authority so you feel better than the next person. Everybody got to get their little title. Like, you're a sergeant or you're this, you get a little title while you're in there. And you're allowed to do this. You're allowed to do music. You get a little special privilege. But the cult leader runs that. Make no mistake. And then he'll put his head honchos underneath him. The ones that are the women and the ones that are the men. It's a chain of command. Everybody's constantly looking to the next one to see who they can muscle up. And then they all turn on each other and rat each other out.
Yeah.
Same principle. Same principles. Same principles. And some people are deeply indoctrinated and will never come out. And some of their parents know it. I've spoken to parents, not of so-and-so nation, but I've spoken to parents of people that have been in the cult. And sometimes they just content with, I just want to know that my child is as long as they're alive, and they just accept that their children are in cults forever.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's deep. You said a lot.
I have a question, and not going in too deep with that one, but just knowing that what has come about of it for the people that are having a hard time sympathizing with the situation, or even empathizing, even if they've been into the situation, and they're looking at these people that are testifying, that are are struggling, that have been put in a compromising position to turn on everybody and come to court to seek justice. What do you say for the people that are outside looking in and saying, oh, those are adults, they chose, they shouldn't even be in that position that they're in right now?
I would say several things. I think there's a lot to be said. You can be an adult in age and not necessarily be an adult in terms of maturity or wisdom. Because I think, I think of I always think of my grandma Lou. Like, I knew both of my great grandmas, but my grandma Lou was very poignant in my life because when I think of her, that was my Bajan grandmother. This woman was so simple. Like, I remember thinking, like, I didn't need the Dalai Lama. All I need is my grandma. That's the most pleasant
Aw.
I ever met. She didn't have to say a lot of words. You didn't bring foolishness. You didn't play with her, but she was so pleasant. There's a balance. And I think sometimes if you're blessed enough to come across those older folks that they can say like 5 words or less than a sentence, they don't have to say much. That's a maturity. There's a wisdom of maturity. And to be quite honest, we're as a collective, we're very remedial, and it's not a shame to shame us. We're remedial, right? We're lacking a maturity. There's a compassion. Compassion doesn't mean complacent. Compassion doesn't mean complacent or that you allow for certain things, but compassion is an understanding, is a comprehension. It doesn't mean that you're giving someone a pass. We are so triggered that we lack compassion. Because, like, if you think of it, like when you're looking to discipline a child, what is it that you want them to come away with? What's the lesson you're trying to teach them? And I think a lot of times we're projecting a lot of what we didn't get, or our own anger and frustration is what's being projected out. Because I think there can be a balance. Now, I also understand some people, based on what was being shown, like a lot of the disrespect, the foolishness, the lying, it was just too much to bear. It was so much. It was like, you got to be kidding me. But I also think there is a wisdom that comes with, there's a hard-earned wisdom of, like, I got taken to school. I got taken to school. You get taken to school so bad it'll make you go shut up in a corner. It'll make you not want to. It make you don't want to go online or nothing. It'll be like, I got so much stuff to do. These people on their own. I don't even have nothing to say. Let me go work on me. That's where you get humble, and that kind of humility, I think, is what's needed. I think it will neutralize a lot of this gender war, all this stuff, because everybody has so much individual stuff to work on. You don't even have time so much to think of other people, other than to look, discern, see what I need to move, what I need to do, what I don't need to do. That's it. But to constantly blaming other people, I'm suspicious of someone that will give me a solution and encourage me not to take accountability. That's somebody that doesn't want me to grow. If somebody's going to pander to me, oh, you so great, Kwasa. Oh, there's nothing for you to work. No, that I'm suspicious of any of these online personalities that only pander, only tell you the sweet thing. Maybe that's why Indigenous and Black people have so much diabetes, because we think we only want the sweet. We never want the bitters. We don't never want to sweat. We don't never want to do the uncomfortable stuff. But that's where a lot of the transformation comes. No beautiful babies are born without discomfort. No sculpted bodies come without discomfort. We have been conditioned to not want to deal with the mental, emotional discomfort. And we're being seduced to constantly sedate ourselves. I don't trust somebody that wants me to sedate myself all the time. You want me to be weak. How am I going to grow? That doesn't make sense. That's not balanced. So somebody to only tell you great things about yourself, that's not, and our inability to take critique, to know that somebody, well, some people are very vicious. Not everybody has good intentions, but to know that there's some places or someone you could go to that you trust to give you uncomfortable feedback. Corporate people pay big money for them to tell them uncomfortable stuff. People pay big money for that. How are you going to grow if you just allow people, she did this and he did that? It just lets you off the hook with responsibility and accountability. There's no growth there. So I think that it takes a lot of maturity. Like, there was one channel, Crystal Healing Vibrations. Y'all might or may not know her. Oh my, she was such a great, she had a wisdom and she would even say she's not perfect, but she had a wisdom. I felt like she was one of the fewer balanced. There was a maturity in what she had to say. And I think even when she spoke on this particular group and other groups, somehow at the end of what she was sharing, it caused you to self-reflect. That is a pattern that I don't see in the majority of the panels or whatever platforms. That's what I don't see. It's everything is sincere. Even with the relationship channels, everything is how fine I look and how much it's not based in self-reflection. Self-reflection sometimes makes you want to be quiet, go to your corner and work on yourself. I hope that answers.
You are cooking.
Yes. Wonderful. Someone's coming in the back. Hold on.
Okay, great. Great. Wow, you said a lot. I heard you know, the vetting process. You spoke about that, you know, the shared core values. Hey Jeremiah, how are you?
How y'all doing?
Hey, Jeremiah. Delson, I'm
Y'all
chilling
hear
for a
me?
minute.
Yes, we hear you.
Hey, Jeremiah.
Do you hear us?
A little bit. But
Okay.
yeah, I can hear y'all damn.
Okay. What would you like to say?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Nah, this daggone technology stuff, this stuff moving slower than what I think, like the way that I want to talk. Can
No,
y'all
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Did you ever ask a question, or did you want to have a statement based on what was said?
I mean, I was listening to y'all and stuff like that. I mean, I hear everything that y'all guys say and everything. Yo, it's so crazy, right? Like when I was on y'all podcast, it's a lot of people that got misconstrued off of the stuff that I was saying when it came down to the Judge Joe Brown situation, even though I'm not trying to skip off of the topic that y'all was talking about for real. I just gotta be like a grown man and actually question things myself when it comes down to the situation, because I'm like, I'm not no internet type dude. You know what I mean? But I was just trying to actually get y'all opinion. Did I come off as disrespectful? Can y'all hear me?
Jeremiah, why you keep
Hello?
asking us? Why don't you just say what you got to say? We hear exactly what you just talk, honey.
Yeah.
We hear everything that you're
Nah,
saying.
because you know it's certain type of opinions, but the situation, knowing for a fact is like, cause I find it to be disrespectful to me. I ain't even gonna lie to you, cause I'm from Baltimore for real, and I got a certain type of accent. I graduated from high school, and like everybody respect me for being me, even when it comes down to pale face, cause you know everybody should know like I got two pale face baby mothers and all that type of craziness. But at the same time is like everybody always gave me my respect off on different type of levels. When it came down to this internet, I'm like, that's wild to me. When somebody say, "Oh, I didn't come off as properly the way that they wanted me to come off as an approach," I don't understand that approach because I'm me all day long.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
crazy to me. Like
don't
for
think
somebody just to say that,
I hear you.
yeah, I mean,
I know you're not trying to say you're a cult leader.
No, right. I don't think he talked about that at all. But I think we talked a little bit about this earlier, Jeremiah. I don't think it's about your approach. I think it's just about certain people, certain like certain age groups, just it's not even like you're talking wrong to them. Some people just feel like you shouldn't even talk back to a certain age group. You know what I mean? Like if they're over 70, they're like, oh, you can't even disagree. You just gotta hear them out. You just disagree on your spare time, kind of like respecting someone's grandpa or grandmother. But I don't think it's like a disrespectful thing. I just think certain times you're just not going to be able to get certain things out depending on someone's age, your age in comparison, or how they view you.
Is that what that
Right.
was about, Jeremiah?
Yeah, because everybody already put the podcast out there already for real. You know what I mean? Everybody. You know what I mean? When it comes down to the community that I represent, because I represent the Aboriginal American Indian to this community, because I believe that we actually is Aboriginal to this land. So when it comes down to the concept, like anybody feeling a certain type of way, the way I came off at him, I'm like, I ain't disrespect that man, like, cause I
You
was just
saying? Yeah,
I
that's
was
all.
expressing real opinions when it came down to what I was saying. I mean, certain people, cause I ain't gonna lie, a couple people went hard at me like, oh, I'm disrespecting my elder. I'm like, yo, check this out. Like the way I was raised in the city, I'm gonna be for real with you. Like all my elders was dysfunctional. So at the same time, is like I was raised with tough love. I wasn't raised with that type of sensitivity type stuff. Even though I got the perm, whatever you want to call it, yeah, I mean, I get my hair done, but I get my hair done from y'all all day long. All our peoples for real. I go to the beauty salon, get my shit done every single month. Yeah, I mean, or a month or two, relax it. But at the same time, is like I went through that my whole life, through my childhood for real. So
But we know you didn't. We know
it
that you
came
didn't.
off as disrespectful when people actually try to violate the fact is that I didn't respect my elders. When yeah, I mean, I'm like, for real, yo, that's crazy.
And you from Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm from Southeast Baltimore. I was raised over Chapel Hill, across the street from Wolf Street. Yeah, I mean before they got knocked down. So it's disrespectful to me to be jumping on the internet for real, because I don't really be knowing too much be going on with this internet stuff, even though I be on here somewhat, and I be on different type of podcasts and all that. But at the same time, it's like this is the way that I talk. I graduated high school. So I know for a fact is when it comes down to business, I can switch my whole lingo over. But if I'm relaxed and I'm around my peoples, I should be able to talk like this without no problem, without nobody saying, oh, this is the way that you should have just said this or you should have said that. Like, no. Because if I'm going against somebody that's a celebrity, that's indoctrinated, trying to remove our peoples away from our land, I'm gonna go at them hard. Cause I actually was in that industry at one point in time. I know how this game ran. So if somebody actually trying to remove me away from what I'm talking about, I ain't gonna respect that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Cause I ain't no African. My peoples, we had family reunions every year. We had cookouts. We meet up with each other. And this is how my peoples really do things. Like my peoples know for a fact this who it is. There ain't no way that they gonna be indoctrinated through nobody that talk about no books, none of that different type of things. When it comes down to the city where I'm from, when we actually meet up and we do our real genealogy through the family tree, and we know who we is. We know exactly who we is. We have original American Indians to this land. We know the tribes and everything. So it's disrespectful for anybody to classify us as anything of being African, anything of being black. Cause my uncles and all that type of stuff, if you say that to them, like they gonna jump up. That's disrespectful. I don't know how everybody else feel about that, but that's the way that I felt about it when I was
Well, what
actually
I'll say
approaching the
is
situation.
sometimes people
See how
aren't
other
trying to
people-
be.
what you're saying is disrespectful. But
Yeah,
I'm
I would say, yeah, sometimes people aren't trying to be disrespectful, but even to the people that are, the people that are trying to hide the truth, sometimes there's better ways to expose that than to just come at them just hard or just be like, oh, debate or anything like that. Because
I
sometimes
feel
you can
you. I
expose
feel you.
that
I
for the
feel you.
audience questions. And the
I
questions
feel
that you
you.
ask will expose
I
that without
feel
them.
you. I
Okay.
feel you. I feel you. I feel you. But see, I came with an agenda, and I told everybody I came with an agenda with no cut cards because I watched him. I watched Judge Joe Brown talk to Dane Calloway, and I was like, I'm gonna get him. If I see him anywhere on any different podcasts, I'm gonna get him because I watched that girl Dana talk. Okay, they're gonna try to actually remove us from our land. They playing these boule type of games. And I'm not on no type of boule type of games because all people who's in the streets is really getting it hard with these immigrants. Cause I'm in the community. I do community work. Like OTK said, he do community work. Like I'm really in the community. So when they come down to our community, I'm not gonna let our community in y'all podcast be indoctrinated with none of that type of information. Cause I got kids too. You know what I mean? And I'm working on getting my daughter back from the system for real. Because I'm a dude. I'm a man. So they want to work against me. So at the same time is like I'm involved into when it comes down to the system of us being who we really is as being Aboriginal American Indian to this land. So I'm going to take everything personal. If you're going to call us black, if you're going to call us African. I'm not playing those games because I know what they mean.
You know,
I'm not young and I'm not too old. I'm 36 years old, man.
you know, I don't know the brother that's speaking. Good evening. It's something made me think of something my godfather said to me one time. He said to me, he said, K. He says, not the mouth, not the mouth, not the mouth, not the mouth. He said, let me tell you something. He said, power is only when you can inflict a consequence on your adversary. And I think about that. You know, I've had been fortunate to have some older folks that just gave me a couple of gems that they're like little nuggets that they've been continually serving me for years. And I thought about that in several situations. So like, let's say, for example, I remember once I was outside, I was going to a laundromat in my old neighborhood, and a man approached me inappropriately. Well, actually, I tried it out twice. Once, somebody approached me inappropriately, and I thought of my godfather said, because I'm not a man. You know, I'm in decent shape. But I thought, you know, I thought for a second, what would be what would be a consequence for this guy? And I said, let me test out what my godfather said. So back then we had the flip phones. And so I said to him, I said, are you harassing me? Are you harassing me? I said, hold on, let me get the cops on right now. Oh my gosh. He was so upset. The reaction, I was like, wow, that's a consequence. So then I realized, so a consequence to him would be to hit him in his pockets, or could be a physical consequence or legal finance. But usually it's hitting people in their pockets. That would be an appropriate consequence. That would actually be power. Not me so much just because, you know, mouthing off. I could go off at the mouth. But that would actually not be power. And so somebody that can actually has power to affect my earning, or to affect my my safety, or to affect my children, that is actually power. So just my godfather introducing that one different concept or principle that I wasn't aware of has continued to serve me, right? So now if somebody's approaching me
right? I remember this happened to me in the airline. I had a captain approach me inappropriately, and I was so taken aback. But I had to think of like, it made me stop to think, what would be a consequence? And so that's what I think now, right? As well as when I'm communicating, is my goal to just be right, or do I want to be effective? What do I want? Do I just want to be right? What do I want to leave this person with? What do I want to be the outcome? So it's a slower process. You know, my sister, she gets upset with me sometimes because I'm taking too long to think. But I'd rather take the time. What do I want to happen? What do I want to leave my son with? If I'm quote unquote am I punishing him? Am I frustrated at my day? Or what kind of a lesson do I want to leave him with? Because there are going to be times when there's going to be plenty of times where I'm not there. And what kind of person, what is he going to do? Is he scared just because I'm there and he's going to behave? Or is it something that's going to resonate with him where he's going to grab that principle and use it? Just like my godfather actually stopped me in my tracks. So now I think of that, right? If I can't overpower somebody with brawn, or they have more money than me, or I don't have time, what can I do to inflict a consequence to get the effect? What do I want to happen? I even had to tell that to my son, right? Because I'm not in school with him. I'm not a young black male. You can inflict the consequence on them if you're being harassed. They can be arrested. Their parents can be brought up. This person can be, I'm holding you accountable, you can hold somebody else accountable too. So when I'm communicating with anyone, if it was a partner or your lover or your mate or anybody, Judge Joe Brown or somebody in a higher position, so what do you want the outcome to be?
Exactly. And can you pause right there?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is what the whole outcome that I wanted to be. And he couldn't understand what I was saying. And I said, Civiolita Mortis. Yeah, I mean, this is the way that I talk. It probably mortos, whatever you want to call it. But that means black is dead in law. He understands it when it comes down to law. And that is real because I have a lawyer. He understand that because I'm actually trying to get my daughter back. So at the same time is
Wait, hold
like
on. How
I
do you
brought
know he
that
understood you? What makes you think you
because
could?
he's supposed to be a judge. So if you're a judge, he should be able to comprehend it if he actually is a judge, unless he's just a celebrity judge and he's just
So
putting on
are
a
you
show.
saying because he's a professional judge, he should automatically understand you?
He should be, because
Based on
he
what?
said that he actually went to school and actually studied law and all this different type of stuff like that. So I don't understand why you wouldn't know that. Like,
So
because that's the
perhaps. So
first thing that you want to
hold on.
understand if you're gonna call yourself black.
But perhaps then there's a question for you to ask. Maybe you could be right, but maybe there's something you can think about more.
But
Just
I did ask him that question. Remember?
but hold on.
Yeah.
Remember?
What I'm saying to you
Remember,
is,
I did ask him that question. I
now I
said,
wasn't there. So excuse me one second.
exactly.
Just respectfully. Sometimes though, you could be right, but then we don't get a certain kind of effect. Maybe we desire effect, but
Right.
perhaps you could ask another question. Right? Or
Exactly.
ask it a different way. Let's say if you speak another language, just because I'm
Come
a
on
judge doesn't
now,
mean
you know
you
how
understand
many times
Spanish.
I said that
Hold
to
on.
them. I
Hold
said
on.
black is meaning dead in law. I mean, I said it a different type of ways. I said even if you don't even understand what I'm
Can
saying,
I
George
Okay,
Joe Brown, I
Jeremiah.
can spell it out
can
Jeremiah.
I
to you.
can I try,
Jeremiah.
sister? Can
Thank
I
you,
try?
Anton. I was just getting ready to say, wait,
Let a brother
Can I
do it.
try?
please. No, thank you, Anton.
Yeah.
Please,
Let
thank
me
you.
try. Let me try. Hey, brother, I was there. I was listening to you because I got on. I got on. I was on there at the same time. Now, here's the thing. I think you kind of misunderstand what the sister is telling you, what her elder told her. Sometimes you got to be able to knock on the door, get in. I hear you. You sound like you self-made, right? You didn't have no elder. You had no big homie. You pretty much were self-made. You did your thing, right? Now,
No,
I
I ain't
was
gonna say
okay.
that.
No, you just said,
No,
all
I ain't
right,
gonna say that.
never mind. Let's move forward because you said, it was dysfunctional, right? So here's the thing. Never mind that. Push that to the side, homeboy. Here's the thing. Now, when you talking to an elder, it's not really just about just respect. It's about knowing who you're talking to. It's about getting into the door, being able to ask a question, and be able to understand. When you said, because immediately you jumped at him because he didn't understand what you was meaning by civilis mortuus, because that's what you was trying to say. See, I'm from California. We talk different. You see what I'm saying? It's about different countries. It is, it is. But the thing is that as soon as he didn't understand that, you got defensive and you started jumping at him. And it was over after that. You know what I'm saying? You actually lost him. Now,
No, but I never got
my thing is,
defensive.
see, but yes, you did, brother. I was there. You kept going over, and then it became like an argument instead of a question. It was
Nah,
like an
I never
argument,
got
debate type
defensive.
thing,
Z,
brother.
that's
I
what you
was
want to think that I did.
okay.
I
No,
played my
no,
position.
look, brother. See, this is what you're doing right now. You see what I'm saying? You're not listening. That's what I'm saying. You really don't have no big homie because you don't listen. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what the sister is trying to say is the formulation, because that's what I was going to say. It's like you got to be able to know how to ask the question. If you don't get there, come somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Then ask another question and be easy with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much what it was. I'm not against you, brother. I was
Because
there.
I'm gonna explain this to you, yo. I'm gonna be
I'm gonna say
100
this
with
though.
you.
Let me say this, and
Everybody,
then I'm gonna let you go.
everybody
Let me
wants
say
you to
this, and I'm
be
gonna let you go. Let me say this,
all
and
right.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you go, brother.
You good?
Here's my thing. I put it in the chat, brother. When you do what you do and you be how you be, you don't need to seek any type of acceptance from anybody. You did what you did. There's no need to talk about it. There's no need to bring it back up because these sisters got a powerful sisters that have been building, and this is what we're going on. Nobody's even thinking about that. Nobody, I don't know who's coming after you. You know, a lot of people in these YouTube streets, they be trying to find content and talk crazy. They don't even pay them people to mind. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. But anyway, I'm gonna get up out of here. I'll probably come back later. I don't know how long you're gonna be here. I'm moving and shaking. So I just want to say, beautiful sisters, y'all doing good. Sister, keep it going. I like your approach. And y'all keep doing what you're doing. Stay strong, brother.
Yeah. And ladies, I want to thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity to share. Hopefully, it's valuable to someone, male or female, young or old, so that folks can be encouraged to educate themselves on the patterns of cults and manipulation, and also to understand perhaps how maybe unknowingly we make ourselves, or we may be vulnerable to manipulation or to cults. Right. And to understand that sometimes some of the things we couldn't see from the outside, that once you're on the inside, it's a different frame of reference in terms of being in a situation monetarily, or having formed attachments, or just having gotten to a situation you haven't bargained for. And I think that's one of the, hopefully that's one of hopefully it sheds some kind of insight as an adult, as a mature adult that's experiencing a cult, that's experienced a cult and has been in with family members who had to leave a family member in there, which was extremely painful. I did manage to get my family member out. That took a long time. So, in addition, when people are looking and they don't understand what they're looking like, people have no idea on the inner workings. Maybe, perhaps, I would say Mr. Marquez, rest his soul in peace, was the only parent that I saw active that actually went over. So I know some people, it appears really dragged him. I don't know his life before, but from what I did observe as a parent and someone that's experienced a cult firsthand, that's no small undertaking, especially in the climate of so much people just smutting and smearing, looking to be entertained at his daughter's expense, and for him to be able to move silently. He actually went over there to address it and still had to deal with his daughter's mindset. That was such a delicate, that was so excruciating. I know what that's like. People have no idea when people are laughing and joke. It is no joke. So it has been a tremendous community lesson for us to get some insight. I think that more of these patterns are going to continue to come forth through the rest of this year. And I think that this is an opportunity for it's an opportunity for growth, because these are some things that maybe left to our own, we would not have wanted to see or wouldn't have been able to understand or to comprehend. So people recording stuff, because the person I dealt with is extremely savvy. There's some older folks out there, some of the cults from yesteryear, they're extremely savvy. And a lot of these cults take notes from each other, who gets busted or what their mistakes were. A lot of these folks look up to the OGs of the cults. There's some names I could mention, I'm not going to mention here, but there's some distinct patterns of people's names who always show up. The same patterns over and over and over. If you were to do your research, they all come off the same line of thinking and reasoning, and manipulation, and how they deal with women. But in any event, us understanding, and maybe sometimes, maybe with your children or some women, you know, we look at all kind of other entertainment, maybe come together and look at some of these playlists. Because when I came out of the cult and I went to research, I was horrified. I was so horrified when I saw the patterns, even up to present with this most recent individual with their trial. Every time the patterns are 110% distinct. And even as we watched this gentleman lawyer the other day, I was like, this man that doesn't appear. And if he's a parent, a father with 2 daughters, it is a parent. He has not done his research. He does not know what he's dealing with. He is ill-prepared and uninformed. And that is representative of a lot of the community, male and female. You know, there was some women have unapologetically said that and the cult lead I dealt with, that they're so handsome. People do it, preachers and ministers every day, and have no idea what they're setting themselves up for. So, what are you going to say, Dots?
I was going to say something. I was going to say it's funny that you were saying that the father went over. And again, I'm going to say it could be the one-on-one thing, because parents go over and children be in relationships, and the parents go over and try to get their kids from a situation. And it's like cult, like what you said, like they're manipulated into situations, and the kids won't leave.
Correct. And they're adults.
It's the same. It's the same thing. Adults, yeah, the kids are adults, but you know, you're still your child to you. You know what I mean?
And that's what I wanted to say.
Lady over the age of 18, so she would be considered as an adult legally. You know what I mean? But to a parent, it's still their child.
Yeah.
And they see what's going on. You know what I mean? But
if that man had not gone over there, he set a precedent. If that man had not gone over there, he probably wouldn't have got locked up to this day. Excuse me, I didn't want to really go into talking about him, but if he had not gone over there, and he had to move a certain kind of way, he has got other children.
Hey yo, can I explain something to y'all real quick?
Wait one second.
That's why I'm on attack mode with any dude that actually feel like that. Because for one, my ex-girl, when I was in the city, my ex-girl got shot 7 times in McCullough Homes by a dude in front of the house that she just got baptized from church. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, and I was living, and we was in a relationship for 6 to 7 years, and this is all people's. Yeah, I mean, as my girl. So at the same time, it's like I'm not letting no manipulating type of games being ran on nobody for real. Even though I'm not no captain saving nobody, even though I'm not all that whatever somebody actually want to say, but that hurt it deep down inside. Because I went through hell with my ex-girl. Just like on all of y'all on the panel, that's who my ex-girl looked like. My ex-girl Mariah Bonds. You know what I mean? In the city. Now McCullough Homes in the projects of B-More. You know what I mean? And that's what made me change my life and make me move from the city. I had to move all the way out here to Cambridge, Maryland, all the way somewhere where I ain't even from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of that ridiculousness of our own peoples. You know what I mean? That shit hurt it. For real. I ain't even gonna lie to you. But I'm just that real to express that. So I understand y'all pain when it comes down to different type of situations like that. Even though she was the type of person where those that, you know what I mean, somebody but then she stepped up. That hurt it. But at the same time yo, it's crazy out here. So we actually gotta be informed. We gotta make sure that we actually got strategy. We gotta make sure that we got our brains on it. We gotta make sure that we can't be manipulated through nobody else. And I'm going to tell y'all this because everybody want to judge me when I actually ended up in my predicament. Because I ain't going to lie to you, I ended up in a predicament of stepping outside of my race because the simple fact is I always was a different type of dude. But that girl that got killed in the city that I just told y'all about, that's y'all. I lost it.
Yeah, we have to be
I
careful.
don't know. I didn't even know it, and it was on the news. It was, and she even got her own spot in McCullough Homes Road, where it's always that somebody can go visit. That hurt deep down inside, but it ain't make me feel a certain type of way about y'all. It was just the fact is like I understood her mentality, the way that she carried herself. Cause when you really out here in the world, cause a lot of these people get it twisted between the internet world and reality. When you are in reality situations different when it comes down to beef, when it comes down to problems and stuff like that. And I was dealing with a girl that really probably wasn't mentally, well, she kind of was when I was with her. She was on her toes, but I don't know. You never know who you with. Sometimes people switch. Sometimes people black out.
Okay, let me say this. Peace, sisters. I'm sorry I was late. But let me say this. Let me ask, I know she probably answered it and I probably missed it, but just for my understanding, what was missing in you to for you to become a part of a cult? What was lacking? What was your lack?
More so than I would say a lack, it was more so what I was seeking. Um,
Okay.
desired community. I desired to a different environment. I desired to be out of the cold. I really want to be around people that were nonviolent, that eat healthy, and that were interested in gardening, to be quite honest, in a warm climate. I wanted to be around people that I could trust with my family. Definitely didn't want to worry about children, my children or my family being shot by police or other of their own people. So I really was looking for like a safe community of people that were all on one accord with values. That's what I was looking for, right? I enjoyed my community in Brooklyn. I was a member of the food co-op, very fit, top trainer at the company that I worked for. Had clients there, had private clients. You know, I enjoyed Brooklyn and amenities. Um, I would say I was always looking for mentorship for my son, but his dad was also in his life. Um, you know, so that's what I was looking for. And I was also looking at my trajectory for the second half of my life. Who do I want to spend the second half of my life with? So those were ideals that I was seeking. I was seeking to be around people who had similar values, where we shared the same value system. And I was willing to share my money and my resources with those folks. I was willing to risk sharing my money and my resources. So I felt like I had done some vetting. I did do some vetting, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't sufficient because you don't know people until you live with them. So that's what I would say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can really relate to that. I really can relate to that.
And what I wanted to say is thank you so much, Kofi, for just coming. I don't care about the judgment people may have. I can tell like the wisdom that you shared, and a lot of what you shared just resonates with so many people, whether they came from a big cult, little cult, manipulated by a person, or just any form of this, just of setting boundaries for yourself, having self-care, and just in our community of what we can work on individually to make it better. So I just want to thank you for all your wisdom that you share. You definitely shared a lot of wisdom tonight. And thank you so much for that. Because I think even like the story that Jeremiah says, it just shows what you're saying. There is so much pain. There's so much hurt. There's so much that we need to grow from. And that we all resonate with this really internally if we're going to be truthful as far as just our shortcomings or what leaves us vulnerable, not because we're seeking for some, not because we're missing something per se, but because we're all seeking something. We're all seeking that community or anything, but then we haven't gotten the proper tools of how to search for it or how to get it or how to look within ourselves to make sure we're okay for choosing other people that have boundaries for it. I love how you even brought it into, how sex is going, how STDs are going, how we are not even communicate with each other as far as taboo subjects that we don't want to talk amongst each other for. That could actually make us more healthy, more mentally stable, care about our mental, spiritual, and physical well-being. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. And there's some resources.
I
And then,
would,
acknowledgement to the young man that was just speaking,
Exactly. But check this out, right?
right, right.
Sometimes in the hood, right?
before I
Like
jump
if you grow up in the hood, right? Like this is the thing about our peoples that people I don't even know if our peoples understand this. Like, cause I know y'all probably seen me. Cause I went through stuff. Cause I'm the dude with the relaxer and all that type of stuff and all that type of stuff. Yeah, I went through a lot. But at the same time, is like when it comes down to our females, like sometimes y'all vulnerable. And what I used to always tell my ex girl before she got killed, I used to be like, your kindness. People take your kindness for weakness.
Well,
Like all people take our
that's
kindness for
but
weakness.
is it Jeremiah?
Yes.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
When I was listening to you, you actually remind me of one of my brothers. And so I hear you 1000%. And actually, part of my desire for leaving was because I wanted to participate and support with my money. I wanted to see a generation that did not experience any shootings, that did not experience any trauma. I was like, I want to live to see what that looks like, but that's not that common story. That's what I wanted to put. That's what I wanted to experience with my own eyes. I was like, I don't want to hear that anymore. I don't want to hear any shooting. I want to witness it with my own eyes. So I was willing that I was very passionate about. And I know that's what those other women with those double degrees, that's what they were passionate. It's like, yo, we can't change the people that have been traumatized. We can't change it. But I was like, that was the language. We want a new generation. But at the same time, it can be exploited.
Mm-hmm.
It can be exploited. Again, I'm never going to say there's something wrong with eating healthy and community. And actually, most of the cults that you will experience, even the Jim Jones, people had gardens. People did basketball. They did some healthy stuff. But this the other side, the exploitation of young people, and starting to use ancient Kemet and culture to justify manipulating young people and manipulating young girls out of their drawers. I'm sorry, I can't co-sign it. I can't. I don't care how much Kemet, traditional Africa. I love my culture, but no, I cannot. That's all null and void. That's what it becomes to me, rhetoric. I can't support that. I was very much in support. I'm going to put my money, I'm going to pull my money out of savings in the system, and I'm going to support this. And I would actually say, I personally have experienced taking my money as a grown adult, mature woman and putting it behind people that were so-called leaders. And in the end, no, they were not qualified. They were not. They were not qualified. They were not transparent.
But the whole thing about it is, I understand what you're saying, but if you actually is aboriginal to this land, because I ain't gonna lie, different people got different situations. Where I was brought up at, we know the difference between African, Haitian, because they all separated. when it comes down to family, when it comes down to family reunions, how we connect. Like unless you had a disconnect with your family, I don't understand what you talking about because we got a connection. The difference between us
Can we
and
just
them.
take Jeremiah, please? Can we just inhale, exhale real quickly? And then we want to kind of just want to stay on just please on topic.
I just want to say this as a mother, our time is tight. We're on a schedule. We only got so much time, and I'm saying this as a young woman that went to so much lectures, and Dr. Ben, and African First World Lecture Series, and African Street Festival, and Nana Yao Parry Deni Zulu, and I was the Nation of Islam, and I was Hare Krishna, and Siddha Yoga, and retreat, self-help, and landmark,
Oh,
and
you talk
light
about
spread.
New York, right?
I've spent New York. I've spent so much money in culture, and I don't regret any of it. But I will say this at some point, my priority is not what you call yourself. My priority is the result and the behavior. That's what counts. And so for me, I don't have the time. That's why I left New York. Because I didn't have time to be running up to debates and selling tickets. I don't have time to debate with people. That's not what my results are.
It's not about the fact is,
Wait, Jeremiah, you gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish and hear her out.
Even right now, it's not to say what you're saying is not relevant, but that's not the schedule. That's not my schedule. That's my time frame. My goal in coming here tonight is just to leave some information for folks that are interested in understanding how to discern, to recover from cults, to avoid cults, to educate their peers, other women, and young people on cults. That's my objective. Hopefully I've met my objective. That's my only objective. So we have to, especially as parents, we're on a clock. Before you will blink your eyes and your children will be in their 20s or their 30s. So I have things to do, pertinent things. Land is a priority. I'm not in a position to talk. I'm way past that. I literally don't have the time. Anything that's not producing a result, there's a sense of urgency. I literally don't have the time. I just don't have it as a woman, as a mother. My safety is a priority. I got to get to jujitsu because I might have to bust somebody spiritually in the face. I have seeds to put in the ground. I don't have the time unless you're talking to me and we're putting seeds in the ground at the same time. We're not on that time. Women don't have to, we're not safe in the environment.
Can I say something real quick? Please.
Hold on, Jeremiah. I want to say something real quick before you say anything because I want you to get some clarity on something. And I'll say like my experience and why, this resonates with me because, everyone knows that has been watching our show for a while that I have an autistic son that he's 5. And, there's so many times I'm looking for resources, because he's not normal. And I had this whole plan of how I was going to teach him and all this other stuff, but it's completely different. He doesn't learn his ABCs the same, or at least doesn't say them. And he doesn't say I love you or anything or say words like that. It's a triumph when they can ask him what the cow goes and he says moo because he said something. He's nonverbal. So when you're looking for those things like that, sometimes it's not about the debate. Sometimes it's not about, well, this person is saying this and our titles or anything like that. There's people out here searching for solutions, searching like, how do I go about this? Because this is something I never experienced before. And then it's easy for people to get sucked in when they're vulnerable or be like, okay, someone says, oh, they have the solution for you. You just need to follow them and all this other stuff. So that's where we're really trying to hone in on is that aspect that we all have these different elements that we're seeking for different reasons while we're in the community. And it's easy to just take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state or even get caught up in a vulnerable state of someone being like they have the solution without being completely ready to be like, okay, this is what I want, but I still need to vet this situation.
Bingo. You still need to vet. That's the key point.
Okay. Can I say something real quick? See, hold up real quick. I'm gonna keep y'all stuck on time. Time is the key word. I'm from the city too. I'm from Baltimore, and New York dudes call Baltimore slow. So y'all move a little bit quicker, right? So when it comes down to the subways and all that type of stuff, the way that the sharp mover is quicker when it comes down to time. Just stay on that keyword time. So you make time to do what you want to do. See, stay on that keyword. That keyword make a lot of sense when it comes down to your life. Yeah, I mean, because time is management. Time when it comes down to your kids. Time when it comes down to all different type of situations. You forget about time if you only focus on money. See, that's what becomes the problem. And that's what I used to tell my ex-girl. You guys, you slow down. We good. What do you want more? Like, what are you looking for? Slow down. Sometimes you got to slow down time. Sometimes you got to slow it down. You can't keep on moving that fast. And see, that's what dudes down south, that's what down south try to teach the north. You got to slow it down sometimes when it comes down to time.
Well, I think
Time management.
I'm going to step
It's
down.
not all about what you think that it is. Cause
Hold
the
Hold
same
on,
thing.
Jeremiah.
Cause I come
Hold
from the
on,
same
sir.
environment that y'all come from. I
Sir.
come from the materialistic element when it comes down to every single thing, making sure that you stay up on your feet. When it
Well,
comes
hold
down
on,
to
Jeremiah.
time.
Hold Jeremiah, because what I said is really not about the materialistic or anything. That's why I was trying to bring it back into really what people's motivations are, because a lot of times it's not materialistic. Just like Kofi was saying, she didn't want her children to grow up with this whole, oh, I have to see someone die, or even I have a friend that got shot, or anything like that. She was seeking something. And sometimes we're in this community, it's bigger than, oh, we're just seeking to get rich quick, or we want money or anything. A lot of us are seeking things for family. We're seeking things out of the love for family, the love for the people around us, to teach, and all these different things, where we're not necessarily like money or arguing with people or anything. And we're looking for something. And that's what's leaving a lot of people in the community vulnerable. But Kofi,
Okay,
what were you going to say? Hold on, Jeremiah, because Kofi's going to say something.
There was several.
1 second, Jeremiah. 1 second. Right after Kofi.
There were actually several people. One of the things that cults will do is also go after people with learning disabilities, or who learn differently, or who process differently, or who feel that they don't fit in. That's key. And you can often hear people, well, the ones you hear, you may not, you haven't heard anyone from the cult that I experienced, but if you hear them talk over the years, they'll say, I never fit in. Right? That's a distinct pattern of language, and they feel they didn't fit in, or they didn't relate, or maybe the trajectory that they were on, or that was set out for them, didn't resonate with them, or perhaps they've got parents, or they've got college fund laid out for them, but inside, mentally and emotionally, their needs weren't not being met. And I would say that this one recent cult that's popular, I think there may have been several people that were on the autistic spectrum, right? And they do attract those folks too, that process differently, slower, faster, or differently. They do target.
You gonna fall victim for that for real? Seriously, come on now. You gonna fall victim for that childishness? Like you gonna fall victim for a cult like that? Like, come on now, yo. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Are you understanding?
People do.
Don't
They
sit there
do.
and say you gonna fall victim for that type of childishness. Come on.
It's not childishness though, Jeremiah. You have to understand what she's saying. Like, even for the autistic and autism or anything.
Even a parent that has a child with special needs, also those type of people are also targeted. You'll be thinking that you're going to get assistance for your child. That's a big one. You're thinking that this person is going to be a guide, or they have homeschooling. We have teachers here. That's actually a big selling point for a lot of these cults. So for a parent that has a child that you're very concerned about, the environment, if you have a child without special needs, is already challenged. That is what can make a cult seem very, very attractive to a mother looking for some kind of, some support for her children. I've seen it. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. So this is not
And you
hypothetical.
say you from New York, right?
I am from New York.
That's because all them immigrants in New York with all those different type of mentalities. You should have just took yourself, saved up your money, and
So
moved
that
somewhere
note,
else.
and everyone, I thank you so much. I'm gonna move forward. I really thank you all for the platform. Dots will connect again if perhaps there's something a more focused topic of something else that might that folks could gain value from. But I appreciate you
No,
folks.
I really appreciate it. Like, I think we all do. Actually, you know, Sister Freedom, Anisha, and Dots. I think she dropped down because something's happening with her internet, but she should be coming back up. But I really appreciate everything. I think it was wonderful, Kofi, tonight. Everything that she was saying, and Jeremiah. I think to her point too, it's kind of hard to understand those things if you're not in it. Like, people don't even know how big autism is in our community right now. 1 out of every 68 boys are born with it, and you know, are somewhere on the autistic spectrum. And
I
like with
know,
it
but
even
I'm not
being,
letting nobody get away with none of that type of stuff. I got peoples in my family that got that. But see, the thing about it is about the strength. We not weak people. See, that's why I said off of my strength, I don't want to get all aggressive, but I'm just saying, off of my strength, like whatever disability that we had in our family, all people say you better do something with yourself. We ain't had no counselors, we ain't had no help, but all people's always said, my backbone, my grandmother that raised us, they say you not coming up with no excuses. You better get a job. You better do what you gotta do to make sure that you actually survive out here in this life, and that's what you supposed to do. We it's no excuses. It's
but
no excuse.
respectfully, Jeremiah, it's not an excuse, but even what you're saying is what leaves so many people vulnerable because they feel like, oh, there's no excuses, there's no therapy, there's no counseling, just
Yeah,
get
that's
it
what
done. And
Paleface
then that's
always
what
try to put
leaves
out
them
there. No
vulnerable.
therapy, no
That's
help.
what leaves
That's
them
what
vulnerable.
Paleface say.
Hold on, Jeremiah. Because that's what leaves them vulnerable to these people that say that they have the answers, to the nature boys that say, I have the answer, just let's go, move to the jungle, grow our own food, take care of ourselves, all this other stuff, take care of our own children, be in this healthy environment where you're not dealing with all the aspects of the world. And that appeals to so many people because of the things that you're saying. They're seeing it as a strength. It's a strength for me to go over and go to Belize and be under this person and help build this up, and us build a community, us building our nation here and all this other stuff. And they're not even seeing what kind of sick individual they're under because of them not seeing the red flag. So that was really what we were really trying to convey tonight, is that it's not a weak thing. It's not because people are weak that they're following it, that they're not stupid. It's not always because they're young and impressionable, because older women, older men are being sucked into, but it's a lot of people seeking things, the same things we've been seeking, even being a part of this so-called consciousness community. And then now knowing that this is the breeding ground where people see there's so many people looking for different things, so many people vulnerable, because there's mothers with children, there are women looking for men, there are men looking for women, there are people looking to build families. And it's like, oh, I'm going to prey on those wants. I'm going to prey on those needs and say, I have the solution. Here I am. I'm the Messiah. I'm the person that you should be looking for. And it's
Yeah,
not
see
a thing to
that
say
part
that
right
it's
there.
weak. It's a
That
weak
part.
part that people are falling for it, because it is something that people are falling for. We can say they're weak, but so many in our community are falling for this prey, are falling as prey to these predators.
That part right there is a totally indoctrination, because you shouldn't be looking for a one person, because everybody should know for a fact is that you gotta actually understand who you is before you actually can introduce yourself to anybody else. You gotta love yourself first. If you don't love yourself, how can you love somebody else? Like how can you not understand that deep down inside? Like that's almost a big contradiction in between anything. You got to love yourself. You got to know who you is before you actually put the energy out here in this world. You cannot put no energy out here in this world if you don't love yourself deep down inside. All you're going to do is just cast spells on other people if you don't love yourself, because you're giving false energy. I am Aboriginal American Indian. I would never cast a spell on nobody else. I'm going to love myself first. I'm going to look myself in the mirror, make sure I brush my teeth, make sure I get my hair done, make sure I'm good, whatever somebody got a compliment on, make sure that I got myself together. When I walk out the door, make sure I'm going to love myself first. So then when I invite somebody else in my life, even if they got a slight trace of not loving themselves, they can just watch me. They can be like, "Oh, that boy love himself. Maybe I should take care of myself a little bit more. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should pay attention to this." You gotta lead. And see, I think that as man, like they say in that Bible, man is meant to lead y'all females. So y'all can't think that y'all can lead us. We gotta lead y'all. We gotta show example. I show example when it comes down to it. I make sure I'm good before I mess with somebody else. I'm not gonna just mess with getting in a relationship with somebody before I don't, like, if I'm not feeling good, if I'm not feeling great, if I'm not feeling alright, I gotta be feeling alright before I actually present myself to somebody else, because that's my energy. I'm not gonna exhaust my energy if I was with somebody for 6 years or 7 years and just jump into another relationship. No. Now I got to get to know myself again. I got to teach them. Man was first, and then women was created. Where did it get messed up? Man was first and women was second. Where people got it confused at? We was first. So we got to lead. And y'all sometimes gotta listen to us. We got feelings too. Y'all can hear it. Come on now. Y'all be saying that niggas act more like bitches, and come on now. Listen to us sometimes.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Young, right? Before you got to where you at right now.
Jeremiah, you gotta ask me a question.
Yeah, I said, brother. Yeah, I said, let me ask you a question, brother. You all right with that?
I don't have no problem with you asking me that question. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever that means. But let me say something.
I don't think you need no harm by that, bro.
When you was young, right? You looked up to somebody, right?
Go ahead, cause you
I asked
breaking
you a
up a little
question.
bit.
Can you hear me good? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but I ain't hear you at first. Go ahead.
I said when you was young, you looked up to somebody, right?
No.
So everything that you did from the time you came out that womb, you did it on your own.
I don't remember the time that I came out no womb, so I can't even compliment on that.
But you know you came out
You
of
never
womb,
looked
right?
up to your mother, your father, your grandparents, anyone like that? Any elder in your family?
No, I didn't.
That's the point I was making earlier when I was on there. See, you know, your see, my thing is this. That's the point I was making earlier. Is that when you approach people in that manner. You know what I'm saying? You're a one-man show. So pretty much you got your ideas, and if nobody agrees with your ideas, then the hell with them. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you got a lot of fluff going on because you thinking that people are supposed to think a certain type of way because you think that way. It don't work like that.
No, I'm
And
not saying that people supposed to think like that.
what the sister is saying, what the sister that left off was saying was that when you're dealing with, like, for instance, you're dealing with a cult, low key, everything is kind of a cult. You know what I'm saying? If you in a gang, or you in a sorority, or if you just with a certain group, you play football, basketball, you put on a team or anything like that, it's a cult. And you got to listen to what you're saying, because like you said, you get yourself together, you come outside the house, and then somebody else might look at you and say, hey, maybe I might want to be like that. What is that? You looking for followers. You might not be looking for followers, but
No,
you got
I
your
don't.
idea. You got
No,
your
no, no,
idea.
no,
You
no,
got your
no,
idea.
no,
Come
no.
on,
I
bro.
ain't gonna
Come
have
on, bro.
nobody
Slow
follow
up.
me.
Slow up. You got to listen to what you're saying. You got to listen to what you're saying. You just said earlier that if I come out looking good and I get with a girl or whatever, or somebody, you know, she might, and she not doing good, then she might want to, you know, think I might need to look good because he looking good, you know, if I want to be around him, or so on and so forth. You trying to set an example. Sounds like that's what you're saying. So you got to know
Yeah,
what you're
set an
saying, young
example. I
man.
don't want them to follow me though, because I don't want nobody following me.
But what?
Nah.
But that's the thing. That's by default. It happens. A lot of people don't want to be leaders, but they are. They're put in that place. You can't go against that. That's just what you are. You can't go against that. If not, you need to go up in the mountains and go meditate and go be by yourself and be a hermit. If that's what you want, you set a barrier around you, and then you be by yourself if that's what you want to do. Now, if that's the case, ain't no need to jump on nobody's panel, ain't no need to talk to nobody, ain't no need to do nothing. Set up your own channel and then talk all the shit you want. But you got to understand, this is who we are. If you saying that you're Aboriginal American Indian and you understand the history of that, that's not who we are. We are a collective, and we work together and we build together. We don't bring nobody down. Yeah, we might jostle, we might spar a little bit, but at the end of the day, this is just what we doing. We looking to uplift each other and build on each other's, you know what I'm saying, maybe shortcomings, and come to an agreement, and then go on our separate way.
And to his
Yeah,
point,
I feel it. I ain't gonna get no. I feel it what he just said for real, but I'm not gonna actually
believe
have
that
nobody
the
actually
men are
follow me.
leaders. But the thing is that what you're saying is what all these men are saying. So it still goes back to what we were been talking about, is understanding boundaries, understanding how to choose, understanding what traumas or what things that we're even seeking out of life that are leaving us vulnerable to the wrong leaders. Because when it comes to men, even for the women that believe men are the leaders, all of you are going to say you're the leaders. So now it's about what is making people choose the nature boys, what are making people choose these cults to find a leader versus maybe a you that's more experienced leader. But Terrence, go ahead. Thank you so much for your patience. Go ahead and unmute.
Can y'all hear me?
Peace, brother. Peace, brother.
Yes, peace.
Hey, how y'all
Sorry to jump in. Sorry to jump in front of you, brother.
No, you good. No, you good. So I respect that that you making people aware of how cults operate and the dysfunction with them, right? And
Right.
and you should. But I'm just gonna be honest. Like, you mentioned online personalities. You mentioned the what do you call them in New York? what do they call themselves? Sinetta, all them guys. The conscious community.
Yeah,
Pan
the
African.
so-called Black
They call them
consciousness
Pan
community.
African.
Right. And cults. I mean, at some point you have to, I think you have to take accountability, right? Because from what I know, everybody is aware that the conscious community is bullshit. We seen it. We seen it. We seen them. Niggas is pedophiles, all type of weirdo behavior going on with them. And far as cults,
They still following them though.
and far as cults, we also know that most cults is full of weirdos. Men that's what little boys, little girls, and get women up there to do all type of crazy whatever. We know that. So, but far as you making it aware, but I think I'm raising a 9-year-old little girl, right? And there's no way that I'm not going to allow her to say that it was just my vulnerabilities. And no, I'm gonna make her be accountable. If you chose that and you had to see it before you got there, it was some type of signs. Even if you never seen it before, when you got there, you had to see some type of signs. But like I say, you more than right to tell your story. But I just think, especially if young girls are listening or young boys are listening, you gotta put some accountability on.
Well, I think you kind of missed what Kofi was saying, because she was saying that all night to have accountability of what was happening. But I think summing up the Black consciousness community as, like, even if we want to say Sonetta or the Pan-Africans or anything, that's a mistake. Because we even know Dr. York used this the same indigenous play to be like, you're indigenous, let's go get land, let's live on here, and all this other stuff. And he appealed to so many people with that play, with let's go get land and all this other stuff, and took advantage of the women, and took advantage of the children, took advantage of the underage girls. So it's still a thing that we can say, oh, that only happens with this certain people or this particular group or the so-called consciousness community. But really, it's all the consciousness community, because we're all saying we're woke in some form of way. We're all saying we have the truth, and then people are gravitating to the message because they're seeking the truth. But then when people are gravitating to messages, whose messages are they gravitating to? And are they vetting those people? And are they making sure that they're safe? Are they making sure their family's safe? And we can say, oh, it's easy. How did she get into that? That's crazy. Well, she got into it because she was in New York. There's a lot of killings. There's a lot of shootings. Someone came and was like, let's move. Let's be in nature. Let's raise our children and have only vegetables and fruits that we grow from our own hands and not be experiencing the chemicals. Let's have this sisterhood. Let's have this brotherhood. And that appeals to most of us, whether we want to admit it or not, whether you want to say, oh, my daughter is going to be smarter than all that. That stuff appeals to us because we don't want to pay. You don't want to be under the system. Hold on to your
Let her finish, bro.
1 second. We don't want to be under the same system. A lot of us talk about this daily, how we're tired of being under the American system. We're tired of their oppression and all this other stuff. And that's what makes it easier for these predators to come in. And I'm not even saying just men, even women predators to come in and prey on those vulnerabilities. So I'm not just saying that we can't be smarter, and that of course you're going to teach your children of what not to do and make sure they're accountable to not fall for it. But you have to understand that the vulnerabilities are a little bigger than just someone being stupid, because people are coming in a manipulative manner that you have to protect your children from. You get what I'm saying, Terrence?
I get what you're saying, and I did call you. I didn't use the word stupid. But But
And those
honestly,
you most definitely 100% right. But see, the predators, it's traits to this type of stuff. See, this is where the internet kick in, because we have research. We is in 2024. So at the same time is we have research on traits of the way that dudes even or females even present themselves. So it's research where so that you can understand a predator. So you got to do your research when it comes down to when you dealing with dudes and when you dealing with females for real. So, like, that's what you got to understand before you even present yourself into even in a podcast. When you even talking to people, you got to actually do your research on that person to a certain extent. You don't got to actually, like, know exactly their whole life story or nothing like that, but you got to know something about them. Yeah, I mean, that make themselves actually not look like that as a predator. But then you use your own mind because you know all of us got feelings, we all got senses. So you can tell when somebody coming off is wrong. You should be able to. I don't know if you don't got that sensibility to be able to do that. I think that you must got some type of disability. And if you got some type of disability, then you need help. You shouldn't even be on the internet.
whoa, bro, come
That's
on,
how I
man.
feel. You shouldn't even be on the internet if you can't even disperse most of these disabilities when it comes down to it. You shouldn't even do that. See, I have that. I have that. I have that vibe. That's what makes me aboriginal to this land. I know the difference between a predator prey. I know the difference between when somebody gonna come up on me. Or I mean, I got senses. You feel senses because I went through the struggle. When you went through the struggle of surviving, those senses automatically kick in. If you never went through nothing, it's not going to kick in. You're not going to have senses that kick in. So you're going to be vulnerable. So if you go onto the internet and you never went through nothing, you're going to be vulnerable. You're going to be prey to everybody else, no matter if you're a dude or female. But what you got to understand is when it comes down to the actual reality, is that all of us have senses to be able to notice this if you went through a struggle when it comes down to reality. No faking it. And that's something that you can't fake.
Well, hold on. Sister Freedom, are you here? Nisha, are you here? Just checking in. I know Dot's dropped down. I don't know if she's gonna go.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just I'm here.
Right. Okay. Terrence, were you gonna say something?
No, I get being vulnerable, especially sisters, right? And I get falling weak to it and falling into it. I mean, that's going to happen, right? I think the only thing I'm saying is that
No, that's not something that will happen. If you actually vulnerable, yeah, it will happen, but
let me
it's not
finish though.
going to happen if you went through
Say,
an actual reality
bro,
and reality basis. It's
Jeremiah.
not going to happen that way.
Okay, so I'll use an example really quick, Terrence. So of what Michelle was saying, and I agree with Joe saying she was looking. It was like she's looking for protection. She was, but they cause problems to offer solutions. I'm one that liked Kevin Samuel's message. I understood that he was pushing more younger women to be like care about these things, care about family earlier, care about finding a mate, care about having children in your prime. So I understood that. But then when it came to this other aspect of our community, it was saying that women that are my age that are not married, they're past their prime. They hit their wall. They don't have any options. So sometimes like, oh, if they settled or anything, but a lot of times it was like, okay, they don't. Some of them have no options. So when you're saying that those are the problems we have for the community, even if it's coming for a good place, or even if it's coming from I want to reconstruct the community and making it stronger, it's offering a problem that leads to vulnerability. So then what does this other person come do? They come and take in the vulnerability. They say, hey, I actually take in women that are that age. I'll actually take care of you. I'll actually mentor your children. And out here, how are you going to find a man really at your age with the amount of children you have and all this other stuff? So we have to be realistic that this isn't just like a thing that just this random cult leader is doing. This is what some members of NOI is doing. This is what some Hebrew Israelites are doing. This is what some Pan-Africans are doing. This is what some indigenous are doing. They are going as far as all this vulnerability and preying on these people.
And all of those groups
you know why?
Hold on, Jeremiah. Hold on, Jeremiah. Hold on, sir.
Yeah, I got you.
All to me, like I was in and out, but I still heard some things, and that's why I came back with that question, because to me, I don't, in my mind, I don't have an excuse or a reason why, because it doesn't gel in my brain. I can't be a part of anything cultish. It's not who I am inside, would not allow it. I'm not out here looking for anything that I'm not. See, we try to make it sound all, oh, I'm looking for this. No, I'm not looking for nothing that I can't produce on my own, or that I can't get within my own family. I'm not looking on the outside to fulfill something that's needed in the inside. I'm not doing that. That's why I don't follow nothing. I don't follow people. I don't follow these books, these religions. I don't follow none of these ideologies. I'm just Nisha. So it's nothing that could make me, period, want to become a part of something that's now I'm being swayed. I'm being or somebody with the gift of gab. You know, it don't work like that for everybody. So that's why I asked the question, is there a lack? What's the lack? Because it was a lack, regardless of how it was put. It was a lack of something that made that persuaded or made you want to get in line with this ideology, just as the Hebrew Israelites. It's a lack. Just like following NOI. It's still a lack. It's something. It's something. And to me, it's mental. That's just how hold on, baby. That's just how I look at it and I see it. It's not we all want to be a part. No. And I remember, Dulcie, you had a live, and it was me, you, your brother, and Cube that was on there that time. And I even said it then that I don't have heroes, or I never looked up to nobody, because it's not, I don't have that follower mentality, or I don't feel like anybody is so grandiose to me, that I've never felt that my whole life. So that's why me personally, I could never get caught up like that. That's just my thoughts on the whole thing. I can't do it.
Exactly, and you answered the fucking grand question. Everything in life supposed to happen naturally. It's supposed to happen naturally. It's not supposed to be done by force. If you want to be with somebody, if you want to do things, it's supposed to happen naturally. If it's organic, that means that it's fake. If it's GMO, food, seeds, everything when it comes down to this land, it's fake. It's not natural. Natural means that it comes from the land and it comes from the motherfucking soil and it comes from us and it comes from the spirit and it comes from the soul. Anything other than that is organic, it's unnatural. And all people's got the words twisted. If you got the words twisted, then you ain't gonna know the meaning. Then you gonna actually die, actually just keep on eating fucking GMO, genetically modified stuff, and you gonna just keep on taking genetically modified seeds, and you gonna keep on taking genetically modified medicine and taking genetically modified chemicals and put it in your body and not have a natural source. That's what my grandmother told me. I do not, and I will not expose my real information online with these fake motherfuckers that sit there and talk about, okay, would you expose your personal information when it comes down to your family tree? Hell no. Is you crazy? Do I gotta ask my family this? Like, is you out of your mind? Like, no. You think I'm gonna break this down on my family tree about me being aboriginal to this land? Who is you? Nigga, you ain't my higher power. Like, you gotta be out of your mind. And everybody want that online. Everybody want this information so they can add their name on to my family tree. No! Is you crazy? Is you out of your mind? Like, that would make me have to collect a disability check like you. Like, I might as well just collect a disability check like you if I'm going to just let you just get all my family information without even letting my family know. And then my family look at me like, yo, you gave up my name and all that type of stuff like that. Like you crazy? Really? What is wrong with people on this damn internet?
But Jeremiah, let me say something really quick because I want to say something to what Nisha said, which I do believe that some people are just not vulnerable to those things, Nisha, and I believe you. Like you would have never been in that. But I get of the aspect of where she was coming from that it's not just those. I just use those as an example, but it's not just those. Like even street mentality, even hustling can lead you into a cult-like situation. It's just of the fact of when the people that are vulnerable to those things that do have the certain situations that they're looking for, like Joe said, protection or seeking something, which
Well,
I agree with you, Nisha. That they're
you know what I'm gonna tell them? You
Hold
know
on,
let her finish, bro.
I believe it is seeking for something that they don't have.
Jeremiah, chill out, bro, for a minute.
1 second. I do believe they're seeking for something that they don't have at the time, but I don't think they necessarily always see it as like something that they're lacking or missing. But it is that. I can see where you see it as that, and it is that. But I can see where anyone can get into, not just anyone, but where other people can be in those kind of situations, and they're not just necessarily an official cult. If that makes sense, Nisha.
Yes, it is. I'm not gonna be around for too much longer, but I would tell those people to go get a disability check, go apply for Section 8, go apply for different type of benefits that's gonna help you then. If you actually got a problem, it's a problem that's willing to be solved. Just go look for it. Don't sit back and just think that everything will just come into your hands, because it don't work that way in life.
Jeremiah, sorry. I just had to say this. I ain't really want to be on no damn Section 8. Like, I'm sorry. I'm way better than some Section 8 money, and I wouldn't have settled for no Section 8.
Let's check this out. Yeah, you laughing. You laughing about it. I'm on Section 8. I get Section 8. Cause
No,
at the
I'm
same
not
time,
saying that it's a bad thing or whatever,
you
but
know
I'm
why I
saying
get Section 8? You know why I get
people
Section
don't
8?
want to always
Check this out.
depend on the
No,
government.
I'm
That's
100.
another
I'm
code.
100.
That's
See,
another
but I
code.
can keep it 100. I'm on Section 8 because the
You
government
get a disability
owes
check too.
me. The government owes me. So at the same time is I'm going to get whatever the government owes me, because at the same time is on the application it tells you that it's called Indian housing.
But
So you
Jeremiah, so
supposed
I
to
have a
get it.
question for that for you, like in compared to women, because my understanding of it, it means I can't have a man, or I have to sneak him out of the house, or anything.
That's
There has to
your
be certain requirements.
understanding. That's your understanding.
Okay,
That's
okay.
your understanding. I've been living in Section 8 for almost, let me see, 2-3 years. It don't qualify like that. Them people don't do all that type of research. They can't dig into the documents like that, especially when you actually really is classified as being American Indian on paper. So what is it going to say? Okay, he is American Indian and he actually is from this land. So how can we actually really take something away from him? So what is they going to say after that? Be for real. Now, if you on Section 8 and you classify this being black or African American, they're gonna be like, okay, he is black or African American, so he not even from this land. So why the fuck can he actually stay on Section 8?
How much your voucher is?
Yeah.
How much your voucher is?
You say how much my voucher
$6.98.
is?
How
You
much
up
your
there and
voucher?
post that on the internet? Like really? You want me to really put that up? Nah, I can't put that
go,
on.
go ahead, let us know,
I
nigga.
can't see that price. I can't see that price. But at the same time, things is going up. That's why I'm actually talking right now, because it's real out here. It's really real out here. You know what I mean? And if I got a problem, because I work at Food Line, in Cambridge, Maryland. You know what I mean? Anybody can go at Food Line in Cambridge, Maryland. I suppose that much. But at the same time I'm from Baltimore. But at the same time things is going up through the roof. You know what I mean? And now when I gotta go in my budget and I'm sitting there looking like, damn, I'm on Section 8, and I'm like, God damn, I ain't even paying that much motherfucking money, and this motherfucking food coming up and I can't even afford my motherfucking own habits and all this type of shit. I'm like, okay, it's a problem.
You
It's a
don't get no
problem.
stamps? You don't get no stamps?
Yeah, I get that too. It's a problem. It's a problem because the food rate went up. So I know it's a problem. That's why I'm expressing what I'm expressing. Because I get all of it, nigga. I get
Well,
all
I
of
was
it.
black on mine because they denied me of food stamps.
I know, because I got cousins and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I got girl cousins and all that type of stuff that want it. You know what I mean? But I did the research, and I actually put my time and effort into the time and effort in creating the balances. Like I send it to social service, like boom, 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 boom. I do all that. I do all that. I send my documentation when it comes down to it. I understand. Because it's not fair. It's not fair because everybody should get it, especially if they all peoples. All people shouldn't even have to motherfucking pay tax. All people shouldn't even have to motherfucking pay rent. It's some people that like I shouldn't even have to be on Section 8 for real because I'm
So hold on,
aboriginal
Jeremiah. Let me
descendant.
ask you this question, Jeremiah. So
You're
you an American Indian, right? So where's
mm-hmm.
your people land at? Because that's what you should be focusing on. Since you don't have to really worry about bills like that,
Yeah.
and you don't have to,
Yeah.
you're mind free. So you might as well where are your people's land at, and are you working to get that?
That's the problem. That is the biggest problem. See, with my family, because you know how family is with the dysfunctional shit. You know what I mean? Because my great grandmother, she was born in Montgomery, Maryland for real. I'm from Baltimore. So she Piscataway. She's Piscataway Indian. So then it goes to Virginia, and then it goes, and I was at when we was at our family, I was like, damn, how far do it go into the south? It was like, it don't go really that far past. I was like, damn, I thought we went to Alabama and all that type of stuff they be talking about on the internet. It was like, it don't go that far. It don't go that far in between. It's like Maryland and Virginia level, and then up north, we got some people that live up north now. Yeah, I mean, in New York and stuff like that. But I was like, wow. So we actually started it.
What do we do to get the land back, though?
Huh?
What do we do to get the land back?
So the land back. Now, I went to Curry Davis. Curry Davis on African Americans, not African. And then I went to talk to Lisa Cyphers. See, Lisa Cyphers is from Virginia. She's the Accomack tribe. She's the Accomack tribe. And then you got the Accomack, then you got the Pocahontas tribe, what they call what's Pocahontas tribe called? The Potomac.
It don't even matter. How do you get the land back?
Whatever you want to call it, for real. But at the same time is I don't really care about the land part, because I'm not gonna be living on no big ass motherfucking land
So what
sitting
you
by
fighting
my
for
goddamn
then? What's
self
your purpose?
and all that type of stuff like that. Like without
You
my
don't want the
people's help.
land back?
No, fuck
So
no.
what's your purpose? What you fighting for? 'Cause that's everybody else fight.
I don't want all that goddamn land. I ain't gonna lie to you. Hell no. I don't.
All that land, you don't want an acre? You don't want two? Like you want nothing?
No, I fucking don't. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna tell you why I don't. Because I know for a fact is that all people so fucking lazy. They not gonna motherfucking want to go out there and motherfucking be working no fucking land. Come on now. My people's already told me that. Like, they not gonna want to go out there and be doing lawnmower and no goddamn land and be stuck out there secluded and shit like that. And if they don't got a car, they can't drive all the way to the city to go to the market and all that type of shit and grow food. I already know.
So what's your fighting for, though, bro? What you fighting for?
Huh?
What's your fight?
What you mean? What I'm fighting for?
You have
I'm
all
fighting
of
for
this.
the money. I'm fighting for the money.
The land is money.
I want the motherfucking money.
The land is the money.
No.
Right, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this for sure. The land is more expensive than that voucher.
Ain't gonna be no fucking money unless our people gonna go back on that land. Cause
no,
we need the money.
Not true.
We need the fucking money.
Land
I ain't gonna lie to
money.
y'all. Like, seriously,
Depending on where
we
you get the land,
no.
you can flip it.
Y'all can talk about the land all day long. They not going. Yo, all people is not going to stand in the sun at 100 degrees actually working no fucking land with no lawnmower, no motherfucking, none of those different type of tools and cleaning up those motherfucking lands. And I already heard my people say this shit. They ain't gonna happen.
You won't even have to. But Jeremiah, what we're saying is, it's not about moving back on the land and cultivating the land or anything like that. Land is money. Even people that let their land sit for 5 years and just let their land accumulate money, they don't have to add anything to the land, and they can make money off of land that they own just by reselling it. Just because they let it accumulate money over time and they sold the land. This is a true story. I know people that have made $50,000, $100,000 just by purchasing land, letting it sit for 5 years and reselling it.
Can you what?
You can make money off of buying and selling land.
Go ahead, yo. Go ahead, get out my face, yo.
Listen,
that's just a fact. I don't know what you want to hear, but that's a fact.
Go ahead, yo.
Jeremiah.
Go.
Listen, bro. So if you're American Indian, right? Right? And your people, your ancestors were American Indian, right? They own
I'm listening to you, yo.
They own the land, right? And the land was taken from them. And the most valuable thing on this earth.
You would be better saying that you would hire some Mexicans to actually sit there and take care of the land than
but listen though, the most valuable thing in this world is the land.
For real.
Right? So If you own the land, that means if you own the land, then that
Mute
means
up Jeremiah while he talking, because you got a lot of echoing. So mute up while he talking.
So if you own the land and you took the land back from the colonizer, then that means now they have to pay you land tax. That means Google, Amazon, insurance company, they all now have to pay you land tax. If your people, so-called black people, got the land back, that would instantly flip the whole wealth gap over. Instantly. So why wouldn't you want the land back?
And Jeremiah, can I ask you? I mean, you don't have to give your full age if you don't want to give your age, but can you tell us if you're like in the 20s, 30s, 40s?
I'm 36.
36? Okay.
Yep. I was born October the 12th, 1987.
Okay.
So say he just want his check.
And I get it, the check, but sometimes the check is going to be a play. And I just want you to know that land is a play. You can make some money off land, and you don't have to cultivate it. You don't got to get people to move on it or nothing. You just got to find good price land right now. And then in a couple of years, it's going to go up. It's land. It's going to be a residual income no matter what, because it's land. Land will always be profitable. Where your car will go down, where the house will go down, depending on the amenities or anything, land won't go down. Land is only going to go up. Unless you just bought horrible.
This is the whole thing. Hey, I understand. See, this is the thing. They put us into yo, do you not understand what type of situation that they put us into? Like we adapted to technology and all this different type of stuff like that. So if they remove us away, I mean, we got that land. I mean, even though we got peoples that got that land. And I hear a lot of all peoples complain, like, don't nobody come down here and help us out with the land. No family members want to come down here and clean up. Don't nobody want to actually do this and all that type of stuff. So why should we keep this? We might as well sell this goddamn land. That's all they complain about.
Oh, that's your family? That's what your family said? Oh,
yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
But you can build on the land.
Because everybody, because that's realistic. That's realistic. Because everybody is focused on what they want to do with themselves. They like, oh, well, we actually up in the city, we gotta work. We actually gotta take care of all our kids, and we gotta make sure that we got enough money to do this and do this and do that. Like, they like, fuck them. Like, that's all 100. So I'm keeping it all the way realistic. I'm not sugarcoating nothing when I'm talking. I'm not sugarcoating this situation. That's how they is down south. They like, oh, they don't want to come down here and help us. They want to actually stay up in the NCD and they want to come. That's how they feel.
Wow. I didn't understand that last part at all.
Until this happened. Okay, we get flooded a whole bunch of foreigners, and then we get flooded amongst where's those that we get presented with Donald Trump, then we get flooded with all these different type of things, and then everybody like, okay, we up north, but I think that we should just move back down south with our peoples, and then our peoples down south be like, oh, now y'all want to move back down here. And I told y'all should have came here in the beginning. Like, no, I'm not letting y'all back down here. Stay up there where y'all was at. Y'all wanted to stay up in the city the whole time. Y'all stay your motherfucking ass up there where y'all was at.
No, they not.
You know what I mean? Now the table switch. Because our people's always told us there's nothing new underneath of the sun. You gotta understand this. It's nothing new underneath of the sun. So everything that they doing right now, they already did before. That's why when I be on Cut Podcast, I be on everybody podcast, I'm like, it's not nothing new. You know what I mean? My people's already said this already. Like, it's already written. They already wrote this down in history. How this was ran.
So
How the hell our
let me
generation
ask
don't
you this,
understand this?
Jeremiah.
You know how our peoples didn't understand this? Because they said if you want to actually tell black people something, then put it in the book. If
Put it
they,
in a book.
you know what I'm saying. Put it in the
So,
book.
so Jeremiah, why are you going so hard? Why are you going so hard to let so-called black people know that they American Indian? What's the point of that? If you don't want
What you
nothing.
mean? Why I'm going so hard about telling black people that they American? I'm not going so hard. I'm just going off of the word that my people's already told me.
Right.
I'm just going off the word that my people's already said. Like everybody else is saying the same old thing. You know what I mean? It's just a revolving door to me. I already heard all this type of stuff. I don't need documentation and all that type of stuff because my documentation is written because my people still have family reunions. We still have our genealogy. We sit at the table and be like, oh, 16, 19. Oh, we was here before that. What the fuck? Like,
so you don't want to get back what was taken from your people. You don't want to get that back.
What do I want to get it back? It's not just about me.
No. When I say you, I mean all black people.
I can't solve the problem. My cousins and my brothers, and my other peoples, they gotta step up too. I can't be the only one. Cause just because I feel this way, it's only just me feeling this way. My peoples know this. They just don't care. They don't care. See, that's what you gotta understand. Yeah, I know this, but my peoples know this too, but they just don't give a flying fuck because at the end of the day, they just worrying about what they gonna do to survive today and tomorrow. It's about today and tomorrow.
Wow.
They know this. They know for like that African stuff y'all be talking about on podcasts. Nah, my family don't know nothing about that. My family be like looking at y'all, be like crazy, like what African motherfucking African boo booty scratches. Like they be looking at that crazy Moors. What the fuck is that? Like my people know that they Indian. My people know what fucking tribes and everything that they is. But they just be like, okay, we already in the system, so how can we remove ourselves from this system? That's what the whole key is. How can you remove yourself from this fucking system that we already put ourselves in? That's the whole goal at all family reunions is how can we actually get ourselves out?
Well, I have so many
questions about Section 8.
I was just about to say that, Nisha. I'm like, you're literally in hand with the system on Section 8. You couldn't be closer. But hold on. I want to say to Kofi, I agree. I think this is such a big thing of being like, us coming together, us women or anything, and just like working, purchasing land or anything. I understand that whole people are attracted to that. As far as when people are saying, let's come together and purchase land, now you have those people that are like still trying to build cities, but they have so many requirements. Remember, Nisha, and I respect, the people that are building cities, but then they have requirements who can purchase their land afterwards, be passed down to the children. Like, there's so much that we have to really do as far as that.
Jeremiah, mute up. Excuse me, Dustin. Jeremiah, mute up
for a second. It is available for us to come on and get together, purchase land, grow and stuff like that. But we keep talking like this. We keep talking about, well, I want to get something. Like, well, why can't we just build and get it ourselves? I'm still trying to
That's
understand.
that be my whole point.
Check this out. Check this out. This is what it's going to really take, and it's explicit. It's so explicit that my uncle he be jumping out of his grave saying this. It's so explicit because they done did so much on our peoples, and because they didn't script every seed off of the earth that's natural already, and y'all got to do the research on that. They already put in a seed vaults. They got seed vaults on in Antarctica, but they didn't script all the natural seed vaults from Earth. So everything is just basically GMO. So we in genetically modified food. We in genetically modified seeds. So even if we had our own land, how is we gonna grow our own land naturally when all the seeds of the earth is fake? So we gotta take everything back. See, that's where all people's gotta understand. We gotta take everything back. That's a fight.
Like the land.
That's a fight.
Yeah, I think it all starts with the land too, because all I'm thinking about as far as like what you can do is like treat the seeds or figure out, there still are natural seeds if they're growing for natural plants. So you have to find those. But with GMO seeds, you would still have to have the land. I don't see any other option.
Yeah, because the GMO seeds is processed through your generations. Because yeah, we can live off of GMO seeds, even though we eating the same type of food that we eating right now. We think that we good living through the fast food restaurants and living through the food that we eating right now, but it's decreasing our growth when it comes down to the age that we live. So it's causing cancers, it's causing different type of diseases, it's causing heart attacks, it's causing all these different type of things. So if we don't get back to the natural aspect when it comes down to this land, we gonna keep on going through these type of things. So we not gonna be able to actually progress.
But you
How
don't
can
even
you
want the
progress
land
with this?
though. How? I mean, I don't. Well, you don't even want the land. So what's your fight though? What for real? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm still confused too, because I'm like, you're saying you're on Section 8. That's not getting the land back, but you're saying we need to get the land, we need to grow, we need to eat our own foods. Like, uh, you're saying
Yeah,
your point
I'm
is
on
not
this.
to get
I'm
your
on
own
this.
land. And I have a
See,
question, because you said that your family has land, but they're complaining about needing help. So, is there any one of y'all that are coming together and be like, let's help maintain this land that we have so you don't feel the need to sell it?
it's not gonna be nobody that's gonna be on it but me. See, I'm like the last of the Mohican in my family because a lot of my family members died off, and I'm be 100. Like in the past years, when it comes down to a lot of different type of situations. But see, a lot of my families is still indoctrinated, like how y'all talk about. So when I talk about this type of stuff, when it comes down to a lot of my family, they still got this indoctrination built up in them. Like everything is just gonna be all cool. So it's not really too many people in my family that really know about this information, but the people that immediately died.
Yeah,
See,
so it's like
when
brother, it's
yeah,
it's 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 like this. It's like this, Jeremiah. And yeah, I got a son, my son Jeremiah. He 18 years old, February 20th. So you're a good brother. You know what I'm saying? That's a strong name. Now here's the thing, right? For instance, um, you talk like a leader, and I think you are a leader in your own right, whether you want to be or not. And everything that I've been hearing over the past few hours or so, is that somebody has to take the lead. You know what I'm saying? And if you have those things, then you need to go ahead and execute it, because Section 8 is one thing, right? That's cool. You know what I mean? That's the Social Security number and the birth certificate. Outside of that, you got to go ahead and take that leap and go on faith and go get that land and figure out how to get that land. And that's a whole lot of research. That's a whole lot of study. There are people, right, that can help with that I know. You know what I'm saying? And Dane, Top Cats, you know, them people's actually getting stuff done. It's people that know how to get that done. So you got to reach out to them and be able to get that done, because that's your heritage. That's your lineage. Everything you talking is great, but that will put a stamp on everything you're saying, and can't nobody tell you shit after that. So if you can do that, unless you're comfortable being on Section 8, that's what I'm saying. This is where you got to get to where you need to get to on those certain type of things, you know. You know, you had the government paying for your living, you know, for the rest of your life, or you got free money. Free money is that land. They can't take that from you. You have the documents, you have all the things that you need to show that it's yours. And all you got to do is claim it.
And honestly, Jeremiah, I'm a lot like you. I'm a little younger than you. My parents are transitioned as well as my grandparents and everybody before that. I only have so many elders left of both sides of my family. And what I can say is, I think maybe your mission is also, you should talk to your family. You should convince your family, like, this is important. This is our land. This is who we are. You say a lot of the elders were already teaching this, so you have to believe that that's going to pull through with your family as well. And then you guys start the initiative with your own land that you have right now, and really get your family together and say, we can't lose this. We got to take care of it.
Yeah, that's most definitely easily said than done when you talking to my peoples. I mean, yeah. I mean, cause I actually talk to them all the time. But see, my people's Lord, like being raised in Baltimore, it's like the environment. I don't know if it was the chemicals
Is the
and
land
all
still
that
in
different stuff.
Baltimore?
Yo, they understand. They understand to a full. They understand to a full extent. But like the action gotta speak louder than words. See, that's what my people's is like. Like you can't just sit there and be breaking everything down about all this type of history type of stuff. Like my people's not that type of people. Like you can't be sitting there just talking all that history stuff to them. Like they want to see
Exactly.
you
So it
grow.
sounds like you got to be the example, Jeremiah. That's what I'm saying. You got to be on the land. You got to be non-dependent just on the Section 8. You got to show them it's possible. And then when you're showing them that it's possible, they'll come in too.
Absolutely. Well said.
That's true. That's true. I give you that. But at the same time, they still happy that I'm still in the position that I'm in. Cause at the same time in the reality that we live in, with the prices, everything going up. Cause I got other cousins that's doing way worse than me. So at the same time like in my position, me being able to do what I did when it comes down to the system, like this is a up. You know what I mean? And when it comes down to family, I don't know if y'all know when it comes down to family, a lot of family that stole money. Cause I had recently when my father died, My little brother steal money for real. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Left money and all that type of
About
stuff.
the so
You know what I
money.
mean? All that different type of things like that. See,
They're
that's where a lot of people fell victim to, because I don't know about y'all, but I know in my family had a lot of fucking grave robber motherfuckers, where there was that stuff was supposed to be left, motherfuckers took,
Stop
motherfuckers
cussing.
ran off,
Stop cussing.
motherfuckers
Easy, easy,
fucking
easy, 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 kid. Easy,
switched
kid.
information
Easy,
and
kid.
did different type of things. So when you bring up certain type of topics, they gonna be on your motherfucking ass.
Stop
Watch your language,
cussing,
man. Watch your
Jeremiah.
language, bro. Watch your language.
Now
Freedom,
I'm
freedom,
I'm
freedom,
being for
freedom
real
gonna
because
get you.
I don't know how
Stop
to talk
cussing
about
though.
a different type of
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. You can do it. You can do it.
But I'm just saying, when
But
it come down
Jeremiah,
to
I
my
think you're confusing what we're saying too. Mute up for a second. I
I
think
heard what
you're
y'all
confusing the fact that we're not saying give back your Section 8 or anything like that. What Nisha was eventually what was saying in the beginning, or what you can do is that you can have a greater purpose, which is getting land, not just going and saying one or the other, but using this time, using the extra money, invest and try to build on land. And then you said that you already have land. So just think about it. Think about just starting maybe a garden there, or just a couple of vegetables to grow, or different things that you can invest in and then get your family the best in, because you have extra funds. Okay, in comparison to a Texas person, you definitely have extra funds on rent right now. So there's other stuff that you could just put in on it and just build, and just think about the future generations as well. That it's not just about you guys in the land. You have to think about the future, especially if you're about this message
I
and who
wonder
people are
about
really.
that you said that, Dulcie, about.
Sister Freedom.
I was wondering about that, Dulcie, about in Texas. I don't know. I was thinking about the other day. Y'all grow a lot of vegetables and stuff because it's warm climate there all the time. Is it easy to grow vegetables
It
and things?
depends on where you are. If people are not people aren't doing it everywhere, but like some places in Austin and the outskirts, stuff like that, they're growing food.
Nice vegetables and things. Yeah. Oh, I was wondering that because I've always wanted to have my own little garden in the backyard and stuff. Just a little bit. My grandfather did tomatoes, just small things, tomatoes, green peppers, things like that. I always wanted to have a little small garden. I was wondering, I guess where you live at, Nisha,
I
too,
feel
right?
what y'all saying, but the
Nisha,
whole thing about it
be
is
quiet, Jeremiah,
the
be
whole
quiet real quick. I'm asking Nisha. Where you live at, Nisha, in Florida, it's probably easy there, right? And growing nice fruits and vegetables and things.
I mean, yes, ma'am. I mean, and also, it's a lot of things that you can grow inside also, so you can start there. So it's not just always outside. You
Ooh,
can start where you at and grow inside, and then take those roots and then plant them. So you don't always have to start outside.
Yep,
mm,
yep, 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 yep,
I
yep.
never
Now,
even.
see, like in my backyard, right, freedom, is that what goes good out here in California. I mean, we grow everything, man. We didn't try it, man. We tomatoes, watermelons, cantaloupes. We didn't throw everything out there. Now, what grows good and grows wild in any season: mint, parsley, lemongrass. Those peppers, sage, aloe
Mm,
vera, all those different type of things that can grow real good. Also, you got these things called morning glories. You know what I'm saying? They grow real good, and they create a lot of pollination. Bumblebees come out, bees, those different type of things we have. Also, you have basil. Those things are easy to grow. Those
do
things
you
are
start,
easy.
and you can start your own business with that, Anton, so, with
Yeah,
those type of things.
yeah. We take them to the farmers market.
Oh my
We do.
goodness.
We take them to the farm. Farmers market is big out here in California. Yeah, we just cut them up, do whatever. and my big sis, my oldest sis, you know, she do all the butters and everything with the herbs, you know what I mean? And
Mm.
you know, so she do a lot of that stuff. She makes all kind of stuff, tinctures and all that stuff. And you know, we just give them to her. So like lemongrass is real good because that's real healthy,
Yes.
and that thing grow big, and ain't nothing stopping it. Once you grow
I would
it,
love
it ain't
for you
nothing
to
stopping
make
it.
some seeds for some
Yeah.
different things. I would love for you to. Now, I've never done it, but my grandmother used to grow, and like I said, my grandfather used to have a garden in his backyard. You know, I've
Hmm.
always
You
wanted.
should do that because, if you just get a bed, Sister Freedom, because you have the space to do that, and then do a tea garden because all those things can go on your tea.
Yep.
Yes, that's thank
Yep.
you, Dulcinea. Maybe this summer I will try because you know those trees that smell really good, the ones that smell. I know they cause bees though. The ones you know what I'm talking about, Anton. Those
Honeysuckle.
Yeah. Yeah.
honey.
Honeysuckle.
But you
There you
Yeah,
go.
but you want that. But you want that though. Bees aren't harmful. They're good actually. I mean, we sit in the backyard, be big bumblebees and wasps and everything running around. But what they do is they pollinate, and they're useful. So, I
I
mean,
don't know
it ain't a bad.
They
I'm just
do,
saying,
yes, they
it ain't
pollinate.
a
Like
bad
it's been
thing.
bad that we haven't seen as many bees around. We need
It
them.
ain't a, we be having that cabbage in the back. You know what I'm saying? Them big old cabbage trees. You know them things, them big flowers, and you know. But like what Nisha said is correct. You start with a nice, and you know what Dulcinea said. You get a nice little bed. You germinate them, get the seeds, let them grow, let them get strong, and then you go and transplant them into the ground, and now you rocking.
Yeah, I would love one of them honeysuckle trees. I've always said it, and for like I've had this house now for 10 years, and I said to myself, well, 9 years, and I want one of those honeysuckle trees, but I'm afraid of those bees.
Okay.
It's the yellow jackers that come around.
Now you need bees.
They're
You
not
got to
harmful.
have bees.
Yeah, they're not harmful. They're not harmful.
That the one that got my pant leg that time, bro.
And bees can make you money too. If you
I want some seeds
process
though,
the honey.
the lemongrass. The lemongrass, yeah, I like what Delphina's idea was about them tea bags and stuff like that there.
Hmm. Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Pull them and dry them, chop them up, and you got some tea bags.
We
yes.
have little trees too that are good. We'll just talk about it because there's a way that you can definitely have a tea garden, and you don't need a honeysuckle tree if you don't want no bees. We can do something else. We can do another tree, and it's gonna be just as good. Have some herbs on it or something,
But
and
it
you
do
have
smell
your tea.
good though, Delphina.
Oh
Them
yeah, I
honey.
know it smells good, but you ain't ready for no bees. Obviously, you gonna have to call them white people in. That's another reason why I don't want to move away from white people, no matter what y'all talking about. Because the bees, the snakes, who gonna tackle the alligators? Nah, that's why
No,
I hate
no, why you say that? Just said, oh, Mr. Freedom ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm just saying.
I'm being serious
I
though.
like them fried on my plate. I don't want to tackle them.
I'm serious though. I do. I really want to. There's a lot of stuff that I want to do now that I didn't do before, but I do want to do it now. I
Yeah.
would like to have my own marijuana. Excuse me.
I said cabbage.
See,
Didn't I
that's
say
why I want
cabbage? I said
Colorado
cabbage,
again.
Freedom. I said cabbage.
Oh
I
yeah,
Cabbage.
don't, I
cabbage.
don't know about the cabbage part and all that.
That's what we
No,
talking
that stuff
about.
is supposed to be easier to grow.
That's another word for the
But it's a lot.
Cannabis.
Medigiana.
Cannabis.
It's a lot of
That's
rabbits.
another word for the Medigiana.
But you know
We
what
call
though?
we call
It's
it
a lot
cabbage
of
out here.
rabbits around here, and that's what it was no need in me at first, but that's what I felt like. It was no need in me starting a garden because there's so many rabbits. Every time I look out there, it's like the rabbits is going to attack.
You can protect it from that. There's protectants to put over it, and there's things to put on under the bed that makes it like they can't really dig through. You'll just have to. We'll have to get together you see as far as what they do, as far as how to protect it, all this other stuff, and then we'll go from there to grow it.
Well, let me ask Anton, and let me ask y'all one more.
But the crazy thing is, like everything that y'all describing, right? Like, cause I'm in a 2-bedroom apartment. Like, I got 2-bedroom floors. I got a backyard. Everything like how y'all describing. So, like, how is that like, cause I got everything that y'all saying. Like, so how is that like I don't understand. Like, I was there like downgraded. Like,
Well, first, okay, so she's not saying that she has a 2-bedroom apartment. I just want to put that out there. Sister Freedom's banking, so that's not what she lives in. But she's doing well in Delaware. But we weren't talking about the apartment or where you live at. We're talking about more so the growing and doing something like grow some food, get stuff that you can like show your family, and that's the sort of thing. Not like you should get off of Section 8.
but see, I can do all that on Session 8 at the same time. That y'all
Yeah, we're
don't
not
even.
saying to get off it. That's what I was explaining before, Jeremiah. We were never saying get off it. We were saying there's more that you can do while you're on it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, because the thing about it is y'all don't understand. Session 8 is not for just me. Session 8 is for my daughter. Like it's not just for me because I'm not gonna be able to have Session 8 for my damn self. Like Session 8 is for apply opportunity for my daughter. But I just knew how to get it quicker because I knew for a fact that's who I was. So when it comes down to
So what was you saying, Freedom? What was you saying?
Jeremiah? Why are you on Section 8? Why are you on Section 8?
What you mean why I'm on Section 8?
Yeah, why are you on Section
8? I wasn't on Section 8 at first, but the courts ordered me to actually move to Section 8 because, like, where I was living at when I actually moved from Baltimore to Cambridge, Maryland, because this is a smaller rural town, and when I was living in the city down here, and the judge, when I guess Section 8 got involved when it came down to my daughter with my baby mother. Yeah, I mean, they actually ordered me to actually move to a better place. So I ain't had no choice but to apply for emergency assistance. Because the landlords where I was living at in the inner part of town, they was like slumlords down here. Yeah, I mean.
Wait a minute, where are you? You from Baltimore, right?
Places. Huh?
From Baltimore, though, correct?
Yeah.
You only live like an hour and a half from me. So if you live in Maryland, right?
Yeah, I live in Cambridge, Maryland. That's where I'm at right now. I'm in Cambridge, Maryland.
And that's like, it's not that far from Delaware, right?
It's not too far. I don't know how many hours it is away because I know Delaware don't got tax. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not far.
I didn't think so. But wait a minute, I'm just trying to figure. Okay, so that means you don't work.
Yeah, I work. I work for Food Line. I work at the fucking Superbuck, and I do QA.
Oh no, I was just wondering how you get your daughter lives with you.
No, I'm in the process of trying to get my daughter back through social service. So they actually, cause me and my baby mother went through a problem. So I'm actually in court right now trying to fight to get my daughter back from social service for real through what it's called when they actually what the fuck is
Child Protective Service.
Yeah, something like that. Like the fucking
So who has the baby?
This little foster kid, this temporary foster kid family.
Oh,
yeah. So
yeah, that's
they
CPS.
so they actually ordered me that actually moved from where I was at when I was in town for real, because I wasn't knowing Section 8 at first. But they
Right.
said that the landlords ain't keep up with the police. Cause you know how Section 8, I mean, you know how social
Well,
service
that's
do when
good.
they
Don't
get
look
involved.
at that.
When
Keep it.
social service get involved, they're gonna pick out everything that's crazy. So I actually had to motherfucking bring up the Declaration of
I
Indigenous
said
Rights
that's
and all that shit
you gotta
to
stop.
the
You want your daughter back. You got
yeah.
But
So
yeah,
I'm
we
saying
definitely understand, Jeremiah, that you're working towards things and you got stuff in
trying
the
to
work.
see how I can possibly help him get his daughter back.
what you say?
Jeremiah, I wish you could get my phone number so I could try to help you. I help
Can you
my
put your information in the private chat, Jeremiah, like your number or your email, and then we'll get you in touch with Sister Freedom?
Putting all my information because my bank account got hacked 2 years ago. My bank account told me, no, do not put none of your information online again.
Well,
Nah,
email. Your email is safe.
I ain't even gonna lie to you.
She
Like,
didn't say your bank account.
I ain't messing with this internet type stuff. I ain't gonna lie to
She-
you.
I want none of your
Like,
money. I
for real.
wanted your phone number so I can try to make some phone calls to see how I can try to help you and assist you in your daughter.
Or email.
Yeah,
Yeah, your email is safe, Jeremiah. You can just give your email.
Well, you can have my phone number. I mean, oh God,
Well, don't give it out on live though.
Yeah, I don't mess with this internet stuff because this internet stuff tricky for real.
Just
Because
told
they be
the
taking your
internet
information
your
and all
personal
that type of
business.
stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
serious.
well, we
I
gotta
told you my bank
understand.
account got hacked 2 years ago for $10,000.
Wait a minute, Jeremiah. You just told the internet your very personal. You know what? I'm gonna leave that alone.
I'm
Might as
telling
well.
you for real.
Let's
I'm
go
talking
back.
about through a Cash App out California where so that I actually had to fucking trace all my accounts and had to go to
You
my
got
bank
issues.
and actually had to
You got
do
issues. I understand.
every transaction.
I said,
Like I don't mess with this internet stuff like that when it comes down to my information. And my bank account told me no.
nobody didn't ask you for Jeremiah. Be quiet, please. Nobody didn't ask you for your bank account information. In a minute, I'm gonna get you. Just a couple minutes, because you keep talking.
Okay, mute up, Jeremiah. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Okay, Sister Freedom, what were you saying?
Jeremiah,
You're
what's your bank account information, baby?
yeah, all right. You gotta be out of your mind.
Why you do that?
I mean, because he keep on playing with me.
Yeah.
Your mind. And that was due to COVID shit. They actually they
Stop,
fixed the
Jeremiah.
game for real.
Hey, my brother, that she is saying that she would like to help in getting your baby. So guess what? Mute up and let her talk. She said that she will put her phone number in the back chat, and then you can decide if you want her help or not. How about
Yeah.
that? Let's simplify the game a little bit, homeboy. Come on now.
You understand, Jeremiah?
Yeah, because I don't even know how I work that back chat and all that type of stuff like that. So
There's a button
what
that
is
says chat.
called?
There's a button that says chat. Hit that chat button, and then I'll take you straight to the back. You're not in the whole big
Are
thing.
you
You know what I'm
friends
saying?
with
But
OTK?
like I said, she's gonna go ahead and do that. I mean, I don't know. Go ahead.
If you're friends
Go
with
ahead, Freedom.
OTK, you can get my number from him. I don't even know now. I'm scared to
Man,
my
yeah,
number. I'm scared to
he
get
been
my
acting
number.
a little shaky. He been acting a little shaky since I've been on y'all podcast. So I don't know.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That's what you're not gonna do.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I ain't talking about no I'm talking about
But look, Jeremiah, look, you should get the number though, bro. Look, when you go to court, she can maybe go down there and be an extra mouthpiece for you, help you get your daughter back.
Yeah,
That's
just
what
go
I was
ahead, Freedom. Put
trying
your
to do.
put your email back there, Freedom. Let him do what he want with it.
Well, just leave it there for real. I mean, I don't even know how I work this internet type of craziness for real, but I see it. I mean, when I'm on the phone for real and I'm talking, you know what I mean?
The
I see
reason
what
why I
I
was saying that because you could have got okay, but what I'm saying is because I know a lot of people that work in the political arena that could possibly help you. That's why I was saying it. But you know,
Yeah, that's what's up for real. Cause I've been actually trying to go through this situation for almost like a year and a half now, and it's just crazy because I never knew that it was just that serious once your kids got caught up in the system. So
oh, it is
like
that serious.
for real,
It's very serious.
yeah. I mean, I heard it when I was younger, but now
But
since
you
I'm
do have a
older,
right to your
it's
children,
real.
but there is stipulation that you want to go through. And one is you're gonna have to show to an upstanding person. So you can't be online using profanity somewhere they can go right back and say, see, he's a hoodlum. So stop cursing online. You gotta watch what you do and say. That's all I'm saying. You gotta protect yourself. Which means they watch everything you do and say. That's all. But you can get her. How old is your daughter?
Okay, there was just feedback. So let's unmute Jeremiah, and I think we have to mute up when he's unmuted because he has feedback.
Yeah, he does. He does. I heard that. But
No, I said they can present all the information that they want to. I'm aboriginal to this land, so they can keep
How
on
old is your daughter?
2.5.
Oh, you
she
got a
12.
young baby.
How old is she?
2.5.
Oh yeah. Yeah, please be careful what you say and your actions. Just be careful. They don't care nothing about you saying you aboriginal to this. That please be careful. So, you know they think they own everything.
What you mean they don't care?
They
They
don't
don't
care.
care. They care when I actually said, because I actually got information to back it up. I ain't
They
just talking.
we'll talk about it later on. We don't gotta talk about that now because it's but back to Anton, I'm gonna get with you on seeing how I can get some seeds. So Dulcinea could tell me how to, and also Nene can tell me how to start this garden that I've been wanting to start for years. Seriously, I seriously would love to start a little garden. Just some tomatoes and green peppers, and so I would love to do some lemongrass. What else you say, Anton?
Yeah, mint is good. Sage is good.
Smell good.
Yeah, aloe vera, because I know a lot of people use aloe vera. You get them aloe veras, them things grow strong.
You talking about the big aloe vera things like?
Yeah, the aloe veras, they grow out. They got the little pokey things that look like a little small cactus. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going there. You trying to make me to be a real gardener? I'm talking about now. What do the
No,
lemon?
no.
You're
The
talking
thing
about, yeah,
is
lemongrass,
once you,
basil.
what,
He wants to stay
yeah,
in the mid and all that route.
yeah. Well,
You
what
can
I'm
get
doing
other
is that's just I'm giving you something that are they self maintain. You don't have to doctor them up. You ain't got to watch over them. You ain't got to do nothing. Now the tomatoes you gonna have to.
cucumbers.
Yep, same thing. You got the sweet onions. You got the green onions.
I don't want to do nothing that smell funny, so I just need like stuff like the mint, definitely, because that smell good.
As they grow, but see, just like a mint, they grow wild. Them things grow wild, and it's not just about they smelling funny. They're repellents.
I'm talking about the onion.
Hey
Yeah,
yo, how you know the
the
difference
onion too.
between Hey yo, how you know the difference between it being GMO and natural seeds?
Yeah, I'll answer that in a minute. So what I usually do in terms of getting the seeds though, like go to a farmer's market, get
Mm-hmm.
whatever, buy whatever you want, and then once you cut it up, get the seeds. That's how I do it.
Wow. Okay.
And it's inexpensive. You ain't got to buy no seeds. You don't have to do none of that. You get it.
You broken up. See, y'all got that southern
And
touch.
yeah, and there's a way with some of the things that are easy to grow where you take the stems and you just put them back into the soil and you cultivate them. But we can talk about that too. That's what it's like. We can talk about this, that it'll be the simple things. You ain't got to do the extraordinary gardening. You can be simple.
Yeah,
But let
my
me ask
bad, y'all. I had a
you,
call.
I don't
Somebody
think it's
called me.
fair.
But
You gotta do the
real quick
extra
though, because I gotta take
extraordinary
this call. I'm
gardening
gonna jump
because
off.
the extra
But the
extraordinary
thing is
gardening
Wait, hold
yeah,
on,
sound
hold
good
on,
to me.
Jeremiah. Hold on. Aton is saying something.
yeah, hold on. Yeah, because I'm gonna jump off. I gotta take this call. But yeah, what I usually do with the things and then with the herbs, you know what I'm saying, with the nice flowers that smell good and smoke good. You know, basically we get the seeds. Everything I do is from a seed, but I know how to properly grow them, and we just dry them out. Like we get the watermelons, we get the seeds, we dry them out. Then tomatoes. We talking about bell peppers. What else? Anything that got a seed. Lemons. I mean lemons. I mean those things are trees. Lemons, oranges. We
Lemons.
plant those. You dry them out. Just drop them. Let them germinate a little bit. Put them in some water. Let them germinate. Drop them in the ground and let them go. But like I said, you got to do it like Nisha. Like Nisha said though, start them small in the house
I
so you
want to
can
know what
monitor them.
grows in the house.
You
Let
can
me
grow mint. You can grow mint in
Well,
the house.
you could do. I mean, you can't really grow them too much in the house, right, Nisha? But you could, if you want, if you, like I said, if you got a backyard, it's like the starters. We call them starters. You cut them real
Yeah, you
small, get
start
them
them in the
going.
house until
Yeah,
they sprout, and then when they sprout,
yeah,
you go and put them in the garden. And what you can do is have a bed. So we can talk about
yes,
the bed, how you'll protect the bed, and the different things you can put in your bed. Because a pretty big, stable bed, like a, I don't know, we'll get into the dimensions later, but you
wait.
can put
Let me ask you
a lot of
something,
things
though.
in a bed.
But Dulcie, do you think that if it's your property, right, that it only should be right that you can grow cabbage on your land, and that you should not
absolutely.
get fined or put in
Yeah,
jail?
but that's why I say to keep a bed to protect that thing, those type of things about it too. That it's not like they're saying you're in violation for planting or anything. You have a bed. It's part of a garden.
I know it's very strong because my patient would used to grow cabbage in his in the closet. Okay, he in the closet, you could smell it coming up the
Old
stairs.
school.
It was so strong, you could smell like a skunk. I mean, it was so strong, right? The cabbage, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And
Yeah.
I it. Let me tell you,
All right,
I just
ladies. I got to get on though. Peace and love.
okay time.
All right, peace.
Hey,
Anytime.
peace and love. All right, peace to the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stay strong. In a minute.
Okay, but Dulcie,
But yeah,
we
you
do.
growing it inside too would make it stronger or anything. And then with the other things that have their own scents, it's not going to be that strong. It's going to be out in the garden, so it won't be like that.
Okay. And he had to buy this. It was like something like a tent, and the tent had a light in it, and it grew it. I couldn't believe how big it had got, like stalks. It was really
Yeah.
right in the apartment building, right in the apartment in the closet. So it really can happen, like Nene just said. It really can grow stuff in your apartment.
Yeah, you can. You can, as far as that.
Hey
But yeah,
y'all,
you have to have it definitely. It has to be
can I ask you
smell
something
proof.
real quick?
Yeah, you can get down, Jeremiah. Yeah, you can.
I actually came up with the ingredient that make your hair grow faster.
Oh, okay. I thought you had told us earlier you got burns and stuff, but what's that?
with the
No, but no, wait,
relaxer.
hold up. Don't say it online. But do you have it in product form? Do you put it in something that people can grow their hair, like oil? This ingredient that you have, do you sell it?
I actually mix. I mix the
Don't
vitamin
tell us
E.
what you mix. That's your secret ingredient. You don't have to tell us what you mix. I'm asking, do you put it in a bottle and sell it to people?
No, I don't sell it to people. I only use it on my own head because I actually experiment myself just to make sure that they work.
Well, maybe that's something that you can start doing. And since you see it's working and it's growing your hair out, you can start not telling people what the ingredients you put in, but putting it in a bottle and seeing how it grows in other people's hair and then getting it disputed out.
I want to know
That's
what it
another
is.
way of revenue.
What is it? I want to know.
He might just start growing hair.
No, you can't take Jeremiah's secret. I'm not letting any of you
Stuff
take
that,
his secret ingredients.
I could
Let him put his Jeremiah magic grow out to the public, and then y'all just have to pay for it.
And
you
I'm
use
talking about for
rosemary.
real. It actually
You use
really
the
works.
rosemary, Jeremiah.
Yeah, that's even more why you should sell it. What's Sister Freedom?
I asked Jeremiah, did he use the rosemary and the peppermint and the black seed oil?
That's added into it. You guessed it. That's added into it, but it's some more to it.
What else?
I mean, I'm just those are just the three. Just you can also use coconut oil too to add that into bergamot. These are all little things from lavender too, just for
Yeah, but
purpose.
see, this is what we gotta use. I'm gonna give y'all a good advice, cause I'm y'all. This is what you gotta actually resist. You gotta resist all chemicals with alcohol in it, because alcohol automatically dries up our hair. So
Right, I
that
can.
causes
That
that
makes sense.
causes flake. So everything is supposed to be natural. So it gotta be broken down to a natural oil. So you can actually mix anything that's actually natural, like you can use, like you said, what the
Coconut
what did you
oil.
say? Peppermint. You can use the coconut, but it cannot contain no ingredients. See, that's the thing about it. Anything that got ingredients added into it, that's what kills off the hair and it
So just
damages the hair.
pure. I use the pure coconut oil.
Yeah, anything that got chemicals in it, like when cause I go raw up my hair for real. I go to the beauty salon. So at the same time is like anything that got added ingredients into it is that's what breaks off our hair. Like that's what causes damage. So you actually got to actually buy things that got natural, like with no ingredients. If
You
alcohol
know,
is
you just
added
said
into it,
time,
that's
so you
something
do
that you gotta
like that.
avoid. Alcohol is something that you gotta avoid. When you look on the back of a label, any hairspray, anything that you add as a chemical into your hair, you gotta avoid alcohol. You gotta avoid certain type of chemicals because it creates a dryness that
Oh, I
actually.
forgot vitamin E. I put vitamin E and K. Both of them too. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, and the juices like lemon juice, like lemon juice, but the lemon juice can't have water added into it because water actually is going to frizz our hair up. It dry our hair up and it frizzes it.
You're talking
So
about
like anything that got water, like that aqua water, like avoid aqua water. Like it got to be natural. Like anything that's natural without that water on it, like then you add that into your ingredients. Then you add, and I mixed everything up. I mixed everything up, and I created the most strongest ingredient that you ever can have. I created them more strong. My hair won't break. My hair won't break at all. Like I can comb, brush, everything. Like, but I did this for at least over 12 months. Boom, my hair dropped down to my back.
So you got a perm?
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
great.
with a
All
relaxer.
ingredients, then you put a permanent.
Relaxer.
That don't go together. But what
But
I'm
I get my hair done. But I get my hair done through all people's, where so there's no lie when it's added into the chemicals, because I even broke her down with the ingredients of the lie, because that created a lot of damage when it came down to what people said. So I get the deep conditioner, and the relaxer and the blow dryer and stuff like that. But I try not to use too much heat. But at the same time, I make sure that I keep my hair oiled up with these chemicals that I put in there. Not that, I mean, my mistake. Not chemicals, but the oil. I put this oil in my hair, and it grows, it grows, it grows, it grows, it grows.
you
Cause
just start
I be
growing
doing,
hair. That's all that. That's
yeah.
stuff you talking about, and then
Cause the one thing, cause my grandmother is an American Indian, and one thing before she said, before she died, she said, "Look, boy, if you don't grow out your hair, cause I grew my hair since I was young, all the way up to then." Yo, I even had one of all females that tried to cut my hair off when it was in a ponytail when I was younger, cause she was like, "Yo, you love me more than you love your hair more than you love me." I was like, "Nah," but I after that I knew it, cause my grandma was like, "Look, if you gonna grow it out, this is what you do." She gave me the ingredients. My grandma gave me the ingredients.
okay. Okay. Because
And I stuck to the ingredients all throughout my life. And I know for a fact this is the strongest vitamin E that your hair don't break. Because when you go to the beauty salon, they say you gotta get your ends clipped. And I went to beauty salons where they clipped my ends too much. I was like, okay. I accepted it. Nah. I was like, okay, put this. I used my same type of oil, grew out longer.
you
So
got me in,
I know. I
but you
knows
got
the
the
juices.
right
I
too.
know
And
the juices. I know the juices when it comes down to growing out your head. And this is without dreads. Because I was going to get dreads at one time. Because I was like, how can my hair not drop all the way down to my back? Because I was like, how can my head not drop all the way down? Because I was like, how do all people's hair break off so much and all this different type of stuff? And then I discovered, like, what shall we use
I
as
just need
oil base? Because they script us out of oil. That's why I say stay away from GMO. That's why I always, in this whole conversation, stay away from GMO, that genetically modified chemical. Genetically modified chemicals, that's what cause a react to us as people from this land. We got to use natural.
We'll bottle
So
it
you
up and
got
sell it.
search. You gotta search for this different type of stuff. But
I
see,
knew somebody was
one
going.
one thing I'm gonna
I've
tell
been
y'all.
telling him. Y'all been telling him to just tell all his secrets and all this other stuff.
He
It's
don't got no
grandma's
secrets.
recipe.
One thing I'm
It
gonna
should
tell
have
y'all
been
about
grandma's
Scientology.
hair growth, the
Really
grandma
just
granny's recipe or something that y'all trying to get him to
Yo,
expose.
I
But
don't need him
hold on, Jeremiah.
I've been using those things.
1 second, y'all. 1 second, because my dad, he used to grow my hair out, and he would have weird concoctions and stuff to do
Yeah.
with my hair too, that really growed it long. But it is about like the natural things, because it would sound crazy to tell you, which I'll just go ahead and say, like, because I've seen like Cardi B doing avocado mask, but what my dad used to do was like mayonnaise, eggs, then wash it out
Yeah.
with beer, and then
That's good.
wash it
Yeah.
naturally and iron proof fast. like super fast. It was so like, but yeah, masks are really good for your hair and different natural things to get those vitamins if you can't just get access to the oil straight. So there's
It,
just different things like avocado, different things that's good for your skin is good for your hair.
Exactly. And see, that's all about taking care of yourself. And see, it goes back to that level. It goes back to that level. So when you talk about taking care of yourself, that was one thing, like, man, like I always was that dude, like everybody knew me, like that. I was always long hair, don't care when I was back in the days. Yeah, I mean, I'm still to this day, for real. You ask my big mother in the room. Like, it's natural. It's natural. It's natural plants. Like it's natural oils. It's natural different type of things. I had to cut my hair off last summer because it got so long with so that it was just like on my face. And I got into an argument on a cut podcast with the dude Sashi because he got dreads that go all the way down to his ass. And I was like, yo, I don't want my hair like that because like that shit was too hot for me. You know what I mean? And I used to get in beef with females because, you know, sometimes females get mad, be like, damn, like you get your head down. Like I used to be like, damn, why females be hating on me like this? And I used to be like, yo, I do this. Like, just listen to me. Just listen sometimes. This is how you take care of yourself. Just listen. Just
oh my
please
God, I
listen.
couldn't listen. This is what I'm saying.
But the peppermint, you right? The peppermint is
You know, you
peppermint.
can use it
That's
to
one of the
oil,
that's one of the main
lemongrass. That's what I'm
things of
saying. It's so
narcissism.
much. I'm just
You right
saying.
about that. Peppermint oil, the peppermint oil is the most 100% natural oil because the peppermint oil once it hits your scalp, because you know how
It's
peppermint
so
is once it
good.
pause mouth, but at the same time is like that hits your scalp naturally. But then you got the peanut oil, then you got the curd. Curd is vitamin C and mixed with vitamin E. So then that mixed in between. So what you do is you take all those and you mix all those in between, but you take the natural, not the GMO. You take the natural, blend it in,
Hey,
and
but you
put it
didn't
in
make that up though, Jeremiah. You didn't make that up.
blend it in and put it in a bottle, and you have patience without putting nothing in your head. I'm not talking about no fucking wig, no weave, none of that.
Will
Just
you please
watch it.
stop cussing, though? I'm not, you know what? You're getting on my nerves.
Just watch it. Just watch it. Just watch it.
No,
I'm
just
giving
stop
y'all advice.
cussing.
I'm
Dang,
giving y'all advice.
Yeah, but it's understandable, and yeah, we definitely understand. I think you're preaching to the choir for the most part because people know how to grow out their natural hair on here. But I definitely think yeah, it's important to keep your hair oiled up. You always want to do water based, and you always want to do non-chemical, non-GMO, like he's saying. But Sister Freedom, was there
yes.
anything else you wanted to say about tonight?
Um, I think tonight was a very good build. I love the sister. I really, really loved her. She was good. I think the
Yeah.
build was nice, and I just think, but you know, I when she was talking about it, I think that anything could be considered a cult. The way she was talking, I mean, you know, the way she was saying it, I think that anything could be like our sisterhood could be considered the way she was saying it, but not a sick one, a good one, of course. But I think,
Yeah, but I think that's where it was getting it, like the warning people and everything, because it's
yeah,
like the beginning portions are this, and then it's like how it changed, how it evolves over time, where you kind of start seeing the players, because our sisterhood could be a cult. Anything
right.
about the conscious
Anything
community
could
could
be
be a
a
cult
relationship could be.
until you actually can trust the people around.
Right, right. You know, you gotta be careful. Um, because to me, like I said, was it the person or the people who started? Okay, just say you are a star, Dulcinea, and men started worshiping you and giving you money and cars and houses and things. You wasn't even asking them for it, but they just started giving it to you just because of who you are and who your name is. It ain't your fault. You know what I'm saying? It's just that they was doing it, and it became, to other people, it appeared to be a cult. You see
Well,
what I'm
it just depends, because what happens is most people can't handle that. Like, if they were just getting stuff and being like, okay, I'm content with that. I'm just getting stuff, and you guys see me as this. But the fact that getting stuff turns them, even if they had pure intentions at first, and then they go to a point where they're saying they're the God and everything is theirs, you're theirs, your body's theirs, all this other stuff, that they end
Yo,
up
I just want
feeling
y'all to
like God,
understand.
like you
Y'all
can't say the
understand this?
people made them
Yo,
feel like that alone.
yo,
It's
yo,
some of their
y'all,
responsibility too
yo,
for everything
check
that
this
they
out,
do.
right? Check this out, right? Y'all ain't
now?
gotta
Because
actually.
she's talking.
I know, but I'm just saying, y'all don't even gotta explain all that.
I'm saying, but let her finish
At the
though.
same time, is y'all got every single thing that every last other female be wanting, but y'all just gotta understand it for y'all self. Y'all got the ass, y'all got the hair, y'all got the
Oh
style,
my
y'all
God!
got the
Please let her
this.
with this.
Hey,
Y'all just gotta understand everything about y'all self, yo.
Jeremiah, can
let her finish, nigga.
Y'all
Mute
good.
up.
Jeremiah, hold on. We definitely understand. We definitely understand that we're just talking about the people in this, because there are people that have done this in the community. So there are the polites, there
Yo,
are
y'all
the
shouldn't be
different
tripping about
people.
that
And
community.
hold on, Jeremiah, that's what the stream, Jeremiah, hold on 1 second, mute up. So that was what this stream was about. So we're just talking about the particular guest that we had that has been in a cult similar to that. And she was explaining earlier, which I don't know if you caught it from the beginning, but she was explaining earlier how she got herself in a cult like that. And I get it that it's like, oh, self-esteem or different things, but there's different reasons why people join a cult. So I was just saying, as far as Sister Freedom's point, hold on, Jeremiah, hold on. The Sister Freedom's point is that a lot of people could have good motivations even in the beginning, like you were saying, Sister Freedom, like
right.
they were looking for the same goals too. But the fact that the power can convert them, just like a politician or anything, like a good politician, it's like, I'm gonna help my people, I'm gonna help the city, and then fame comes, the money comes, they get a part of
Right.
Hollywood, and then they change. They still are accountable for changing.
Yeah.
But remember this at the end of the day.
Please, I'm trying to
Y'all
come.
Aboriginal American Indians to this land, and everybody want to come over here to be y'all.
Bro,
So
mute
at the
up,
same
bro.
time,
Let her,
y'all need to actually represent who y'all
man,
is
mute up.
and stay in y'all position.
I really can't, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm mentally, I'm drained.
Hold
And
on, I get it. Jeremiah, you gotta mute up. You cannot come in as far as when someone else is talking. So just stay on mute, and then after everybody's muted, then you can come in. But Sister Freedom, what were you saying?
girl, what I'm trying to say is anything could be considered, with how she was explaining it, is cult-like. Because what she's saying is you're getting into a situation because you're seeking. Okay, Nisha asked her, what were you lacking that made you go and seek? And she's, to be in, given the organization. But every organization, just like relationships, just like anything, got rules. You know what I mean? You have a choice. Just like with the carbonation situation. Those people can leave whenever they want. I don't see where you couldn't just roll. You could just go whenever you want. Nobody can force you to stay. They can ask you to stay, but you can leave whenever you want.
Well, they can't. You can't leave whenever you want if you have to. How if you're already been convinced to be out of the country, and then now you don't have your identification, you don't have anything on you because they were like, oh, let me put it in a safe place, and you trusted them. Now they're like, oh, I'm holding it hostage. So it's not like you can't go, but it's still making things harder. And then sometimes that you can't go. It's the same kind of abusive relationship that would be one-on-one that can be in these cults. So you can't assume that people
That's why I'm
haven't come up
saying.
dead or all this other stuff. So it gets to a
Well,
point
when
when
do you
someone's
notice that though,
abusing,
Samaya?
it's not easy to leave, huh?
When do you notice it?
When do
When do you
you notice
notice it?
it? Well, it
When you
depends because sometimes, and that's where the accountability lies in, because sometimes you're in denial. Sometimes you're
right.
in denial of the things that you like about it, the things you like about them, the relationship factor and all this other stuff. And then the abuse comes in any form of way, because sometimes not just physical, sometimes it's mental, sometimes it's in form of control, sometimes, even like in monogamous relationships and poly relationships and cheating and all those are forms of control.
Yeah.
Of being like, okay, like, oh well, this relationship is good, you should let these things go that are hurting you because this relationship is good. And a lot of us get caught up in that. A lot of us do. It's just not as definitive. Hold on, Jeremiah. It's not as definitive as an organizational cult, and I think that's what she was bringing in, to
Yeah, but she
understand
was
that
good,
the
whatever it
cult
was.
behavior happens in a lot of different variables than just the group.
Well, she was good anyway. You know what I'm saying? What she was talking about was on point. It was good. Hey, Sashi. How
Hey,
you doing?
Sachi, peace.
Hey, y'all.
Hey,
Can I ask y'all a
Sashi.
question?
I see
Tell
my
him, yo. Tell him, yo.
in the
Can I
chat.
ask y'all a
Sashi coming
question?
up. But I put the thing, the link in the chat. But Jeremiah, please don't open your phone when somebody's talking because it's distorted.
But I
Nene,
agree with you, Sachi. Like he said, like a mega church pastor is a cult
oh
leader. It's the
yes,
exact same thing. That's what I'm saying.
yes.
Like where she was saying of how all these people are vulnerable to this, how people are vulnerable to TD Jakes. It's the same behavior that
Not
is
TD.
causing these people.
It
Now
Yes,
don't
you
matter.
he done been in enough trouble.
It don't
Not
matter what title you put on it, what religion or whatever.
TD again. They get TD in too much trouble. They TD. Y'all not gonna mess
So
with
I
TD.
just was saying of just how he, even off of the trouble he's in, even how he is as far as like the money wise, like literally they were saying he was sending notifications to people like, hey, you haven't paid your tithes, like you got two more church services, are you out? Like people was having to give their money. Yeah, he was definitely on point, on top of everybody had to give their money. Everybody had to give the tithes to be a member of the church.
Why do you feel like you gotta do that?
Hey,
Like, come on
so
now.
so
That's what he was doing.
who more powerful though?
TD.
Who more powerful? A nature boy or a Nova Drew Ali?
Wow.
I think Noble Drew Ali because of the time period and
But
my.
his situation wasn't like that. Come on now.
Well,
Stop.
we don't know. We weren't there, but I would say for the length of
I'm not,
time that he's.
hold on. Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing about take Nature Boy nefarious. Even though he just got all that life sentence for the bullshit he did, take that off the table. I'm just saying the cult part. Who more powerful? Noble Drew Ali is dead and gone, and people still practicing his.
That's what I'm saying. Noble Drew Ali definitely, to me, would be the stronger one.
What's more powerful, woman or a Noble Drew Ali?
And y'all gonna keep on worshiping that man.
I would say the same.
Really? Y'all gonna really do that? Like, come on now. This 2024.
What is you talking about, Jeremiah? You need to be able to keep up with grown people in the conversation, bro.
And listen, Jeremiah, turn your YouTube down. Turn the volume down on your other YouTube. Just be on the stream yard. That's why your mic keep feedback.
Y'all gonna stop. You gotta stop. I can't.
But yeah, I don't think we're saying that we worship Noble Drew Ali. Hold on, Jeremiah. Just his influence in comparison as far as what we're saying that cults are. Because cults are different from just the nefarious stuff like Sachi is saying. Cults are just gaining this following in the community. And I think that's one of the main things that keeps us vulnerable in our community is this search for knowledge, this knowledge of self. Someone got to tell you there's higher learning and lower learning. There's spirituality, there's commit, there's books, there's this, there's that. There's so much that is all given to us as a platter. To be like, you the gods and the goddesses, follow me.
You can take it off knowledge and religion and all that. What about the beehive? What is that?
Well, that's a little different. It's
not
a cult.
If you mess with you say something about Beyonce online, what's gonna happen?
It's a cult.
You better not. You better not mess with me.
The bees are coming out.
You better not.
No, that's why I said it's a coven, not a cult. But no, it's definitely cultish. All the celebrities are definitely cultish too. It's the same. It's the same.
I literally seen a woman on stage letting Kevin Gates spit in her mouth. Something's wrong with these people.
Are you serious?
Okay, you ain't had to mention that because that's gross. But yeah.
Yeah, but that's not.
But that just shows because that's probably a grown ass woman, and people say, "Oh, it's the young ones and all this other stuff." But really, it's just who can have those kind of influences to be like that.
I don't know if y'all know about it, but it's a girl online right now. She's coming out talking about some guy got online and played like Kevin Gates, and kept on telling her he need her to keep him from going to jail and beat her out of $200,000 or $300,000.
Wait, she gave him $200,000 to $300,000?
Yeah, he kept on playing like he was Kevin. She's saying she think it was really Kevin Gates. But anybody with sense know it was somebody playing because she didn't never see his face. But this guy, whoever he was, ran so much game on her that he had her believing that he was Kevin Gates and he needed money to help stay out of jail, and he actually got about $200,000-$300,000 out of it.
Wow.
Terrible.
Yeah, that is. And that's the games that people can play on each other is crazy.
It is crazy.
But yeah, I think for stuff like that, especially when it's not okay, yeah. I'll mute up, Sister Freedom. Let Jeremiah go. No, go ahead, Jeremiah. What were you saying?
Man, y'all know y'all don't play no games like that. Cause I done mess with a whole bunch of females that didn't play no games like that back in the days. I don't know where that weakness came in y'all mind. Yo, I don't know if it's that weakness in y'all mind, but yo, ain't none of no female play that type of stuff like that, yo. Like what is going on, yo? What the fuck? Like,
Jeremiah.
come on now.
Delson, I'm serious.
You cursing, bro.
He has no control with himself. He really don't. And it's sickening.
Every panel we go on, Jeremiah, I keep telling you the same thing. Stop putting the one size fit all hat on, man. Ain't no one size fit all nothing.
Jeremiah, can you do me that favor, please?
I don't know what the hell happened to them. I don't know if the payphones messed them up, or the internet messed them up, or the goddamn.
You already got it.
Jeremiah, bro. Jeremiah, listen.
One more time, Jeremiah, I'm gonna put you down. I'm serious.
She actually
listen, you gotta stop cussing, Jeremiah. But you have to understand what Sachi is saying. There's never been a time where women are a monolith. There's never been a time that women weren't doing these things. The women that you knew weren't doing them, but there were still women that were falling under this. We know. We used to see it. We used to see it growing up. Even if you said you've seen women that have been beaten up before. You've seen a woman get shot before. That's the same principle. It's just a different lifestyle, but it's still the same vulnerabilities. It's still the same toxicities, still the same traumas that are leading these women to that. So I get it. I get it as far as to be like you want women to be better or anything. It's not all women that are like this, but you still have to adhere to that some women are like this and what they need to do as far as to build to get better. Like Nisha was saying, she would never fall under.
Go see you putting out, baby.
It's not just a simple this. They just have to go and figure out what they need to grow for themselves. They have to do some shadow work. They got to figure out what's going on with their past. But yeah, there's never been a time where women just had it all together. Because there's never been a time where you men had it all together.
Exactly. That's what I was
Yeah,
just about
you
to
are
say.
so right.
We got some weak dudes. We got some weak dudes out here. Please believe we got some weak dudes out here. That the skirt wearing dudes, yeah, me. We got some weak dudes out here for real. Yeah, I mean that's signing off the flag with that Diddy shit. Yeah,
There you go.
Hey, Jeremiah. I have learned to not even do that because my granddad and them will call me and you both weak for having long hair.
I put him down for a minute because he can't act like he got some sense.
No, I'm just saying I have learned not to cast them little things like, because what he's saying, how people look, dress a certain way and make look however they look. My granddad and them will call me and him punks because our hair is long.
My granddaddy did too, because my son's hair down his back. He cut it now, but it's just like 3 months ago, his hair was on his back. Raju always had long hair. And when he was younger, it was real long.
That's a little different than wearing a skirt, though.
No, I'm not comparing it to wearing a skirt. I didn't hear all of what he said. Hell no, hold on, stop. My bad. I'm not comparing it to that.
No, just the different views on it, just like the perming of the hair and like the different transition. I haven't seen a guy perm his hair in a long time.
It sounds like something.
I remember when it was in the South. Okay, Jeremiah, if you come back up, you can't curse anymore. Like we having a strict no cussing.
You can't give a whole spiel on GMO fruits and chemicals and stuff, and then you talk about you wear perms. They don't go together.
Don't go together.
Nah, he gave us the whole spiel about the organic hair.
Yeah, it's the natural perm. He said it's no lie in it, so it's a little different than a perm.
Oh Lord, somebody talking about me.
No.
No, they were saying, they're just trying to understand the relaxer thing because the relaxers have chemicals in it. But I understand you have a less dangerous relaxer because of the no lie. But we're still confused about the chemicals.
Can you explain that to the dude? Can you explain that to the dude? Can y'all females explain that to the dude? Can y'all females explain that to the dude?
We understand, bro. We understand.
I'm gonna tell you what the beautician told me when I asked for no lie. This is back when I got a perm back about 20 years ago when I used to wear braids. She said, how do you expect your hair to lie down if you don't got no lie in the perm?
Okay, but 20 years in advance, and now, give me
some tea down
nowadays they actually already mixed up the chemicals, just like the lye and the GMO chemicals that you eating right now. They actually mixed up the chemicals.
But that's the point, is that there's still chemicals though, Jeremiah. So you don't know how safe they are, but you are putting good essential oils in your hair other than those chemicals to kind of combat it. But the relaxer that you're putting in is still a version of chemicals that could have effects on your hair. But not saying that it's not. You're still growing. You can still have natural, nice growing hair and getting like they're basically like soft relaxers.
Don't
They're
be
not
lying
as,
to that
they
man.
don't make it as
Don't
Yeah.
straight. They,
Check this out.
it
Check this out.
literally,
We are,
it's a
don't be
real thing that
lying
people
to
get these
him.
kind of relaxers, but they're still chemicals. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't put any chemicals really in my hair since I got it locked.
Don't
So
be lying to
I don't
him.
really do it anymore, but I
If
do
he don't
know of
take
this
care of
particular type of
his hair
relaxer.
gonna fall out.
Okay, but we all
I
messed
ain't got
up
to do
either
nothing
way
to
you
mine.
want to
I ain't
look
got to
at
put
it.
no grease in it or nothing. If you don't take care of your hair gonna fall out.
My son don't got
I
put no.
don't got to do nothing to mine. I don't got to go get it done, do nothing. I might look crazy, but I don't got to do nothing to my hair. It's gonna still be there. If you miss the perm appointment for about 3 months, you gonna be broke off in the back. You ain't gonna have no hair in the back.
Is you out of your mind? Do you not know that I'm actually American Indian? My hair will not break off. Like you don't know
Man,
who I
talk
am.
your tail
See,
off. Hey,
that's the whole
you
thing
ain't
about
talking
it.
to
You
nobody
don't know
that
who
don't know
I
about hair,
am.
man. I've been having hair my whole life. If you wear perms and you don't keep your perm up, your hair gonna break off, buddy.
That's true. Now that is true.
Yo, check this out. I grow my hair the same way you grow your dreads. I can't go to the appointment every single month. I have to let my new growth grow to get another perm. So I have to do
I
that
want him to
to
stop
let my
talking.
hair grow out.
But what I'm
I
saying
can't
is you
keep
can't
getting
say
my hair
forget it.
done.
You can't say forget it and don't do nothing. I
I can
can.
say forget it. Do you not know
Now
I
you
got
can't because
locked
your
up
hair gonna
before and I'm
fall
from
out.
the hood? Do you
Your
not
hair
know I
gonna
got
fall
locked up
out.
and I was from the hood? I had to go 2-3 months when I was in jail before without having to get my hair done. So don't talk about what I can and I can't do. My hair never fell out.
Man, listen. Everybody know that wear perms. If you don't keep your perm up, your hair is gonna break off. Everybody knows this.
It's each to every person. I'm a different type of dude. See, that's what you gotta understand. I'm a different type of dude. I'm not like everybody else. You can't compare me to everybody else.
Yeah, plus he got a less dangerous perm. Remember?
Well, I'll say this to his defense and to Sachi. It doesn't necessarily just break off, but them split ends, by the time you go back and get that relaxer, your hair that looked all long and healthy and all that split ends have taken it
Exactly.
up to your
Explain it
shoulder
to
and you
him.
got to get all that cut
Exactly.
off lit usually.
Exactly.
So it's the
Exactly.
same kind of principle of what Sachi's saying when you got to cut off so much of your hair because it's all split ends at the bottom.
But the whole
Because you
thing
have
about
to
it is,
maintain
but
chemicals
but the whole
once
thing
you have
about
the
it is,
chemicals.
but the whole thing about it is when you a person that keep up with their self every single day, right? And you look at yourself every single day and you make sure that you stay on top of your game every single day, right? So whereas those that like I know that I gotta get my hair cut, my split ends gotta get cut every single 3 months. So if I go to the beauty salon, I'm not gonna go every single day to get my hair perm. I'm gonna go like probably like once or 2 months. Yeah, I mean to get it done again, so I can let my new growth come in. Whereas those that, because I'm using natural oils. Whereas those that I understand my hair. My people's I was raised on my hair. So can't nobody actually come on the internet and tell me what I'm doing? Because I know for a fact this is what I'm doing.
Yeah,
The
you
same
got it.
thing with his dreads. His little dreads for real will fall the fuck out if he don't
Hey,
go get put some motherfucking
hey,
grease
stop
inside of
cussing,
his
I
hair
bro.
don't gotta
Bro,
do
every certain
nothing.
type
The
of month.
lying. Don't hate. Don't hate because you chemical up and I'm all natural. I don't have to do nothing. I don't even have to wash my hair. I don't have to do
There you
nothing.
go. He
Ain't
went
nothing
again.
gonna happen to my hair.
And again, he just can't stop. He can't stop. I don't know if I want him to come back on this evening because he don't know how to behave himself.
He
I don't know. I'm
he
going to go to
he
bed because
his feelings hurt because we talking about his perm.
yeah, it just sounds funny for a man to be talking back and forth like that.
yeah, I was finna ask him, do he wear his hair down 365 days a year? I can't believe that. That's crazy.
It just do. I'm sorry, it do. I mean, this whole conversation on perm and going to the beauty parlor and all
Yeah,
that.
I was thinking you would know of it since you're like right around the area and stuff. I was gonna ask, is that a Delaware thing? Because you know it's
Oh,
pretty
girl, no,
eradicated from
girl,
the
let me
South.
tell you something. These men don't play that here. What? Seeing a man in the beauty parlor and nail shop and all that kind. Come on now.
Well, I've been in a hair shop with a man. Like men get their hair braided, they get dreads, they get locks and stuff
No,
like that. But
no. The
like
girls
I'm
that braid
asking, like, have you
the
seen
girls that braid
perms,
their hair
like,
actually
or
braided in the
relaxers?
barbershop.
Have
They
men
braid
getting
in the barbershop.
relaxers up north,
Hey,
or where are they
hey,
still
y'all.
doing that?
Hey,
The girls
y'all.
that
You
braid,
think about a man with
the
a
men hair
man's
braided in
job.
the barbershop. They actually braid in the barbershop. Nope.
Hey, can you see a man with a man's job, like a man's job, like shoveling cement or something? Can you see a man with a man's job with a perm doing it?
You sweat
Can
that
you
thing
visualize
out.
it in your head? Him with his hard hat on, his boot, shoveling cement with the perm. Can you visualize that in your head?
No. I don't know. I'm
No,
just
I
talking.
think of Cat Williams. More power to him, but he from
You say he don't
Cincinnati.
have
That's
no
why
perm.
no, yeah, he has locks now too. That's what I'm saying. That's the last person I really seen with a nice flowing perm is Cat
He
Williams.
said he didn't have no perm. When he was
Oh, he said there was never a relaxer?
yeah,
That's a
remember when he was
lie.
with the woman?
That's a lie. He definitely, that was the no lie relaxer. That was a
Played
lie.
out. Nah,
He
he's
definitely
old
had a
school.
relaxer.
See, this
Remember when he
what
was
we've been
arguing with the woman?
He had his high comb on his hair.
With the big
He
woman?
probably had a hot comb too, but in the beginning phase of the luxurious, and that was like 20 years ago, he was putting some corner. He was putting a no lie relaxer, like I'm
He
saying.
said it.
It definitely was, huh? Wasn't he?
He said it on one of his sets that that is perm. He said it. He done had a perm. He said
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was doing like a form of relaxer. It might have not been like super harsh, but he was definitely doing a relaxer.
I thought he said he didn't, but okay. I could be wrong. When he was arguing with the woman, remember? I thought,
Well, no, I think he was talking about he hadn't in so long because now it's completely locked up. He doesn't have perms anymore. He has locks and they're long. That's what I'm saying as far as this lock life.
one thing I can
The
say is,
people
Cat,
don't
I don't think
understand how
they're
good it is.
real. I don't think they're real.
You don't
No,
think his locks are real? Well,
no,
there
not at
is
all.
the whole adding fake hair, but it still could be natural.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah.
Oh, I used to get a Duke every week, every month and a half in the 90s. Put in my hair. I used to have a funny little Steve Harvey haircut to go with it too.
one thing I can say is Cat's told everybody business.
Yeah, it's a trend, but
Yeah, he did go on Shay Shay and talk to Shay Shay about his brothers and his brothers. Because all of them brothers. All of them is the same two paternity.
That big man picked the name Shay Shay. God, today. Shay Shay.
I mean, I mean, you know,
I
it
just,
is what it is.
you know, I could have just right him and asked him why Shay Shay though.
I mean, why else would a man call himself a female?
He had a boyfriend. He had a boyfriend.
Are you serious?
He had a gay stylist. What man, a straight man gonna have a gay stylist?
Man, what straight man finna let you call him Shay Shay?
Or what straight man gonna let another man dress him?
Do y'all not understand Shay Shay? Shay Shay sound like she played on the movie Prison. He was a light-skinned dude, too sweet or something about one of them. Like, that sound like
Sister
one
Freedom
of them
started y'all on purpose. She understood what she said. He did. He did.
I never understood why big old man got people calling him Shake. I'm on sit down on here. Shay Shay. I'm like, what? What?
It sound like he moved in the cell with the booty bandit and his name was Shannon. His name was Shay Shay. That's what it sound like.
It do. It really do. And I mean, I like him as a person, but why Shay Shay? It just don't. It ain't meshing.
I mean, it's clear he gave. I mean, he had the
I didn't know
homosexual dude.
that. I'm serious. I did.
He had the dude working for him, and then when everybody started talking about it, he fired him.
I'm not always being ornery. I just didn't understand it.
You were, because it didn't matter. You didn't need this whole story to understand the whole Shay thing. Everybody understood. All the women already said. I mean, we already established. And the fact that everybody's going on there to gossip. It's not just Cat Williams. Everyone that goes on there, they're going on there to gossip. That's all. So Shay with the gossip channel. They used to have a sports channel. We all understood, except you.
Oh my God, it's so sick.
Man, listen. If you hear a male accept a woman's name, that means something.
Sachi crazy. That's terrible. That don't make sense. So there's going to be a debate between Chris and Roots, and it's going to be concerning the Atlantic slave trade. Did it happen or didn't it? Or I think it might be, did it happen like that? What y'all think about that subject?
I think it's just it was their slavery, or is slavery real? I think the subject is.
There's several different routes you can go and several different rabbit holes you can go down with it. It depends on how they want to argue their point. If they trying to prove that slavery happened, or if they trying to prove that what slavery really was ain't slavery. It's really just a job. I mean, like, what angle is they taking?
Do you think it had to be necessary when it was already dark people on these lands? Because really and truly, this is what I say. I'm just make my little point, right? Everybody that I know in Africa still got their names. None of the people over here in America don't have their names. They don't have their lands. They don't have their cultures. But the people over in Africa have their names, and they have been colonized. They do have Islam and Christianity, but they do know their tribal cultures.
Yeah, and I think even though Chris is going to lose by focusing on Africa, I don't think even the thing is about the transatlantic slave trade. I think it's like, is slavery like, I think like what Sachi is saying, like, is slavery like they tell us it is at all kind of issue of even being like, are the people here, were they slaves or were they prisoners of war or anything like that? But I definitely think Chris is going to hone in and keep it about the Africans and the transatlantic slave trade, which is true, Sister Freedom. Someone can make a lot of questions about that portion of it. But I think it's about slavery.
2% even made it over here, like 2%. Like, I don't know how many that is, because the numbers kind of.
But see, they can, like a person can take all their paperwork from a job that they done work, including their W-2, and then get slave documents and mess this shit up. My bad, my excuse me for cussing, my bad. But they can mess it up. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like they can show you the master being the head of household on your W-2, the slaves being the people you claim on your W-2. You get what I'm saying? It gets
right.
Kind of.
I personally cannot imagine me going all the way over for 90 days back in the 14 to 1500s, all the way over into Africa for 90 days.
But okay, tell me this: would it be still known for someone to pass down their workers, like of being like, okay, they're dying off, and they're like, oh, you have my Negroes? Is that still like a company thing and not the company in itself, like the people worked on? Like when people were on ships or had companies, it'd be like you pass down the company, and then the people will be a part of that company. But now with slavery, they're being like, here, have this Negro. Is that still a working thing?
I'm gonna say employment was different because, like, back then you didn't just go work at a job and you could quit when you want. You had a contract of how many years you was gonna work.
I still trying to
I don't
get past
believe in,
that I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
believe in the whole they kidnapped nobody from nowhere and made nobody no slave. Because all I be seeing is indentured service and pay stubs when I look at slavery.
I'm just saying. How did they feed them? What water did they drink, and how they use the bathroom? And if they did use the bathroom on themselves, they were sick from the smell, ammonia smell from the urine. I mean, and it was packed like sardines in a pan. They would have
Think
died
about
before
this though.
they did that.
After the first
It's,
voyage, after the first time they went over there and so-called got some people, how did they
And
was they able to come back a second time on a whole continent full of so-called black people? How were they able to come back a second time if they actually pulled it off the first time?
it's not true. It's not true. And it's easy to prove it. I mean, it's not true. You got ocean gyros in the middle of the ocean. They on a sailboat. You can't make a sailboat go where you want. And the ocean is violent. It's not true. And how are you going to get Africans to grow food on the land that they're not familiar with?
right. I mean, and then who was buying sick, weak people? I just don't understand that for the
The
life of
thing
me.
of this, you got to pull up to the shore and get off of your boat to do anything. So how is I'm gonna let you pull up to my shore one time and steal some people and come back and do it again when I can see you coming?
Mm. I just want to know your thought. But I'm ready to go to bed, Dulcie. I can barely hold my eyes open with toothpicks.
No, I was waiting for everybody to be just, yeah, I'm about to close out too.
Okay.
Y'all, I'm out of here then. Y'all have a good night. Good night, Sister Freedom, sweet dreams. Good
Good
night,
night.
Dosey.
You
Good
know,
night,
I
brother.
appreciate y'all letting me up.
Archie.
Thank y'all.
Jeremiah. Good night, Nisha. Jeremiah, comb that perm.
Jeremiah. Jeremiah.
Good night,
That
Jeremiah.
was funny. That was real funny. That was some real funny stuff.
Afro sheen.
Yeah, I mean,
They said bergamot
that
and
was
Afro
some
sheen.
real funny stuff.
Good night. Dulcie, you going to end the stream.
Yeah, I'm ending it now. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Good night. Good night.